Hello, chat. Oh, there's a lot of small people over here. There's a lot of small people over here. Like, can I shut the fuck? Can the game like shut the fuck up? Open volume mixer. Give me 1 second. I have surprises, chat. Okay, game. Shut up. There you go. This is way better. Woo! React people. Look at all those tiny beans, chat. They're all in the call together. Hello. Hi. Sniffed you. There's an ad. There's an ad. Hello, tiny beans. How you be? So, I'm like half testing something today. We are using a hybrid tracking system. I am using Warudu with face tracking, and I don't have fingers, but oh wow, I'm kind of stiff. I'm probably gonna need to like fix this. Oh god, I'm dizzy. Oh my god. Oh, I'm really stiff. You can like jerk it if you want to. Sharing our food one. Come, Marcel. Come with. I'll share my food with you. But yeah, so chat, we're gonna play Pummel Party with a bunch of people. It's a full party. There's like 9 fucking people here. We already started the shared. There's no shared chat, but there's names on the thingy. We're just waiting. And my plan for today is we're gonna play this, and then probably going to VR or do something else with Bardic. I don't know yet. But hi, say hi, chat. Actually, use the new redeem. There you go. If you're here, use the redeem. The ads should be ending in a little bit. I really hope this tracking thing doesn't fuck me up. You're gonna be able to see my hands gaming, Mr. Gamer Monem. Look at this. If I'm in game chat, look at this. If I'm in game, right? It'll be like, whoa! I need to kind of adjust the camera though, but you see my point. Like, That's kind of cool. That's whatever. Oh, hey, Frank. Hi, Meryl. Hi, Kira. Say hi. Ads are over. Hello, chat. Did I ping my Discord? I kind of think I didn't. No, okay. I didn't fuck up. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I have to keep Discord open. Hello, Fancy. Oh, today's Friday, bro. I had an interesting week. Uneventful, not gonna lie. But we vibe here. Let me see. I got a ping. Is it important? It is important. Okay. I cannot get rid of this even in this chat. Oh, okay. We are on the right microphone. Let me check.
Subscribed.
Yeah, we are on the right microphone. Wait, no. Wait, hold on. Meow 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 meow. It looked like it was like clipping a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Hi, Pookie. Hi, Raven. I'm gonna up for a bit. We're waiting. We're already in game, but we're waiting for Flare to start and etc. How you been, chat? How was your week? So, I did something interesting, chat. I planned the next You Laugh You Lose person before the day. So tomorrow we already have a plan. We're gonna do You Laugh You Lose with Lizzie. I don't know if you know. She does the. You know what, chat? Where is it? I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna show you because I don't think I show you this. Meow 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 meow. Snowy art. That's called Snowy PNG. Yes, well, Snowy PNG already exists. I have a lot of Snowy.pngs that I can't use. Let's do Snowy Xmas. There you go. I haven't finished watching the Mrs. Blue and now Respawn Mechanic TF2 is kind of terrifying. The what now? I don't know anything about TF2, man. Should I get into TF2? I played TF2 once. Like 5 years ago or something. Lizzie is the person who made this as a gift Christmas art. It's adorable. We're gonna have her tomorrow. So go on Discord and submit your thingies. Let me see. Is Flare? No, they're just yapping. Yeah. Yup. You planned. By planned I mean I sent a DM and be like, hey, can I steal your everything tomorrow. And we're like, okay. You know, one thing about this tracking that I realized, I feel springy. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hi Raven, I hope you have a wonderful day too. That counts as planning. DMing people one day before the stream, it is planning. It is planning. Meow, 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 meow. You look like a unicorn. What do you mean? You know what? Let me mess with what we do. I think I saw a setting. That's that finger tracking enable. No, I know there's a setting somewhere to not be stiff. I'm very stiff. Holy shit. There's a setting somewhere to not be stiff, but we don't care about this. We don't care about this. We don't care about this yet. How dare you take my red collar? Oh shit. Hold on. Let me customize myself. Okay. Let me customize myself. Color. How do I? My blue is gone. Wait, how do we do this? Meow, 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 meow. How do we switch colors if I can like leave it? Who has blue? Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna switch to brown, and then you can switch to red, and then I can switch again. Pog trading. There you go, blue. Appearance. Ooh. Color, skin, hat, cape. I'm doing things in the background chat. You guys can't see it yet. Amazing. Twitch? There's a Twitch cape? Okay, sure. Thank you, my kneecaps. Kneecaps are not. I thought you were gonna bonk my kneecaps. Don't stay away. Yeah, I'm gonna unmute in a second, but the garbage was empty. Oh my god, I don't know if what happened in Norway chat, but like for some reason, if it's snowing, they don't take out the trash that often. So that was like I don't even know how long. That was like 2 weeks of like just piled up trash everywhere. And it was getting I even thought about buying mini trash cans to have like here so we can use them. Ugh. I thought like, because of the snow maybe. Like, you know, maybe the truck cannot come down the because we have a really steep driveway. So I was thinking maybe the garbage truck can't come out, and it just if the garbage people arrive and they see they can't go down, they just leave. Meow 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 meow. I don't know. Tell me about your experiences, because that was weird for me. Ugh. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Which is like awfully slow today. Like, hello? Meow, 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 meow. Hi, Atlas. Am I tripping, or like did the Discord ping not go? There's like everyone's dead. Maybe. Oh, okay. No, I started a little bit earlier. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. We love unannounced stuff. I'm trying to put your trash in front of your driveway where they can pick them up and later take it back to your house. No. Okay. So we have. Your Discord ping didn't went off. Really? I'm gonna do. There was a ping. Are you sure? Cause like there was nothing. There's like no reaction. Not even cheese. So I was like, what? I'm so confused. and we had like a really slow start, and which that usually when there's a slow start means like something went wrong, or either Twitch didn't push it or like Discord didn't push it. It's very weird because I've been yapping, the ads are off, and I'm like yapping into a mirror basically. Stream ping did not for me. Weird. It's weird. I'm honestly okay. I want to know your opinion. I've been wanting to do one thing, and I think I'm gonna get rid of the roles. And now I'm gonna get rid of the stream and video announcements probably. I'm just gonna add to everyone. I don't know. I think ping roles are a little bit useless in a way. I do want to keep the I want more pings so I can ping stuff that is not important. But like for streams and content and videos, it's literally the main thing. So I'm like, I'm just gonna ping everyone, bro. Like, yeah. I'll start in the lobby, then I will share chat. Okay, blah blah blah. You know what? I'm gonna unmute. Help me. I have.
I mean, you don't do a lot of desktop streams, I think.
I am
I don't.
live, by the way.
I only do like one a week.
Hi.
I just warning. Don't say anything racist.
It's very pretty.
Oh my god, Slush.
Yeah, you're wonderful, and precious, and everyone appreciates you, Snowy.
Yes.
I wish. Can you
Yeah,
like?
Snowy.
Can you like actually bully me instead? I'd rather have that.
No.
Not gonna lie.
No.
Wow.
Hold on.
For some
torture.
reason, Snowy was
Torture.
muted for me. That's probably the recording. And now I can hear you, Snowy.
Oh
Gasp.
yeah. Slushy hates
Hello,
me.
welcome back to
Cute.
Drama Nation.
That has to be for like a recording or
Like, oh,
something.
fuck
There's
this
no other
guy.
Explanation. No. It has to be when we were like in call, like testing the audio. I think for like the talent show half a year ago.
Audio wise, really lower than everyone. Okay, I will fix that by screaming into the microphone. There you go. Meh.
Crazy.
That wasn't even
Meh.
screaming. That was
Meh.
not
Meh,
even.
meh, meh,
Screaming.
meh, meh. See, you hate me so much. Like, what the fuck?
No. Also, did you
Unbelievable.
see the video? It actually did very well. Like I'm happy.
Oh,
with
did you
that.
release it already? I didn't see anything.
Yeah, like 11 days ago. Like for
I'm
my
a
like
bad
size, I think
follower.
it did really well for like a 30-minute flipping thing. I'm very happy.
You know what?
with
There
I'm
you
gonna
go.
go. I'm gonna go watch it right now. Like now.
Now it's
Blair,
30
hold on
minutes, you
the
can't.
collab. I'm gonna watch it. No, I'm joking.
Well, we are waiting for people to accept the shared chat
Slushy.
thing, and for Silly to get. Oh, yeah,
Slushy
Silly did it.
VR.
Yes, I also sent you an invite. Will you be streaming as well, Slushy, or not?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Then we have 5 people in the shared chat. Me, Silly, Reva, Snowy, and Snap. Heartwood, Redway, and Slushy won't be. That's perfect. Okay. Cool. No worries.
Meow 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 meow. I am setting up the game capture because I am stupid.
Just so you know, I will get high. So, yeah. Fuck you. Yep. I mean, heck
Imagine-
you. Heck. Heck.
Imagine doing
Huh?
illegal things. How dare? I mean,
It's not
what?
legal here, baby.
Yeah, I remember that. Does it
All
mean
right.
I
Is
could have
our-
done
I
something
think-
illegal, but you didn't share?
I didn't have any at the time.
I think it's just Silly who needs to get in the game.
Yeah, we just wait
There you go.
down
We're
on
ready.
Silly now.
Good to go.
I did send them an invite from a party, invite to game. Invite to game.
I gotta commit the Switch game thingy. So I installed this game today. I have no idea what this is.
It's basically like Mario Party. It's
Yeah,
really,
I got
really,
those
really
vibes
fun.
at PC Mario Party, right?
Basically, hardwood. You're precious. I love that so much.
How to keep you guys safe?
On your head.
Yeah.
There should be a way for you to customize, which I think you've already found.
I am
There's a red button.
ready.
Yeah, perfect. I'm ready too, but I'm waiting, obviously, for Silly.
Blah, 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 blah.
Gasp.
From
So,
our football setup.
remember that? Oh yeah. Remember that thing that I
Where-
shared in chat, like that was censored, Snowy?
Yeah, I was like doing an intro, and I was like, let me see if they DM me to join. Oh, it's part. Yeah.
Well, something T-girls something pumpkin. Hence, don't look at my
Pumpkin.
character
Okay.
again.
Oh my god.
I'm very hinged. I promise.
I like the top middle
Silly made
one.
it.
Very
Hey.
pretty.
Teehee. And I would just wait for, I guess, Snappy and Silly to undeafen.
Well, while they do that, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna set
Hi.
up my Discord mute on my Elgato so I can be like, oh my god, thank you for the subscription, Kira, or whatever.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
That's
but-
actually not a bad shout. I'm gonna do the same thing.
I,
Silly,
on
you were
my-
able to adjust. Sorry.
No, it's always handy to have it set up if you have like your
Good morning.
Do I like a that? I don't have the Discord thing. Meow, meow, meow. Discord.
meow 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 meow.
Discord. There we go. Free. I hate the way they do plugins now in this.
Silly.
Get to.
Oh,
Wait.
no, man, you figured it out. I was just about to tell
Yeah.
you about the customization.
Why do I look
Yeah.
like that? How do I get a hat?
You just go to the next tab. It's a bit like jank, in my
One.
opinion. Could have definitely done that better, but yeah.
Oh, the UI sucks. Yeah, the customization UI is really bad.
Okay, now we just wait for Snappy to undeafen, and then we can start.
Hello.
Give me
Hi.
5 seconds.
All
because
right,
I need to
okay.
set up the Discord button to mute. 1 second.
No
Let me also
problem.
Unmute the game.
All right, I'm going live
Discord button
in right now.
installed.
3, 2, now. Boom. Live.
Mute
Let's go.
deafen. There we go. Request access.
Who are we still missing in this stream together? Oh, Snowy left.
Oh,
Yeah, Snowy left.
What?
We'll
Oh,
invite him. Yeah,
fuck. I closed
That's
Chrome.
okay. I'll just send
this
another
shit-
invite.
This doesn't support Edge, right? So I have to switch to Chrome whenever I want to do a stream together. It pisses me off.
Sad.
I don't know why it doesn't support Edge. I can't Edge. while
It doesn't
being
like
here.
edging, Snow.
No, I can't edge
Proper shitty.
myself while collabing.
Go
with you.
shower.
What the
You cannot-
fuck?
You cannot see it yet.
Wait, there we go.
There we go. I have joined. I have
Something
abandoned you.
went wrong.
Now I'm
Start
back.
sharing chat. It's not letting me
I
share
think-
chat. What the fuck?
Not yet.
No, I'm live. I should be able to share chat. Okay, I might have to like redo the
Does
stream
someone have
together
like
thing 'cause it's not letting me
non-shared
share
chat thingy? Maybe I don't know how this works honestly.
Okay. I'll redo it. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
Invite.
Meow, meow,
So you will get a
meow.
notification. So silly mom. Send invite. There we go. Xeno snap. Send invite. There we go. Snowy VR. Send invite.
There you go.
There we go. And then Rava.
And then just make sure
Yeah.
you mute inside.
I'll
Stream
mute
There
together.
was
outside
something I
just
didn't
because of
do.
that.
I forgot to mute. Not I didn't forget to mute myself, but someone forgot to mute themselves during New Year's. So at one point, I had like an insanely loud, like someone talking in the mic
Ah!
through shared chat, and I had no idea what it was. I was so confused.
Okay, let me test if my Discord. Hey,
Okay.
Discord
there
music
we
works.
go.
The reason
There
it
it
wasn't
is.
working is because you were trying to start it, but you weren't a host, so it wasn't letting you.
Holy
So I had to
shit!
do
There's a lot of people.
Not now, yeah. Yeah, there
Hello.
we go.
There's a
Hi. Let's go. All
Apparently,
right,
yeah,
so
we have a shared hype train. So see, oh, yay! I helped. Whoa!
Yay!
Yay.
Okay. I will do the intro. Hi everyone. Welcome to the Pummel Party collab. I've been looking forward for this for a while. We have quite a lot of really fun people here. This is one of my favorite games just because it's really fucking silly what you can do here. I will double check the rule sets, but everyone should be here. Everyone should be present, and yeah, do whatever you want, I suppose. Okay.
Ponders.
Can someone time out
Mhm.
null?
Oh, yeah, sure. give me a
Sure.
second.
Yeah. Time out. Let's see. Nolo Bandido 1. There we go.
Well, can you ban everyone that is not in my chat?
Oh no, wait, we should not fuck with like timing about.
Yeah, it will
That's
time out in
fine. Just
everyone, I'm pretty sure,
edge
right?
it a little bit, you know? Edge it a little bit, it's fine.
Wait, we're edging? What are we edging?
We're edging Nolo.
Okay.
Why
Right.
are we?
So,
Jackie,
there-
thank you for the follow.
There are some items in the game that make it not fun for other people to play, and some items that are a little overpowered. I'd imagine arcades
person says.
isn't fun because it could like literally just your lead could just be taken away from you, and
it's also
nuclear
glitched.
waste also that as well. And nuclear waste just disallows you to play the game basically. So let me explain. This is essentially like Mario Party but on PC. It's very silly, very casual, and yeah. Everything else will be pretty self-explanatory when we get there. Is there a map we want to do specifically?
Do not do the killer one. That one is really annoying.
Random
Let's just
fuck.
start with the rift. The
Yeah, we
rift
can do
is...
the rift.
Yeah. All right, so here we go.
So Raven
Yep,
can
ready?
throw the stuff off the edge again.
Yeah.
I get horrendously missed.
All right. So here we go.
Yeah.
I'm scared of the fucking up.
It's one of the things that I always try to do is never focus on winning the main game. It's just trying to be funny. All right, now you just need to press spacebar to roll it. Oh my god, I hit a fucking 0. God damn it.
Yay.
It's legit
Wait,
Mario
now we
Party,
need
okay.
to press spacebar.
Yeah, there we go. It's to see who will go first, essentially. So you have a whole bunch of keys. You need to get up
Yeah.
to 40 keys and then make it over to one of the chests on the map. If you get to the chest on the map, you can open the
Weapons
chest
patch.
with the keys and then win a trophy. You need to get 3 trophies in total to end the game. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll win, but
Wait a
you'll
minute.
have the most trophies.
You guys can't hear the Discord?
No?
We can hear I can hear Discord.
Oh,
I can,
you-
I
are
can
you
hear
talking
everyone
about-
else.
Oh, you're talking about the
Yeah,
chat.
alright, yeah. Wow, didn't
No, I can
mute,
hear everyone.
banned, kicked, rule breaker.
Red
How
Wing
about
needs to
now?
roll first.
Can you hear them now? Say something, guys.
Hi.
Hello? Hi.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
You're wonderful.
Okay, now they can hear. Now they can
Hi,
hear.
hi, hello,
Hello.
hi. Hi.
Okay,
Yeah,
say
it's
that
fine.
again. How do we move?
You just
You
okay.
don't,
So
that's a
right
neat
now you
thing.
can't move. It's kind of like Mario Party where like you rolled first.
Did
to
you
see where
wash
you were
your
gonna roll
ass
first.
today?
But Red Wing rolled the highest,
Oh.
so he rolls first, and he landed on a spot which
Thank you
allows
for
him
the
to
sub,
tax
Rage.
people when they get on
Thank
there.
you. We're playing basically Mario Party. So
Okay,
in
so
Mario
how do I
Party,
do it?
in Mario
Spacebar?
Press
Party terms,
spacebar. Yeah.
we gotta we
Yep.
gotta catch these 3 stars and buy them with coins. Plug. Yeah, that's fine.
Flame Light, thank you for the follow.
Am I
Now
done?
you can choose to do. No. You can press
Oh, I just
R
okay,
to.
okay.
You can also press R when it's your turn to view the map to see where things are.
Bye, Red Wing.
Um,
Oh, hi, Red Wing. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that was the Red Wing tax because you landed on a.
Thank you so much, Reggie, for the raid.
That's
Oh,
fine.
how will you be?
That's the same thing.
If you have a mod,
She
give
can
it a
decide to
shout
go,
out. Thank you so
down
much.
or
I think
to
it was
the
for me,
left.
right? It is for me. Chats are
Yeah,
still
you
oh,
can
press
fucking
R.
amazing.
to move.
This is I'm gonna scroll Reddit while playing this game. This is amazing.
That's
It's
crazy.
super casual, yes.
I set up
That
my
now.
whole fucking full body tracking and like I don't even need to like, move. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Now they just get to see you like rise your hands up in front of the camera because you're looking at your phone.
I mean, I can always see that when you're streaming too. I can always like get Raven, get off your phone.
The bad part is if you need to scratch your balls, it will be very bad.
Oh my god.
Is your camera pointed that far down?
It's okay. It's no way I can do that for you.
Oh, look, I like,
Annie.
hi chat, I'm gonna, oh, it's my turn?
Yeah, no, you just press. Oh, press R. Press R first.
oh, okay.
Yeah, now you can see the map with that, so you can kind of plan out your route a little bit.
Okay, I get it.
If you
We're
land
gonna go here, here.
on those
Needs a
exclamation
plan.
marks somehow,
Wait, so
it
what did you
rotates
roll? A
the
3?
turn.
No, I'm just seeing. So this is like this is
You
I
didn't
assume
roll
this
yet.
is the shortest route, right? The yellow one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The light is the
g-
shortest
gold.
route.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But if you land on a exclamation mark, it turns the board around.
Ah,
Yeah, so the map
Yeah,
is
so
I
if you-
completely
if you
forgot
now
the whole
go-
map. Okay. There you go.
Every square does something else, but typically it's beneficial. Like now you have an item, you got a
Ooh,
gun.
why can you fucking kill someone? This is cool.
Can we pull a Narek again?
music
Narek
is
is not
louder.
in the game,
Of course.
sadly.
We can
I need
still
more
bully
people.
you.
Regardless.
Yeah. Press space.
Thank you, Wooder.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, Lucky.
You can get an item or keys.
Item or key.
What was I? Hello? Can you? Hello?
Hi.
Oh, I was in the
It's not a
Ormo.
schmal raid, Reggie. It is a nice raid. I hope you had a really fun time on your stream.
Oh my god, Slushy!
I never played Purple Party.
Hi.
Oh.
Why can't I go the other way? I want to go backwards.
You can
gotta
if you
roll
want
up-
on
you
the
gotta-
exclamation mark.
You gotta roll
If
the
you
minus
roll
one.
you can.
Okay. I'll land on the exclamation mark then.
That's 2. You can't anymore.
No, I can't. That's
You can get an
stupid.
item or keys. If you stand by
How do I
Reva, you
change
get an item.
direction?
You can't go backwards. You need to go to like it's not
If you
possible.
try really hard.
Keys.
Okay.
Alright,
should bully
watch
Reva.
master at work. Yeah.
Huh?
Oh fuck me. Okay, Jesus. Okay,
Jesus Christ.
Bully Rava?
Let's
What?
see.
Yeah, it says
1, 2,
bully
3,
Crazy.
Reva.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, I can get even.
What have I
1,
done?
2, 3, 4, 5,
Wow.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Meow.
Nah.
meow, meow.
I'll go this way. Slaps your ass. Grabs your balls.
Not Dashi, we're already targeting.
Slaps Silly's
Sorry.
butt.
That's the way it is.
I see a pumpkin in my horizon.
Oh,
Alright.
minigame?
Now you don't see shit. Now this is one of the mini games.
Boobies.
So
leave
I,
them
I
alone.
will wait the first time that we hit a minigame because obviously people are new. This is literally just timing. You want to stack up the highest tower the quickest, essentially.
Oh, it's the
until you get
mobile
line.
game thing.
Basically,
It's
a
you
shitty
just
mobile
press
game.
space to
Course.
try to stack them.
It's
You
the
guys
mobile
ready?
game
It's
of
like
worse, 'cause this
opposite
one's-
Tetris. You don't. You want to like
Is it
Like
like
the skyscraper thing. Like meh,
Tetris?
meh, meh. No, you
No,
gotta stack
it's
them.
not,
Tetris.
that, it's not like Tetris.
You
You
just
see what
stack 'em
they are
up.
doing in the thing.
That is
there.
the opposite
Like
of
in
Tetris.
how-
You want to lose. You want to get it higher.
okay?
Yeah.
So green there is winning because they're in front. You see that? Because they time things correctly. And you just make a stack as high as possible, as quick as possible. So don't fill out anything, just make a big tower.
Okay.
Nah, fill everything out. It'll
Or
look-
drop penis.
Yes.
This is like
I'm
those
gonna drop penis.
those games that like see fair and they have like woo every time you like place one.
Great job.
You have to
Woo!
press spacebar to indicate you are ready to go. Silly.
Crafter, hello.
Oh.
Meow.
Hello.
So just press space, please.
I did. I pushed spacebar.
Do
Again.
it again. But
Oh.
oh, there you go.
My bad.
What if my tower
You'll
touches your tower?
recognize
I was
where
already
you are
doing
based
it
on
in
the
the-
color.
Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck am I? Oh god. Oh, I hate this so much.
Why is this so hard?
What the fuck? There you go.
What do you mean?
I'm locking
Oh,
it.
I'm constructing a penis.
I'm locking it. Shit.
Yeah, you
Oh, I'm
literally
making a
made it
penis.
thick, that's
I'm
funny.
making an accidental penis. Okay, there you go.
You're literally making a penis.
Kind of
I'm
crude.
making
but...
2 penises.
Oh!
My thing's gonna hit the ceiling!
Fuck.
Oh, fuck, the ending is fucked.
Fuck.
Okay.
Shit, I keep missing.
What the fuck is this at the end?
It gets so fast.
Jesus!
Bro.
It gets so fast.
Yo! I touched the
It's
ceiling.
really fast. Like I
Oh.
can't. It's too fast.
No.
Flair, why do you have to
Yeah, I think
towers?
Sad.
I was
doing
trying
so
to play
well.
it safer.
Guys, you're supposed to do 1 tower, by the way.
It's way
Whose
too
penis
fast.
do you like the
My
most?
brain.
Hardwood is very symmetrical.
Riva, what happened?
Hardwood's
Like,
penis is very good.
Flair.
But like Flair's is more girthy.
Okay.
Like
Yeah?
Ricky Flair's like a really
It's a hard
thick shaft
experience.
with flat balls.
Rave has
Ew.
big balls.
It's like a shark, it
Massive
just
balls.
unsheaths, you know? Holy shit. Heartwood! Hey, good job!
Yay! Thank you.
I was so close every time, but I made like 2 extra towers before I got there.
You're
Before you
Oh.
roll, press R
Mhm.
first.
Mhm.
Alright, now you can view the map so you can see where things are. And if you don't press R again, you should have a button on your screen that says items. You had a rocket, which means you can immediately get to the item if you want to, and that's the only item you have. But you will hurt everyone in your path, so you have to be, you know.
I don't
Yeah.
see any drawbacks
Let's
to
go.
that.
Screw you
I
all.
don't-
Whoa.
That's a good thing.
Oh, what the fuck?
Only
You
me.
made
Yeah, I didn't get hurt. Nice.
Poor little Xeno.
Slaps your butt. 11. Oh my goodness.
What?
All right.
You have
Dashi,
exactly
what?
40 keys as well.
Heartwood.
That's 41.
She got the first chest. Let's go.
That's I think that's the fastest like a trophy's been gotten in
It's
any of
right
these
out
games.
behind me.
I got. Why did I get an achievement? Is it shared?
That was fast.
At least that's
Snappy had
trophy,
fatter
yeah.
once. Oh, if you go right, you will get a super weapon.
Ooh.
It's gonna
Oh,
be the bunny. No,
Real
she
What
has a
the
real gun.
fuck
Okay.
is that?
You got slow.
Railgun.
I can
Wow,
rail you guys.
She just had the best possible roll ever, by the way. Not only did she get like somewhere like that's now her property, she also got a super weapon and a goblet. What the fuck, dude? That's so good. Bloods will hurt people when they stand on it, which means that they also drop keys, but keys will directly give those to you. So you can fuck people over more with bloods. I didn't know. I didn't see so much you clicked. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
You got
Okay.
you got bees.
Bees. You
Yep,
can finally
bees.
be bees.
Beehive.
You also have a gun. But just know,
Yeah.
if you hurt Reva, it's not really gonna matter because she's behind you. And if you hurt Heartwood, it's not really gonna matter because she only has one key.
but if you hear flare,
I want to wait
Flare.
until I'm
Flare.
close to someone because I just want to like fucking shoot them in the face.
Yeah, that's better if you shoot them in the face.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Like
Is
six,
that
seven.
T Snowy?
Oh my god.
The
Now the
D
pumpkin is running
flare.
away.
It's me, Flare, from your chat. Do you remember me?
Yeah, it's Diff Lord chat. Yep, that's me.
Yeah,
No
that's
way, it's
me.
the floor.
You may have wondered why.
Oh my god. You're that cat with the fat ass.
Yes, hi, hello.
You
I'm
know
here.
how little that narrows it down.
That narrows it down by like.
VR chat.
Well, at least you got a gun out of it. What kind of fucking music is this, dude? I was trying to put on something chill, and it's like, it's so weird. It's
So
like
doing like a
spooky
slick
ghost
guitar
music,
solo.
man. Oh, hey,
Like a
Hi.
vibey guitar
Pumpkin.
solo, yeah.
oh, hey,
Punch
Steppy.
her! Punch! Punch!
Her?
off
Excuse
screen.
me?
Now
I like
we're
how it
off
jumps.
screen.
It's pretty cute.
I don't have enough keys.
Oh, you don't have enough. Sad. You were also the only person to be able to get it, by the way. Spacebar.
One.
Oh, you
Yay.
guys are together. Yo, you're going on an adventure. Dude, oh, by the way, I don't want to spoil too much, but Red Wing does have to show every single one of you one thing as soon as they get in VR. That's all I'm going to say. I added something to his
Oh,
repertoire.
I saw it already. He showed me.
Did you like it?
Sorry.
Yeah, it was really cute. Mhm.
Why do I think that's like related to?
Nice.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
it's
it's a
newer
newer
one?
thing. Yeah. It literally
Oh.
yesterday, so I don't know.
Lizard.
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 Ugh,
Lizard.
that's
All right,
so-
next-
more
Wow.
penises.
Next game.
Oh, yippee.
Oh god, it's for Guitar
Oh.
Hero. What the
Boy.
fuck?
We're
Okay.
fucked. We're
Oh
fucked.
no.
Yeah, I'm
not
already
good at
fucked.
Wait,
this.
it's both hands at once?
Yeah, it's both.
Yep, good luck.
Oh god. I could do
I don't
4
have
keys.
the
I don't think I can do
other-
8.
I don't have the other keys on my keyboard. I have a small keyboard.
No, you don't have
Wait, what?
the arrow key?
No, there's no.
Shoshi's attack.
Do you have a controller?
See,
No.
how you
Look
do?
at the-
How you do
How
not
the
have
fuck-
our arrow keys?
Are
What
you
the
just
fuck?
fucked then?
It's a wooden keyboard.
It's
It's a
like
small,
one of those like
compact wooden
60.
keyboard. It's a 60.
How the fuck are you gonna do this?
Well, guess what? I
You're
got
not.
last
That's a
time.
new thing.
Well, that's so stupid.
That's like saying I can't jump. I don't have a space bar because my compact keyboard. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you sure you can press
have
like
two
the F?
options. Either, well, she can't participate in it. It would be kind of unfair. So do we just like let this like one play?
Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Okay.
Aren't you able to press like the Fn function key or whatever?
All right. Good luck.
Oh god. I play
Oh
GTA
no,
San
I'm
Andreas.
not
I
good
should be
at
able to do
these.
this.
Oh god.
I should be able to do this.
I call this one pumpkin?
Her.
I'm gonna press W. That doesn't work. Okay.
Oh god, I see you. Brain.
Bye.
Look at us. Well, thank you to follow.
I am like locked in. Oh god. Fuck, I missed the last one. No!
That was ass.
I missed
Wait.
one. God
Oh
damn
no,
it.
you got a bigger combo at the end. Dang it.
Honestly,
Yay.
I'd be surprised if anyone else
Almost.
rhythm thing right.
Oh no, wait, no, I just realized. Stop, no, please.
Oh, that's also kind of sad.
I was pressing the key that deafened.
Yes, distraction, distraction, yep, no,
Oh, no.
no,
You're like
no,
deafened on
no,
D
no,
or something?
No, please don't
Uh-oh,
smash the
uh-oh.
Yeah, deafened on
No,
8.
no,
Do it,
please,
do it, do
no,
it.
Go
Oh
for
my
it.
god!
Crazy.
I just fucking murdered you!
What the What the
This game is brutal, excuse me?
bitch?
A little bit brutal.
Funny.
No.
In a good way.
Oh man. Oh man.
Oh, dang
Okay,
it.
that's Pumpkin Smash number 1.
Yeah, you just gotta
Meow.
swap, so
Meow.
it's pointless. Hmm.
Oh shit! Wait, when did that happen?
No, they can choose.
Hmm. You know, I'm not gonna lie, silly. You do
What?
look kind
What
of
do we have
smashable.
here?
I'm just saying, it's you look pretty smashable. I don't know, you're in my trajectory. It would be pretty beneficial. But
It is
wait
it's my
a minute,
first
wait a
day here.
minute. Ah,
Oh
There
my
we
god!
You did
Poor
deny
Rodway.
a instant
Fuck!
text.
Instant karma, bro. What the fuck?
Instant text.
Why? Because you were in my way and you were like in front of me. Like you were with. Oh.
I just want to use this. I don't know what this
No,
does.
you wouldn't just smash like a cute bunny like live on Twitch.tv, right?
No, you say it like that. Oh fuck, I was gonna quit.
Oh my.
Well, wrong
goodness.
button.
Uh,
That was not what I wanted to do, but it's fine.
Damn,
Oh.
everyone is getting smashed.
can't believe it. The first time I meet Snowy and I'm getting absolutely pounded in the face.
That sounds like
Uh,
something I would do.
Really?
You
Yeah.
can either go for a weapon or property.
I'm gonna
Property
pop
is
it
really
on
nice.
Ooh.
Property.
Last order was
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it's
it is a
fine.
property.
This
It's
is
that
Monopoly.
become-
We should play.
all
we
of
should play
them,
Monopoly.
even the dragon.
Dude, that- no.
It said there's no good game for Monopoly. They have
True,
like
fair.
the like which one is it? Ubisoft one, but that one is so bad.
Rodway.
As soon as you get a fucking laser pointer gun.
It's
It
not
only
me.
is a cat.
It's a pumpkin. Yes. It. Oh. Okay. Thank God. That was. Oh.
I think we should all focus on the host.
What the fuck? You're all gonna
Yeah.
gangbang me? No, Luke.
Host
what
privilege.
The hell? What
Yep.
the fuck? Bro.
Blair, we're coming for you. All of us.
Yeah, I bet you are. Oh, fuck,
Horror,
man.
horror,
Wait,
horror,
fuck.
horror,
There we go.
horror,
Wait, no,
horror.
you're right there. You don't have a weapon,
Hi.
do you?
No,
No.
not at the moment. You're
No.
lucky.
Well, you have a magnet, but I mean, you don't have a magnet.
Redwood tax. That's actually a really good spot because the fucking
yeah,
spawn
it's
is
a-
right there.
Absolute choke point.
Yeah, another one.
Oh,
Oh
meh.
no.
Holy shit!
Aw.
Wait,
So much
she
robbery
didn't even
happening
have
here.
that many. Did she?
No,
Maybe from
it generates more. Yeah, Redwing just got like 15 extra keys just by everyone else landing on his space.
Come, my child, to my property, right
It's
here.
already cooked. It's already cooked.
Crazy. Uh-oh.
Okay, what is this?
Wait,
Shoot
what?
yourself from the- Shoot yourself from the table, knocking other balls into pockets. Okay, so it's
Okay.
you
Oh,
pull.
whacking other
Everyone
synchro
gets a
balls in your
ball.
opponent.
Like that, and you need to be the one to try to push the balls in. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so you need to
I'm,
most
like,
of your
pushing
own
my
color.
balls
I
in.
get it.
Oh no, you just need to touch them. Oh.
Oh wait,
Yeah, you
no,
touch
you have to
them
sync
and
them.
No,
have to
you need to
sync
put them
more
in,
balls.
sync them, yeah.
If you touch them, they
Oh.
become your color, and if you sync your color, you get a point.
Not
Oh.
if you sync other people's color. Oh no, but
Then they-
that won't. Yeah, okay, no.
Yeah,
that
you
just
can.
Oh,
changes
they
the
get a
color. Yeah,
point.
okay.
I think that's just a visual thing that you like touched it.
So if you hit as many balls as you can, it's better, basically.
But how do you make it go?
You just hit it.
Oh, this is very dumb.
Oh,
This is hard.
Oh, if you touch them, okay, I see.
No!
Where the fuck am I?
I got a hardwood. No.
This is awful.
You got
Eh.
me.
I put myself in the hole.
Yeah, fuck.
I did the
Yeah,
same.
I put myself in the hole too. It was. Well,
Does that count?
Bro. Yeah, do I count
Chris.
myself as a point?
Bottom to heat.
Okay, this minigame fucking sucks.
Yeah, this one sucks.
The physics are so weird.
I had to turn the music
I
off.
feel like if you kind of camp a hole,
I
you
put
kind of
myself
can
in.
get some cool things. You fucking stole it from me,
Oh.
Flair. That ball was
No,
mine.
no.
This video sucks.
I think I still have no points.
I don't think I have points either. Nope, I don't.
There you go. Fuck off, Slushy! It's my ball! No! My ball!
Mine!
No,
I'm just.
I stole it. I keep losing myself, bro.
Do let me know if my
What
How are
mic
you
clicks out or
supposed to
something.
get
It
these
shouldn't be, but-
in? Oh, never mind. I just got it in.
No, shit, nobody's
I'm
in,
just
nobody's
running
in,
around the
nobody's
map like with
Fuck,
no
fuck.
purpose.
I've lost track of where I am.
No! God damn it!
It's over.
This one sucked.
Yeah, this
I
one.
got 0. I had 0.
I had
Bad.
to
It's
one,
okay.
and that's the one I stole from Raven.
I think I won because I put myself in the hole like 6 times.
I'll
Did
put
that
you-
count as
camp a
points?
hole.
'Cause
It's
it
kind of a
felt
good,
like
Good strategy.
You have an eggplant? Oh man.
Nah.
Great
I
out
want
of contest.
eggplant.
Funny! Wait, are you saving that
Great
shit
out of
for me?
context,
Fuck you.
confirmed.
Yeah, I'm saving
100%.
the eggplant for you so I can use
Clip
on
it
you,
and ship it,
obviously.
chat.
Hi, Slushy.
Okay, to be fair, I have seen the art. Just
Oh.
saying. Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
wow, I
I got
made it all
Huh?
the way? What the fuck?
Huh?
That must be
Huh?
like perfect. What? Oh, there's no way I go one more forward.
I mean, if you go one more, that would be
Yeah,
nice,
I was about to
because you
say
get an
that's a
item.
perfect roll.
No, that's it.
And I get
But
a
you still get
space.
property now.
The fuck?
Damn, dude.
Oh, you get
Okay.
both.
That's insane.
That's cool.
That's crazy. Why is it on the same spot?
Okay, so-
Nasty.
Can I, like,
Orion, thank you for the sub. Hi.
is it rich?
Wait, you're just
It-
gonna
It
execute
does not
someone?
Dude,
reach.
I thought for a second that was a sub on my channel, so I got confused. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh!
What?
Oh,
that
that's
still
reach.
reaches?
It does
Holy
work.
fuck.
Yeah, but less damage. You
Ah,
get less
One,
damage if you do.
two. There you go. I'm sorry, I was just testing.
Alright.
Please don't kill me next round.
Hi, Heartwood.
Hi, Orion.
How's it going?
What?
You doing good? I love you.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm scared,
Love
I'm scared.
you.
Love you too.
Use your weapons. Kill them.
Oh, I'm safe, I'm safe.
I mean,
oh.
Flair
We're
has
saving
a
it for
bomb.
Flair.
Anyway, these bitches are going down. I can't reach anything.
You can reach
I also
Reva.
You can reach
That'd
Raven
be
with,
sad.
I'm
with
too
the-
far
That'd be
away.
sad.
I'm way
Again.
too far away.
Oh.
That's
It's being
bad.
pounded
Last
non-stop.
Pounded.
Revenge of the
again and
Pumpkins.
again.
Revenge of the
Yeah.
Oh
Oh.
my god.
Crazy.
What the fuck?
the
Now we
pumpkin
smash
back.
you. I was saying that
Crazy.
one for Xeno.
One.
Yeah, it's X.
There goes the red wing.
God damn it!
You
Oh,
literally picked
fuck,
them
I'm
up
so
just to
fucked.
have them taken away immediately.
Oh my, bro, come on, man. Hi, Reva. What's up?
Hi. Oh, we're stuck
Hi.
going this way? Okay, fuck.
Oh, one more and it will switch around.
No Carmelado cheese land. Aw, man. This is so
But I like
bullshit.
cheese.
Oh, hi.
It's sad. Nah, everything is there. It doesn't matter.
You know what? You do matter.
Yay!
You know, nah, but
Never mind, fuck you. Give me
What do you
that. Sully, could you not spam caps? Please? Sully?
Mods, better.
Mods, can we
Time
can
out.
we tickle Sully? Tickle.
But I want to get
Really quick,
tickled.
to keep track of a player in the dark while dodging this thing. Oh, you gotta imagine your player in the dark? That is
Yeah,
amazing.
yep. You gotta figure out where you
Oh.
walk and not get hit by the lights.
But can
that's
you, is there
ridiculous,
like that you can like push each other?
Not in this
It's like
one.
a
No, not in
K-pop
this one.
concert. what the
Player
fuck?
collusion or something.
Sully, could you not use caps in chat, please?
Silly, you're spamming
I'm
again.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Mods,
I
good
just
morning.
got what you meant. I was like, I'm not even talking in chat. What do you mean?
Sully, could you not spam, please? Alright, let's go.
Fleck, are you go ready?
Alright,
Sorry,
Mods,
sorry,
let's do
sorry.
testicles.
Michelle.
Whoa. Oh, fuck. Okay. I think I'm there.
Where the fuck
Yeah.
am I?
Good, I'm not cornering it.
Just go in the corner and
fuck
stay
am
there.
I?
Easy. Oh, shit.
What
I don't
happens if
know
you
where I
get
am
touched by the
anymore.
light?
I
What
slash
happens?
Stop burning.
Stay in the
You
corner,
get
Slash. It's
yeeted
fine.
out.
Go.
Do you like die? Like cause
You
like
get
when
yeeted
you
out.
die,
Too
you're-
long, yes.
We're vampires. This bottom left
I'm
corner,
gone.
guys. Strat. Bottom
We're
left
on the
corner.
bottom left corner.
No one's there anymore, but yeah. Oh god.
Okay, there we go.
Oh shit. Bottom
Oh,
left
God.
corner.
There's so many. Oh my god.
Slushy, how'd you survive that, dude?
I have
What
It's
no
like she
idea.
stopped
I
winning,
was
what
in the
the
middle of
fuck?
all of them.
No, she does have an eggplant. God damn it. Here, give me.
Yeah, wait, do I have two eggplants now? True,
Nice.
I got
Didn't
two.
know you were
I'm
in
Just
charge.
saying,
Guys,
Snappy's
my
right
keyboard
there.
sucks.
Oh my
I
god,
can't
two
play this
Wow.
game.
eggplants! I can get snappy
Thoughts,
with
by
one
the
of
way?
them. Why can't I
No.
use it at the same time?
She's also at
No,
10
but
HP, so it's
Snappy,
really
oh, I
funny.
can
For
kill
some reason.
Snappy.
I'm not
that's
a
so
bottom.
sad.
Bottom
Wait, it actually
left.
helps you
Do
though.
it.
No.
Kill her.
Wait, no, it griefs
Kill
you.
her. Yeah.
No,
Oh, wait,
I will,
careful.
I will get to the spots that's
Oh, it's
most
moving.
far away from everything else.
I'm putting it up your.
Does it move?
Hey,
Put up your ass. Put up his
Right
ass.
up and actually detonate it. Yes. She's gonna steal keys from you anyway.
Can I be next? Slushy. I mean, what?
I actually do need the keys because I don't have enough for the thing.
Holy
That's the
shit,
thing
Red
keys
Wing
we got.
has such a meta spot because that's like right next to a grave. So everyone
Stephen
keeps
Harris,
spawning
thank you for the
back
follow. Welcome.
I'm hungry.
Snowy,
hungry.
no. No.
No!
Hasta la vista,
I'll
baby.
suck. Oh, thank you. No!
That's the problem, don't.
I mean, I have nothing to lose.
Oh!
Nice. How did that feel?
Good.
Where's the Bruce screen? Bro, I've been having so many Windows issues, it's pissing me off. My restart and shutdown are reversed.
I think Red Wing would win. I think he's in such a nice position right now, dude. Two
Okay,
goblins
that's
in
a nice
row.
chest.
He has... Wait, can he get
Oh,
both?
that's.
Oh my
fuck, I
God.
think that is. We gotta murder him. We gotta murder him,
That's really
please.
fucked.
There we go.
You gotta shoot him. Wait, no, that doesn't do enough damage.
That's really
Doesn't the
bad.
wormhole
Oh,
stop
man.
it?
Ah,
Yeah,
fuck off,
yeah,
Flair.
yeah.
That could be.
Yeah, no, that's
That-
the
that-
strat. That's the
No, wait
strat.
a minute.
That would be
You know
terrible
what?
if
I'm
it
not gonna
happened.
do it because Snappy also has a teleport. I remember, and then she could just teleport there.
No, but you can't use the dice now. After you.
I just respawned. Bruh.
That's
Like,
from smashing the
hmm.
pumpkin, bitch. Oh fuck! I'm really close.
Do you think the band
Why-
smashed
wait, that's
like
the
pumpkin?
third time that I rolled one.
And then you move
Wait,
one
hold on.
space.
Be
Wait,
fire.
that's the first time that I rolled one. Is that 3 zeros, 3 ones in a row? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Ooh,
What
11.
the fuck? Why am
No,
I
it's
being
a good
bullied
thing.
so
Oh, there's a thing here. Hug.
You can't
Yeah,
open
I'll
it.
open it.
Oh, you can.
You
Wait.
can.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can.
It's 62.
What do you think you are? Tell me I can't remove things.
I'm
Oh,
so
that's
Flower
actually-
of
Trust
friendship.
you.
Oh, well, right
Yeah,
there.
I
I'm
don't have
so
keys
fucked.
anyway. I don't have keys. Like,
I'm
pointless.
so fucked, man.
No one on the
What is
snappy
that body?
tags. Oh,
almost.
Uh-huh,
Oh wait,
uh-huh.
you don't
One
have
in
40
front.
Or
keys
snap
anyway.
tweet? No. Hashtag.
No, I
There's no
wouldn't go
point in
that. I
going
wouldn't
there.
go there. You wouldn't have enough
go,
keys.
go an
so you should
exclamation
go
mark.
left.
Like
Go
a-
an exclamation mark.
Social media.
Go left. Go
Yeah.
left.
No, but I'll land on
no,
the
no, no,
thing.
no. Go right. Go right. Go straight. Go straight. Go on the thing. Go on
Go
the
down,
thing.
go down, go down.
You guys are
Go on
pressuring me. I don't know what to do anymore.
Flat to the left.
Go an exclamation
Flat to the
mark.
right.
Ah, oh, one
Let's
step. I want to go
Straight
here.
down.
Crisscross.
go.
Cha cha, real smooth.
I want to fuck everyone up. There you go.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because it still doesn't fucking matter for.
Yeah, 'cause he's in the middle.
Yeah. It
Well,
literally doesn't
well.
fucking matter.
No, okay.
Bunny?
We know the strat.
No.
We keep switching it back and forth, Flare.
Yeah,
I know, Hardwood can get it.
Oh my god.
don't have-
oh,
you
wow,
don't have
she
enough.
can't, she can't.
No, it doesn't have enough. Doesn't have enough.
Xeno's gonna aim a
You
bunny
have
on there or
items,
something.
by the way, Hearts. You can, like, screw
Mhm.
people over. Stop being so cute and angelic! You're supposed to be a gremlin right now.
As in, they
Fuck
just
some people
rolled-
up,
they
stop
just-
being
like,
cute.
She just rolled a 12.
Is she seriously gonna pass 2 chests so she can't get
Yeah, that's so sad.
Oh man.
I can
And lands on a dead
from my
body.
tags.
Amazing.
Okay. Time to lock in.
Oh.
Lock in, Reva. You can do it.
Yeah, you're gonna lock it up? I mean, she is in suckable range, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you
I
should.
think maybe you can
I'm
reach
just
Silly too
saying.
if you like
I
do
don't
it correctly.
think so.
I don't think so.
No.
It's like right on the tip.
Like, I need that bunny off you.
Ah yeah,
Fine,
you can
give it
steal
to
the
me.
staff. I probably do, yeah. Sad.
Yep. This
Yeah!
is. Yeah. Okay. It's funny. She
Damn, I get
literally was like,
fucked
"Oh, my
over
buddy
everywhere.
now."
Hi, Tons.
Look, the bunny was mine. It was a
It's
known
more
fact.
accurate.
I get bullied so hard, man.
Yeah, well, that's because you should have smashed me, bitch.
That's one thing that I did, not to everyone else.
Yes,
Everyone
my
else
minions
is
go for
Um,
snapping.
Okay, just
Ooh, okay,
because
what's it,
Reva
what's it?
stole the body, I'm just
Oh
gonna
my
target Reva
God.
from now on.
Drifting
No,
skills.
This
Xeno,
is
Xeno, the bunny,
bad.
the
No,
bunny
it's
was
my
mine.
bunny.
You're not a,
No,
you're
it
not a
was
bunny.
mine.
The
You
bunny was
stole
mine.
it.
No,
You already
I
are a
the
bunny.
Gonna be awful.
No, you stole it from me.
Crazy. Crazy.
I'm just gonna get a magnet too, and I'm gonna suck it off of Reva.
Yeah?
Yep. Anyway,
Please?
you
Discord
have
is
to-
getting like suppressed sometimes.
Oh.
Kind of annoying.
Oh damn,
Man.
that sucks.
I
Anyway,
wanna
Hearts, are you
cry.
ready?
This game looks so painful.
Oh, sorry, one moment.
Okay.
Coming back. Blah, 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 blah.
Coming in the back.
Blah,
damn.
blah, 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 blah.
I'm sorry.
All right, good luck.
There we go.
Oh god, oh god. Do I? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay, I got it.
Oh,
Wait, where am I? Where am I? Where am I?
I
Fuck.
wasn't
Oh,
ready.
okay.
Holy shit! I don't like this. It gives me anxiety.
Dude, my eyes are bleeding when you go down. Like it's so hard.
Oh no! Why am I so slow?
You gotta speed up.
You have to press.
Dude,
you have to
what
press
the
forward
hell?
to go down, to go forward.
Ah,
Uh,
I'm not good at driving. Someone else
Dude,
drive
this is
for
so
me.
hard.
I love the
Xeno, do you
hardcore
play this
music.
game in your off time?
No.
Or just master the minigame?
Oh fuck! Plays Mario Kart.
Dude, we've all fell so many times.
Get out of the
Why?
way!
Why am I so slow?
Press W.
Why? Why am I so slow?
You're so slow. Hold
Why?
W.
It's like driving with a
silly.
car off and wondering why the car is.
Oh, I was holding S.
You have to keep
That's
holding W.
slower.
I'm pressing the brakes. Why is my
I
car
don't
not
know
moving?
why.
Slower if you held S.
No!
Oh, I think my car is automatic because we finished, right?
Funny.
Yeah.
Alright.
Wait, you're driving off
Yeah.
the map.
See, this is what happens.
The
Alright, she's gonna win the most.
River engines. We
Wait, she can suck it back. We should just get it back.
I'm not close enough. I wouldn't
Ah.
reach.
No, Xeno's
Aw, it's
Xeno has
okay,
a long
Xeno.
range. Oh,
Ugh, I want to suck someone off too.
You
yeah.
gotta get Red Wing with
What?
the portals, you know, no?
Yeah.
Because otherwise
where's
they're
Red
gonna below you. They're in between the
Oh,
two.
yeah.
And they haven't
In the
appeared
game.
at
Hackerton.
all.
In the game.
I mean, they,
Something
if,
weird.
In game.
I think they're far the same like distance away from both. That doesn't really matter.
3, 6, 3.
In the video game.
My
No,
audio
it's
is
5.
different, but I think
It's
it's
one
my
more.
headphone.
It's one more.
It's one more.
It's one more.
Nah, I don't think there's nothing I gain from it.
After what?
You gain nothing from this too.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
Is
I
that
got
a
nothing to
Uh-oh.
gain
snappy
anyway.
Uh-oh.
I got
POV?
killed already. I got bullied, but I
Well,
got my money stolen.
I'm trying to contain your power, Steppy. You're too
Got
powerful. You
murdered,
win almost
Bonnie's
every
I
stole-
always works, so
Oh,
I'm just gonna
Bonnie's
fucking go for it.
stolen.
11 again.
11.
Oh, nice one.
You went past by me
Nice
like
Lushy.
twice
Mwah.
now, I think.
Yeah, wrong way.
Did you
Sorry.
slap her butt while passing?
No, I gave her a kiss.
Oh,
I'm a
okay, okay,
gentleman. I'm
yeah.
gonna.
Only if it's
Okay,
a French kiss.
Let's see if you can suck the bunny away
Huh?
from Reva. Yeah, do it. Fucking do it. Steal the
No,
bunny.
don't,
But you
don't
can
listen to
suck both
Xeno.
of
Don't
them.
listen to Xeno.
You can suck
Steal
both
the
of them at
bunny.
the same
suck
She's
us
going
time.
for me
both
too. Yeah,
You
do
can
Suck
suck
him
both.
both.
us
Yeah.
Yeah. There you
So
go.
wait,
both
wait,
of
is
them.
this a
No.
is this a pumpkin?
Yeah,
Is
both.
this a pumpkin revenge?
Make
Is
sure,
that
make
what
sure
this
you're
is?
you're close
Yeah.
enough for Raven because it seems like you're out of range from Raven now.
Hmm?
Oh no,
Gonna
this,
aim
this
to
is a
suck.
pumpkin
Suck
action
you.
happening.
Oh.
You're sucking us off, and it's going
Yes,
into
fuck
you.
you, Reva.
Oh, oh, fuck it, that was good. Wait, where do I
No.
go?
I also love when
Wait,
people
hold on,
I'm
hold on,
sucking
hold
off
on.
Roll, you
start
get another
coming
weapon.
keys.
Oh, I have to go all the way around?
You're welcome.
Dude. Oh, come on, wait, what?
I don't get a
Please.
bunny, Raven
Oh,
doesn't get a bunny. Fuck you.
Yeah, I have like no
Another
items.
bunny? Oh, and Dinmore, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Games is about bullying each other. All of this.
Can I use that on anybody?
You could use it on
Because
Slushy.
I have to use it on Red
instead.
Wing.
No, just-
You could use it in yourself.
Okay, yeah, I use it on
If you
myself.
want to. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry,
you will
Red
get keys
Wing.
from him.
I know, that's not the point.
That's actually crazy.
I want to eat chicken nuggets. I'm
Diabolical.
sorry. I like chicken nuggets.
Oh, hi, I'm in a whole
Calling-
house.
Calling him a chicken nuggets?
No, it's a compliment because chicken nuggets are really good.
They are really good.
Red Wing, you
I
know what
know,
to do
so it's a
next time you see
compliment.
her in VR, alright?
No, it's a
Can we air
compliment.
fry
Oh my
Red
God.
Wing right now?
Oh, yeah. we
Yeah,
have
like
Dil-
it could be delicious.
No.
Huh?
Yeah, use it on
Huh?
Red Wing.
Oh.
I was
Ah!
scared for a second.
I was
for that.
also very scared.
I
You would
I
fry
was
the
there
chicken.
alone.
We could eat
Red
it.
Wing is first, I'm just saying. Ah, there we go.
Oh, this...
Holy
Oh, fuck.
shit, what is that?
What the hell is that?
It's slow.
What the actual?
What the fuck?
Well, that's fried chicken nuggets, that's for sure.
This is bourbon. This is for what you get for taxing us so much.
Crazy.
Especially,
Yeah, You
still
packed
that
us like
twice.
7
Fuck you.
times.
Yeah, you got like 30 fucking keys from just purely tax.
Yeah.
It's not my fault you rolled.
Yo,
that.
party
well,
on
together.
over here!
Why are you all
Party.
there?
Is that the? Wait,
We're
is
all
that the
partying.
Red
trans
Red
Wing
flag?
is
Hang
the
out.
opportunity
bro.
to do something really funny.
That
But
is
then
a
You guys,
black
you
flag.
guys formed the trans flag.
Then Loki.
Oh yeah!
Kinda.
A weird version of it, but kinda.
No
Yeah, like
architects.
it's supposed to be lighter blue, a little bit, you know.
Why is Red Ring a cactus? Did I miss something?
Yeah, if I was
That means
switched
it's
with
protective
Snow, it would
here.
fit.
Hmm?
Riva, you don't have
Yeah,
enough
so-
keys.
Oh no, you have enough. That's the
I
No
have
more
like
bunny.
nothing.
Oh, you grabbed them!
Well, you'll get a
Does it
lot of
work?
keys there.
Oh, you
I
get the
did-
red
oh,
wing
oh my
keys.
god. Yeah, it's not enough.
Wow. Okay, well there you go.
Holy
There's-
shit,
there's
never mind.
Some keys.
But that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. I'll take that.
I'll take you in a second.
Whoa.
What?
Why not me?
Huh?
Could have been me.
I'll take both of you in a second.
1 second. That's pretty.
W's in the chat.
Like- Like for chicken nuggies?
Oh, there it goes. Oh.
Chicken-
Yay.
Sure.
Yeah.
this
we're
one-
going
Oh,
for
this
the
game is
burgers.
so.
Okay, feel so
ba-
your
like, this
element.
game is like, oh my god, I want to cry.
Okay, yeah,
This
that's
one.
fine.
Okay.
Oh. It'll
Just
be fine.
run
Don't
around
worry,
like an
don't worry.
idiot, pretty much. Just-
I'm gonna run around like an idiot. And
What
I do
am
not
I?
care
What
about
am I?
anything.
What am I? I'm pink.
I just
I'm
got
candy.
lyrics.
I love the candy element. Yeah.
I'm gonna do the
What are
same
we supposed to
thing.
do? Get
I'm
as
not
much
gonna.
of
I'm gonna
our
close my
color?
eyes.
You
I'm gonna
gotta, you
close
gotta,
my
you gotta
eyes and do
just
the same thing.
feel the map. Stop following me. It's cheating. You're griefing me. Whoa! What the fuck? No, 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 no. Come
Wait,
here.
what is that like big like boom? Like the thing that like boom.
That's things
What's
that
that?
spawn on the map like that.
What the
No, no,
fuck?
no,
But how
cover
do
the
you-
pin.
How do you get that?
Red Wing is
How do
pissing
you-
all
how
over
do
the
you
map.
get that?
You just literally like just touch it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I guess it's luck
Mom
based.
is using my strat. That's
Guys, my
crazy.
pink is very good. You got. Oh, that was
Oh,
so
wait,
lucky
what?
at the
That's
end.
so
What the
fair.
fuck?
What?
I saw
What
I
the
was second
fuck?
last.
You won! You won!
Yeah.
How did I win? I didn't
Thought
even
I
have
did
that
well.
much
Wait, how
land.
does what?
I
That
didn't
is
even
crazy.
have that much land. Wait, how
I
did
could
win?
not
That's
done
not
anything
Slash, you won
better when I got
everything but
last.
one.
Crazy.
Oh, Oh, present. Can you open it? You
Is
can.
that
I wanna-
a-
Wait,
is
if
that
I use
your-
the eggplant, do I explode
Eggplant,
myself?
eggplant.
Do
no,
I
you don't.
exploit
You're
myself?
No, I don't think you
completely.
do.
As in, you'd be
It's a
taking two
present.
people with
Ooh,
you.
have you become
Wait,
good
are
or
you
bad?
blowing
Oh,
up?
that'd
Is
be
this
fun.
terrorism
No!
against
Go
the
away!
trans community, Slushy? What the fuck?
Terrorist.
I was holding your hand. What the fuck?
Oh wow, cancel Slushy.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Great. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's nothing.
On the
personal,
same
I'm
square,
sorry.
even.
Oh, that's actually
one,
good.
That's really
one away
close.
from it.
It's Angel. I love her.
Yay.
She's amazing.
But Heartwood's like theoretically Heartwood's invincible, so it doesn't matter that I hit her with the eggplant from behind. Like it doesn't matter because
I
they're
mean, I'm
invincible.
pretty
you know?
immune to big purple eggplants too. You know, I'm a
Oh,
little bit of an
okay.
expert
Then
myself.
You got
noted,
resistance
noted. Let me
because
write
you
that down.
you train so much.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
apparently
uh,
I'm
yeah,
not.
I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah.
You're
It
not?
showed I died by by getting attacked by one.
Everyone's getting the cool weapon.
Wait, what?
I
I want
died
the
by
cool weapon.
Slushy's,
No, Harwood
eggplant.
stole it in front of
Oh,
me.
yeah, right.
I wanted the cool
I
weapon.
guess you need more training.
I'm sad.
sorry.
Now,
Yes,
now I'm
How
sad.
did Red Wing turn into a cactus?
I just
Item-
love the cactus.
It's
The
an
random
item
fucking-
that protects him from everything that hurts or takes keys away. No, wait. I
How
think
the-
you still tax the keys. Not sure.
How are you protected by just becoming a cactus?
Cactus, cactus, cactus.
Cac-
Oh, you'll be able
Oh,
to get
what
a
is
chest, I
okay.
think.
I'm missing one key.
Oh,
No!
Oh, they are!
Oh!
Wait, what?
Yeah.
She missed one key.
That's
She got
so
39
sad.
or
One
40.
Oh, that's fucked
no.
up. Oh wait! Oh, there you
Switch.
go. If you
Oh,
win, if
wait.
you win one key next, yeah, you can get it.
Yeah, I just need one key.
True, actually, you need one key. Wait, if you get last, you get 0, I think. So,
focus on. We know what to do.
so let's
We know what to
leave
do.
at last place.
Switch
oh no,
again.
never mind.
Never mind.
No!
Wait, what?
Never
What just
mind.
happened?
You stepped on the exclamation mark. Oh.
Why-
Oh,
you
okay,
should
sorry.
blast
Items,
them.
what the hell?
I summon you, Blue Eyes White Dragon.
What the fuck are you doing?
Go forth.
It's a bunny.
I don't think Blue Eyes
It's a
White
bunny.
Dragon is red, I'll
It's
be
a bunny.
honest. I think they're.
Oh, it's a
they're
bunny.
Fucked up. Whoops.
This
wrong
piss
spell.
bunny.
Wait, it's a bunny.
Misinput. It was
Don't
a
worry, the
misinput.
bunny's,
Calm down.
bunny's
You
more
calm the
dangerous.
fuck down.
Bunny's more dangerous.
Why do you have piss bunny? Why is it yellow?
What happens if you pet the bunny?
Its name is.
You explode.
I'm just kidding.
I want to pet the bunny.
One,
You just left the bunny there?
Let's
That's like
switch
animal
on.
abuse.
It's a bat. Is that what happened to me?
If the bunny gets onto your spot, it walks 4 spots at the end of every game. If it gets to you, it insta kills you.
Oh, well,
no,
you
I
might
want
be.
to pet it. I'm gonna pet it.
Wait,
gonna pet
Slushy
it.
might be dead. No, wait, she still has to roll, right?
No, I've already
no.
rolled.
This is the last one.
Oh,
No.
you stole her toy?
Oh.
What the fuck? That's so fucked up. Hey,
Oh,
what's
monkey.
up?
I mean, I wasn't gonna make it to the chest anyways. I
Wah.
don't really care dying.
I just realized my snoot wiggles when I move. Where am
Look
I?
there, there's a chest right there.
Are you fucking
See, like I don't even
serious?
get it anyway. That's so sad.
Like
for fuck's
right
sake.
after you. That's so fucked up.
And now, bunny.
Pet the bunny. Wait, that
What?
isn't petting.
Yeah, no, the bunny's dangerous. You gotta be careful.
I'm gonna go towards the bunny. Is that a good idea?
Taste.
Oh,
I'm
well,
gonna
it's
go
good.
towards
It
it.
literally
I'm gonna
does
chase
not
it
give a
down.
fuck. It's crazy.
I'm gonna chase it down. The bunny is mine.
Pummel
Oh,
punch.
this one is
the
annoying.
bunny.
This
What's in
Yeah,
yours?
please.
Yep, that's. Yep.
Oh, Python. So punch the shit out of everyone. Good. Got it.
Okay.
There are no items in this minigame. I don't know why it says drop items.
Yeah.
This one is
Find
just
out
like
who
punch
used
an
people off
item.
the map.
Off the map?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, how do you
You
punch?
have to punch and punch them off the map.
Off the
Yeah,
map or
respawn
inside
or
the
no?
map? Do you
I'm not
respawn?
into this violent stuff.
How do you punch?
Oh, I had a
shit,
leg
okay.
spike and I was gone.
Oh god, I just
I'm
died
saying.
already. What the fuck? No, a slushy.
Oh, Snowy, no.
Oh,
sorry. Oh, I just killed myself.
Why is it lagging so
Wait,
much?
wait,
Holy
wait.
shit, I have a leg spike and I was
Oh,
gone.
fuck.
What the
This is
fuck?
so
Why
dumb.
is it
Ah,
on you?
spawn, bro.
This is. Ah!
I can't
Why do we get minus points?
I'm on the floor.
Yeah,
I clicked the random
I,
floor.
it's whoever gets
I
the
clicked
least
the random
minus
Discord
points.
server while playing this shit.
Yeah?
Ah!
Just ran off myself.
Yeah, same. I did it like 3 times too.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I just ran off, dude. I can't be bothered. This is... Wait, where am I? I can't get out. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Wait,
Door
I
start.
was stuck. Oh wait,
You got stuck on the other side.
I can't.
Oh, we all get magnets. That's awesome.
Oh, Raven got. Wait,
Yeah,
what's
so
the
it's-
Raven? I was
so it's
supposed
the
to click?
minus
Time to
one.
start sucking. Let's go. I want your keys. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Dude, I was like in a
I'm not
different fucking boxing dimension here. My brain just
I'm
locked
not
in
gonna
so
say
hard.
anything, but Flair got like 80 keys.
Yeah, and you still have 1 goblet, motherfucker. I'm gonna
Yeah,
suck
but you
that out of
still
you.
got more. Even with the goblet, you still have
Yeah,
more.
but you have a lead on the thing that matters.
I don't care.
I think we should kill
I also
Flair.
got killed the
you care?
most. There's a real gun.
I don't think. Oh. Huh?
Why?
What?
I
What?
got killed like 3
No.
times already.
Harrow's evil. Harrow's just here, being silent and chill and happy, and then just
I know.
railgunning us.
I said I
fucking
was
love
gonna rail you
That
all.
was extremely
07.
unhinged, and I fucking love you. What the
I
fuck?
perfect, I
get
can
bullied
kill
so
Zeno
hard
again.
this game.
I'm Zeno right now on spawn.
I love you, Zeno.
Do you have something to
I
kill?
love you so
Well,
much.
fuck you.
Yes, I can kill
You're
Zeno
so
again.
fresh.
We killed
I
twice.
appreciate Steffi so much. She's amazing.
I see how much I get appreciated here.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
like,
We're
you
all
know,
having our
Brad,
way
you know,
with you. I'm pounding you.
let me, let
Huh?
me just.
You have nothing to. I
can
have
suck-
nothing. If
Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm taking your.
I don't think I have. I mean, you get maybe like my healing. That's it.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
your
eggplant.
eggplant. Give me.
Oh
your
my
didn't
god.
crazy.
Ayo, ayo.
I didn't
Sucking
even know
your
I had-
eggplants on live on
Let's
Twitch,
go.
dude.
Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Wonderful.
Holy
See, you did have
sucker,
I got
something
the
again.
I got the one
Live
key.
gave me your
event.
eggplant.
Crazy.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
Well, well, well. What do we
Oh,
have
wait, keep
here?
both.
No.
Wait, then
Hey.
Hey,
Like,
I
hey,
think that's
hey,
both.
hey.
no, you gotta do the little, yeah, like in between. No, like, wait, no.
I think you're missing a city like this.
Same,
Yeah, there you go.
shame.
No, no, you can't talk right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Simon. Thank you,
do
bro.
with
Thank you,
those?
thank you, thank you,
I have
thank you.
12
Thank you.
of
I'm
them.
waving
I'm
at you when
just
you're tracking. Wow.
I'm just hoarding them at this
Whoa.
point.
You want to just give them to me? You wanna just walk over and just like splooge keys in my direction?
To hardwoods. 1, 2,
Wow.
Are you gonna suck me off
3,
too, honey?
4. Maybe.
Bro, can you
Well,
stop
that's
sucking
my
off people? It's not fun
Sorry.
anymore.
Yeah, until you get an eggplant. and then you're
wait,
like,
does that? Wait,
Oh.
what?
There wasn't even a
I see how it is.
hesitation on that.
Let's see how it is.
Yeah, fuck you.
Okay, what?
Oh, that was personal. That was actually personal. Like, what?
I mean, he's still next to the other chest, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, wait, actually, Slushy's there first.
Wow. Wow. I only have
No,
12.
that's-
I don't know. I have no
Only
idea what this
20.
does. I just. Here we go. You're welcome.
Wait, why are you pulling silly sword? What the fuck?
I don't know. It was in
Don't
front of me.
get silly. That was sad. Boo.
I only have 9 keys now. Sad.
No more Red Wing tax? No, it's not.
Haven't.
No, everyone is
Where's
avoiding
Red
the
Wing?
quick tax. Right
They,
there.
oh, they're right there. Right next to me. They were so silent and
That's
still.
crazy. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy, right?
I forgot.
You camouflage. It's like a cactus.
Hey, payback, Red Wing. Haha, payback for the taxes. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, it protects
the
you from the
cactus
thing
protects him.
too. That's
That's
amazing.
so.
Yeah, it
red.
does.
What?
You have no damage, so you don't need to heal.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you get an item,
12.
Wait, you get an item. Bunny time. Is this gonna be bunny on bunny action? Let's
That'd be
go.
funny.
Whoa.
Maybe.
Yes.
buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude, I never ever get the bunny staff by
You literally
itself.
just
If I
used
get...
it.
No, without stealing it. That's like, let me finish. It's really
That's just
stupid.
how it works. That's just how it works.
It's so dumb. I never get the bunny naturally.
Yeah. As in, you have to use vibrators on the. But yeah.
Dingles are like
Got
a
a
little
cactus.
carrot. on a stick.
Cactus.
Oh, hey, that
Yes.
protects you. Nice.
I could do the boost.
Oh,
Bunny
there goes the
time.
bunny.
They just
I wanna
lost
pet it
forever.
again.
Also,
Yes,
I'll
yes.
have you know, it's gold colored. All right, no,
It's
piss
piss.
colored.
Oh,
What?
I hate
Oh.
this.
In this game,
This is
in this
so
game, there's
bad.
going to be a prompt at the top there that counts the tigers riding pandas. Then for every single one that you see, you press
Oh,
spacebar
thank you.
once.
That seems
What if
kind
I
of easy.
accidentally press it like 5 times?
Then in fact,
Then you're fucked.
Yeah, you just
Hey,
cannot go back.
Yeah, you
Well,
shouldn't have
that's a
done
good
that.
thing. I want
Oh.
that. Okay,
I
start,
never.
start
Are
this.
you shooting eggs at me? Heartwood, what the fuck?
Hi.
Oh, I'll get you for this.
Egg target practice.
Okay, everyone,
Crazy.
shut the
Wait, we
fuck
lost
up. We gotta focus.
No, we didn't.
Oh no, we
Oh, hey, yo,
What the
raccoon
fuck?
riding raccoon.
Hey, yo,
Can we
raccoons
show this on
riding the
stream?
raccoons. That's crazy.
That is kind of sus. Oh, is that a raccoon? Can they have different
Yes.
colors?
did it.
Yeah.
I have different
okay.
colors, yeah.
Rabbits
Yo!
riding boars. This game sucks.
What?
This change. The color change is fucking me up.
The color change is fucking me up too, actually.
Fuck.
Dude, the color change fucked me up. I'm gonna be dead ass. That's crazy.
Wait, do you press spacebar while they're appearing?
Yeah.
Rabbits riding pandas.
Whatever, stop
1,
riding.
2, 3, 4. I think. No, I don't know anymore.
I lost count. It's over.
I
GG.
think I got it.
Of
Oh,
course you
okay.
come in when we were talking about piss color. Mindy. Of course you do.
I got 1. I got 1.
Rava! Oh, you got a
Yo.
I got
Yep.
1 key.
Both one.
I'm happy.
I'm always in the last.
Serves
Walk
you
in.
right.
Okay, you're always
Oh, there you
first
go.
in my heart. Rava!
Meow, 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 meow.
Oh!
meow, meow.
Bunny,
You should
bunny,
summon your
yes!
own bunny, yes!
Yes!
Hmm.
But-
Let's see. Let's
Wait,
see.
what?
Huh?
You can just
checking,
spawn the
I'm
bunny, then
checking.
still roll.
Yeah.
You can
How
spawn
long
a
does the
bunny
bunny
and
last?
then roll to the chest.
Forever.
It's, like, yeah, forever. It doesn't go away.
Okay.
So can we
literally
technically
just
have
a buff.
bunnies
Summon
every
you.
single
Is
spot?
it possible to have
My
2 or 3
bunny.
bunnies at the same time?
You
Yeah.
can have multiple
Yeah.
bodies from everyone, but not 2 of your own.
Oh.
Yay! I got my own little bunny.
I want my bunny.
Do my bidding.
I'm jealous.
You guys summoned me with the power of piss. I mean friendship. Oh, that's fucking bad.
My friend.
What? Dude, silly. I could totally be your sugar daddy right now. Just donate like the rest of my keys. Imagine. Be like, at least
Let's
we're on
go.
equal terms then.
As in, you've been extorting them out of other people, so I don't know. Is that like blood
I
keys?
have done nothing.
Yeah.
I am innocent.
I'm sorry. This is switch.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? That's crazy. Dude, you're
I can't control that.
Wait, what happens? Isn't the present like
50-50
either
chance.
rocket or
There's a
something
there's a
bad?
there's a there's a
Nah,
thing
I
you
Do
take,
do
I
it,
take
now.
my
do it,
chances. I
do
take my
it.
chances.
$4
No!
bucks, $4 bucks.
It's not a 50-50 because if you succeed, you can also choose the next minigame. That's also a thing that you can do.
That's boring. Hold on, let's see. Who's closest to it? You, right, Step?
Yes, but I have like 9 keys because everything gets stolen.
Red Wing is closest with the 40 keys. Nobody else is close. Why do you go to me?
Wait, does
I'm
does this
so
one
far
do
away.
This? No,
Oh, Red
this
Wing,
one's
yeah.
dirt.
I think the closest
no,
one
you should
can
go
switch
there.
with Rava.
Huh? Huh?
For the closest to the other one.
No,
wait,
let's
it's behind
wait,
her.
wait,
No, she's in the
no.
full box. It's
Yeah.
not possible.
No, that's Slushy.
Wait, what?
Oh no, Rava I think it's like the same distance. Yeah, it's not too much different.
What? Not too much. I mean,
But
There's
why
just
would
a
I
buddy
want
there.
to
Why would
focus
you
on
go
the other
there?
one
Yeah, you
can just
when
replace
it's
Zeno,
literally
yeah.
right here? Are you stupid?
Oh,
or
fucking
Red Wing
sorry.
slash
God
Rava,
damn
if
it.
I roll a 6,
No,
they win.
fuck you.
They
You
roll a
swapped me
6.
out of a comfortable spot like last time. Fuck you.
Huh?
It'll be cool if you
Yeah,
landed
you
in Switch.
teleported me too there. Remember? When I was like right in front of there. That's how you got there in the first place. That's how you got there in the first place. And they're like, oh no, you should switch Rava. And I look over and it's like half the fucking map I
I'm
have to
gonna
cross. still.
steal your thing. No, oh.
Can you go
Just
one
Oh, you
forward?
never
Red
can
Wing?
switch it again.
Thank you. Fuck
Yeah,
you,
I
Flare.
mean, that
Oh
works.
my god. That's crazy.
Wait, does it mean I can get? Oh no, I can't.
You don't have enough, no.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna become a cactus
If
then.
I can't get it, neither can you. What the
If
fuck,
I
dude?
can get it, no one can.
Wow.
Crazy.
Eleven.
Literally
Oh my God,
every
this game.
single person apart from Silly has a goblet, and you guys are fucking yapping, man.
You don't either, Flair.
That's
Oh,
what I mean.
right in the
That's-
middle.
That's why, like, you're bullying me. It's bullshit.
It's not.
I'll give you a
It's
fucking
a
nod.
growth moment.
Artwood, get him.
I'll give
Get
you a
him.
growth moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll show you a growth moment. Don't worry.
Girth moment.
No,
Bro.
I don't agree,
I said it.
sadly.
Moment of emotional
Well.
growth.
I'll give you a
Personal
moment,
growth.
Moment of emotional growth. Nope, not ain't happening.
Oh.
No. Life is hard.
You can put it on
Just
yourself.
don't hit the
Give me
5.
something.
Don't hit the 5. Do not hit the 5.
Life is hard. You killed me. And it's like,
No
oh, life is
5.
hard.
No 5.
Life is hard.
You started it. You started this war.
I did
And now
nothing.
the Empire is going to burn
Well.
you
I hit you and nothing to anyone else, and everyone else just fucking targets me.
But it's funny.
I don't think it's funny.
You know, you're very targetable.
I
I'm
think it's a-
sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Making
have
it
you
choppy.
seen yourself?
Ah,
I don't
come
know.
on. Like,
Oh, I
Yeah,
still
I
get the
don't-
keys
I
inside
don't
the
like it
box.
either.
What? I thought I wouldn't get them because I'm in the box.
Well,
With a cactus. We're gonna get a cactus, brothers.
you can literally get to stay at home and you get paid for it as well. Boom. Don't even gonna move. Easy.
You
Let's
got
go.
this, silly. Go.
Silly, silly, silly. So just to clarify, if you are targeted a lot, or if you are losing like really hard, like you can lose the most keys, you like died the most, you can get an award for that. So you can still possibly edge over it. It's
And that's
Why
how
do
I
I
lost the
edge you so
last
much?
2 games.
Oh
There's a pink
god.
But
Buddy.
Now Rave was
There
safe
it
for
is.
Bunny.
Tron, here we go.
These are gonna be so hard with 8
Ah, it's
people.
basically Tron, yeah.
Like, this is... Oh god.
Yeah, it is really hard. You literally just aim.
alright, sorry. Blah, 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 blah.
Super, thank you for the
I'm
prime.
ready.
Appreciate it. Alright. Space.
Oh, I keep hitting space. Why is it? Computer. Oh, I see. My bad.
It's okay.
You were all
Dude, there's
found.
so
I
many
keep-
people. It's gonna be really hard
I
to
keep
keep track of
I
everything.
keep losing myself here. Oh, you
Wait,
cannot touch the
It's
light
like my
at
controls
all.
didn't do anything for a second. That was ridiculous.
I just fucking died
But
immediately.
there's a train.
That's it.
What the hell?
Instead.
It dies so fast.
That was fucking.
Like,
That's.
The
That
train
fucking
killed
sucked.
me. I didn't know there was a train. That's lame.
Oh. Oh,
Sad.
shit.
It was like at the exact same time.
Oh, there's
Wait,
more.
there's
okay.
multiple rounds?
Yes, not plus 3.
There's too many people on this. I killed myself.
There's too many people. Like,
What? Huh? Redwing went through me. What?
Yeah, that's what I had to at the end with you. I think it's
What the
latency
fuck?
from everyone else themselves.
No.
What the fuck? This
The
is so
control.
Yeah,
the
I-
terms
I
are so
went-
weird.
Hardwood went through me right there.
Flashy,
I almost got
flashy. Oh,
sorry.
how did that not work? What the fuck?
Hey, Redwing, good job.
Red way.
Well, that
Why do-
on my
why
end,
do
you
I-
just
why-
went through like 2 zigzags. It's awful.
Yeah,
My
I had
character-
the
my
same
character
thing.
looked like
I
it
saw
had,
the
like,
same
my
thing on
penis
screen-
sensors.
on my
Son of
screen.
a bitch.
Uh-huh.
It's
said,
not me.
think-
It's
think of all the-
Mr. Pumpkin. Hey, how have you been? I'm Mr. Pumpkin. I don't
Think
want
of all
to
the
die.
keys you can get, Red Wing.
Please don't make
That's not the line, I think.
That's a lot of
Please
keys.
don't make-
It's a lot of
Yeah,
keys.
There's a lot of keys.
I think it's a
I think
great
he deserves it.
self-reflection moment to like look
So,
deep
what
into
are you trying to
say?
ourselves and realize
Like-
we can be better than this. It doesn't have to be like.
Come on, change your mind, Red
I don't
Wing.
know, Red Figure did use
Red
the
Wing's
real
edging
gun on
us right
you.
now.
They used the
I
real
didn't do
gun.
the real
Huh?
gun. Wait. I didn't blow him up. That wasn't me. What? What the fuck? Okay. Hey, Redwing. I did give you that funny new thing on your avatar today. Yeah, thank fuck.
Damn, using right
Appreciate
thing,
you.
That's crazy.
I mean, I gave him a gift.
I'm
Fuck
kidding,
you.
I'm
Crazy.
kidding, I'm kidding.
Crazy.
Oh, he still makes
That's
it
amazing.
anyway.
What the
What are
fuck?
you guys worried about?
Sam, thank you for follow. Welcome.
Anyway, right, just this plan. This smokes my fat cigar. Anyway,
What?
I don't fucking know, man.
Hey,
I'm
but-
high. Alright.
Hiya, Beaven.
Ah.
Welcome.
Sam, thank you for the follow.
Welcome, Chaos
I
Demon.
do
Thank you for the
have
follow too.
these, but that would be
That's so
cruel.
sad if it goes so
Alright, wait.
silly.
Alright,
That'd be so
get over here.
sad.
Yeah, no.
Fine. I'm gonna isolate
Wow.
myself.
We have so many cactuses here. Cacti?
Are you
Cactuses.
fucking kidding?
Cacti.
Yay!
Dude, I've rolled like 13 ones or something. I never move anywhere. Like I can never get to a fucking chest. I just rolled nothing.
This goes nowhere either.
The player's about to
Yeah,
enter
I know a lot of
crisis mode
people.
soon.
I'm fucking crashing out, dude. Bullshit.
A whole lot of nothing.
This Slushy stealing the
Yeah,
fucking
no.
book.
when does the
Shotgun for
bargaining stage
Zeno.
start? Blair?
I think you should
that-
over me if you do it, because I'm lower. I think that misses.
Wait, where's Reva? Reva only has 4 keys? What the hell?
below
Everybody,
you.
everybody
Yeah.
4. Nobody has like
Uh,
keys. No,
yeah.
I like keys. This is so pointless.
Player's
These
keys.
are all pointless.
What? What?
Oh, I got the gun. Give me bunny, 3 bunnies, 3 bunnies.
No,
No,
you got slow.
I want 3 bunnies. 3 bunnies.
Hi, silly.
Bunny.
Hi.
Just wanted to have a bunny.
Are you gonna come cactus with me?
bunny.
Are we gonna prick at
Bunny.
each other?
Yeah.
Can we all be
It's like a
cactuses
row of
here
cactuses
together?
here. Yeah. look. This is
Where did
back
everyone
on.
go?
It's a desert. In the desert, the cheetah lives for 3 years, and the camel lives for 9.
Mwah.
In the desert? In the
You
desert?
just went inside of. Okay.
Mwah.
The cactus is so
Aw.
goofy.
Adorable.
It's really silly. The way it walks, like waggles like a penguin. Waggle, waggle.
Hmm.
You don't have enough keys. You need to like get keys.
I do need to get keys.
We totally need to get keys, bro.
There's one way to get those keys right now.
I got enough. You can have them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
She doesn't die from this. There you go, 3 keys.
Oh.
That was a paltry amount of keys. I'm sad.
Go to the
If you
buddy,
go
your
up, you
family. Go to your family.
No, I don't think she dies from that. The
Either
bunny
she
have to be
dies
on
or
the
it moves right past. Yeah.
Or you
Either
give
or.
keys
no.
to Xeno. That's also a possibility.
Yeah, I think Xeno
Yeah, I
just
guess
took
so.
I'd
those
rather
keys.
die than give keys to Xeno, like in the game. I'm sorry, Steph.
I'm so happy that you're on my side. Are you gonna suck the prickly dick from Snowy?
Damn, that's crazy.
I'm not sure if it takes items still. It might just cancel. Oh, it still does. Okay.
Oh, there.
Yeah,
there
because
goes.
that protects against damage, I think. Only.
I thought it
This
was like
is I
items
feel
in
like this
general
is
that
illegal.
protects.
Oh, another one joins the gang.
Now I can be cacti.
Do we have
Love and appreciate
anything
hearts.
nice? No.
You have a glove.
No,
Wow.
but if you use the thing, it would get rid of your cactus. I'm pretty sure.
Is
Yep,
it?
and you also can't reach anyone.
So I basically punch myself from the inside. Nice.
Well, I mean, it just gets rid of it because you're using something, and you can't use items in that. Bunny.
But Xeno, it's coming for you. Never
Yeah,
mind.
That would be
Okay.
really funny if the
It's going for
bunny gets
flare.
on one of those exclamation marks, like it also swaps the map. How much chaos would that be?
Oh, I'm gonna die. The bunny's coming for me.
For a second there, I thought you.
Oh,
Oh
what
my
the
god!
hell
What
is
the
this?
fuck? This looks like overcomplicated.
We have to dog fight.
I can
Oh,
roll left
boy.
and right, by the way, because I don't have a.
That's gonna be fun.
I don't know.
This
It's
is-
It
games
baffles
like
me
this
you don't
and
have
like
a fucking.
Dog fight,
Oh.
let's go.
no, like the 60% keyboards are sick, except for when you play games that require them.
Don't,
Okay,
don't they have
games
like a
should
function
require
key
a
thing? Or...
60 keyboard. Like, that's stupid. What's up? What the fuck? I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Move! I can't roll!
Holy shit! This is so hard to control. What the fuck?
Like, I
Attack from
can't
the sky!
roll.
Attack from the sky! Oh, this is a cool technique. No, I should not have said that. Fuck!
Sorry, Xeno.
They were just like.
What the
collide
hell's
midair.
happening? I can't do anything.
No! Stupid auto aim!
Wait, the auto aim is actually like goated, by the way. The auto aim.
Shit. Ugh. Fight your dog. No! I was killing Slushy. Meow, 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 meow. Well,
Oh. That could be
that was
longer.
cool. I like this game. This
Damn,
game is
it's
good.
three-way tie.
It's
Yeah.
not too
Yeah,
bad.
I
I
like
thought
that
it was
one too.
worse. I remember it being worse.
Come on, but oh. I thought my bunny was gonna do it.
I want to have another buddy on the map.
I have nothing.
You have a goblet.
Do you have a goblet? Yeah.
I do have a goblet, but no items, I mean. Yeah, this is also dangerous. If I roll too much, I get in front of the bunny.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about the bunnies.
What a shame.
We need more bunnies on the map. Everyone should have.
Yeah,
their
I want
own
to. I want
bunny.
to get the bunny.
I think
but
we need to
I got the.
recreate some bunnies then.
As in, you
Well,
gotta be
actually, that's a
careful. They
better
multiply
idea.
fast.
Uh-oh, Zeno. You might be in front of the bunny now. Wait. Wait.
Zeno?
Uh-oh.
Zeno?
No, I think it's fine.
Oh.
Oh,
is
oh,
fine,
wait, no,
okay.
wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 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 you die.
No, it's just
four.
slushy now.
It's 4,
just
you
slushy.
die. You
Where
die,
the fuck
Zeno,
do
by
I
the way,
go?
I think.
Yeah, it is what it is. I got no, I can't get anywhere from there. Like it was the only thing I could do. I could teleport to you, but I couldn't move. So I would be like 2 steps in front of the buddies.
Oh, you would die.
So I have to
You would
get
just die.
Here.
It could also go straight, but that's just hope it doesn't.
Nah,
So I could
it-
teleport Reva. And then... Or to Reva.
Go for it.
Okay.
You can also teleport to me.
Yeah, also to me,
Okay, tele-
please.
or
The
slushy.
bunny. Yeah, the bunny will kill you immediately.
You want a bunny to kill you, right?
What the fuck would I
That'd
want?
be
Are you
nice,
crazy?
right?
Why not?
Be fun.
You have no teleport.
I do have a railgun. Hmm. I don't
Literally,
think you'll
the
have
ri-
enough
Richest
anyway.
person in this game just bullying people. Crazy.
You gotta. I was gonna say you gotta kill me again. I got nothing, man.
I could. I definitely could. It would be pretty funny for me. I don't know. I want to kill something. What? But I only. Who do I have beef with? Yeah, fuck you in particular.
Again?
What? That is personal.
Fuck!
What
I
the
got
fuck?
killed 3 times already.
Wait, what if I use my laser gun now to kill Zeno again?
I'm not doing anything, man. What the fuck is this?
I'm sorry. It was just really
No, fuck
funny.
you.
Oh wait, she's like right next to a fucking super weapon.
It's so bullshit, man. I get
Hashtag
abused. Like
stop, doesn't
everything
it? You
gets
abused.
stolen. My body got stolen. I got killed 3 times already.
Oh my god, I'm
Thank
with
you
the
for the follow.
gang. Hey, what's up? Oh. Oh,
Did you
it's
follow?
not-
Is
wait, no.
fucking follow everyone at the same time?
That's
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well. It doesn't matter.
Normally I'd mute myself if I was like saying it into like about a follow, but I have no idea what like who they're currently watching, so it's like
That's so fucked up.
that's crazy. That was
Oh my
crazy.
god, there are a lot of kittens.
I'm
You
right in front of the
twice?
buddy.
I'm
Shit,
dead to the
Slushy.
bunny anyway, so it's a gamble.
Thank you.
I think the bunny goes towards the chest, no?
I don't know. It's
50-50
random, I
chance.
think.
I mean, I need the heal, so I'll just go for the heal.
Give it the
I
follow.
get one shots here.
Yeah, the bunny one shot you. Yeah.
12. Ooh.
No
but
matter
it's a
what, the bunny's
50-50,
insta
and
kill.
I can get a heal instead of losing keys, so I was like, yeah, let's get the heal.
I think
It's Star
City is
Wars.
safe. We also have
Pumpkin
also has the
strikes
cactus.
back. He is in front. That is true.
He is in first, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lip plop.
It's
Oh,
just
just
stuck
the
on his
buzzing
eyes.
sound. Like, that sounds horrendous. Just a little like wishing sound. I don't know, the spludginess.
Hi y'all. Archwood is
Ooh,
ignores me. What
present.
the
You gotta
fuck?
open it. You gotta open it.
Oh.
Has it been? Imagine throwing water.
No.
Is that payback?
It's actually, I just realized.
Instant
It's
payback.
literally payback. Like,
Wait, I think it was too. See, this is funny, but
I'm gonna die to the bunny, so it's pretty useless.
I mean,
to
there's
use
a
on
bunny
me.
right there.
I am not a chicken. He says.
Oh, I'm still gonna fry you up.
What the fuck? I never forget. That's so fucked up. This game truly brings out the best of us, doesn't it?
Okay. Shit. I have no items. I never have items.
Yes, you do. You have a
That
med
sucks
kit.
about it. Yeah, use the medkit at 30 health, Rayma. Come on.
Yeah, it is an item, so.
Yes.
Yeah,
Is it dead? Cannot bonk?
crazy.
Like, does it work?
No.
No, it's
But you
still
did lose the
No.
bow. Did you
You
did lose
just
the
lost
cactus
your
now.
cactus. Are you okay?
Wait, did I wash my...
Yep.
Are you sure it doesn't
Yeah, you
work?
used an item. Yeah, but you used it. No, it doesn't. He's dead.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
won't.
They're dead.
Oh, man.
They're
I just
dead.
want to
What's
test.
the
I just
fuck-
want to
what?
test.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
No, it doesn't work. I don't trust you guys.
Bro.
I told you
What?
it didn't work.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Nah, I
That's an
misclicked.
awful
I
lot of
misclicked.
sass for, like,
I
standing
actually
right next to two
misclicked.
people.
Bunny.
Well, I'm dead.
Come on, bunny.
What?
Come on, bunny. Come on, bunny.
It's gonna go to the middle. Like that's the AI, I think.
Come on, bunny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All 7.
There we go.
I was
She's
testing to
fucking
punch your
jacked.
corpse, okay? Don't worry about it.
Jackpot. Holy
What the
fucking
fuck,
moly.
SCP? Jesus!
Hey, minigame. Okay.
Ah, this one.
Oh boy.
Fucking
Yeah, what
stop
the jumping
punching!
one?
Are you
We-
okay,
we still
bro?
didn't have like the jumping one. That one is so fun.
Holy
Which
shit, thank
one?
you! Jesus
That's
That's
like
Christ, man.
chainsaws going
We'll
from
see
right to
later.
left. So you have to jump over or crouch below them, and at the end it goes really
Meow.
fast.
I gotta focus, man. But
And that's
thank
a
you.
lot of fun.
I still have that one. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. We had
Okay,
this one multiple times
so
already, but the other one
balls,
they
cannon
didn't.
balls. Do not
Yeah,
hit
dodgeball.
cannon
It's always
balls.
random. the
I
games.
love balls.
What if I want a ball in my face? Like, oh, scary. Oh, so the cannons appear. Oh, you got fucked right in the middle. Oh my god. I think the meta is staying
Yeah,
on the
same.
corner like this.
Oop.
I have a strat. Corner strat.
Oh,
Corner strat. Hey, Flare.
No, focusing. Fuck off.
Whoa! You're focusing. You're focusing.
Ow.
Oh shit! God damn it! Let me get J.
Oh, I didn't see. It was fast.
Yes.
Oh.
Did I win? I won.
Yeah.
I won. Let's go. Let's fucking
I
go.
did. So
Oh, that's
fast
why I'm
I'm
getting no
won
items.
one
You get
of these,
items for
bro.
winning.
yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't
Or
been
like
winning.
if you're in the top. There's no way I
Top
can
3.
get there.
Oh my god, all the
Darn.
keys
I
down
think
there.
it's just roll. I just think it's just roll to get there.
I don't know. I don't think I can reach.
Maybe.
Can I cancel? Map.
No, I don't
No, I don't think
I
that
wouldn't think
reaches.
so.
Wait, hold on. Let me check. No. Okay.
Bro is using measuring strats.
Anyway, have you heard about our Lord and Savior? Boomba! Boomba! There we go.
That was
You
anticlimactic.
can explode it. Just they got each other's keys. You got nothing there.
That doesn't
Oh,
matter.
wow.
Oh
Just want to
yeah.
blow them up.
It wasn't about the keys.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
It's
sending
like
a
the
message.
friendship make
Sending a
along the way.
message.
The friends I blow, huh?
Snappy, I love you.
No, fuck you.
Okay, sure.
No, in a bad
Yeah.
way.
That's a shit ton of keys
wait.
before the chest. What the
You
fuck?
don't,
Yeah, I'm scared.
are you fucking a bat? Wait, you just bad at sex, Snap? Is that it? It's okay.
Yes, very.
Oh shit.
can teach
Okay.
you.
I'm gonna do like the exact same, just like the starfish method that you hate.
Well, I mean, it's not a method. It's literally just laying there like a... Dude, what if
Yeah,
my
I'm gonna
fucking
do that.
exes... What if my fucking exes was like hinting or whatever at like me climbing in bed with her, and then I crawled in bed, and you know we fooled around, we cuddled around or whatever, and eventually one thing led to another. But like she was just like kind of laying there like a fucking
Damn.
starfish, like just lifeless. So like that was really fucking boring. And
The starfish method's only good if they're
Afterward-
dressed like Patrick. That'd be
They're
kind of
gonna
cool.
die from the bunny anyway. I think if I go here.
but the point is like they then had it against me that
All the
like
money.
the sex
Oh,
was
you're
bad,
dead.
and I was like, you didn't even
Yeah,
do
I'm dead.
anything. You were just laying there.
I love
That's
this
karma
people.
for hitting me.
Yeah, I know. I don't
Like I
care.
can never finish
got some
during
real
sex,
good.
like, and then they don't do anything. I'm like, yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah, dude, fucking hell, it's so obnoxious.
Hard,
man.
which you don't have enough.
Oh, 2 out of 2
Aw.
bad? That's crazy.
Yeah, even if you had it, you couldn't get it. You have 38.
Yeah,
I'm
it's-
gonna go
Oh,
get
I
a
didn't know-
sweatshirt.
I
I'm
don't know
getting
how that
some. I'll be
works.
right back.
Oh, I can't punch Hardwood either.
Okay.
Okay.
well, you're protected from Snowy's.
Sorry if it's my turn. I'm gonna try
vengeance
really
now.
hard to run fast.
Go, 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 go. Wait, what was you gonna do?
There you go. I'm just
She's
gonna put it
getting a
between
sweater.
your legs.
Oh.
If I jump, whoa.
Oh, she
Okay.
still has time. After this is
Put the
Slushy,
body
then
in the
it's
bag.
But did I get
What
blown up?
is?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
saved me
shit.
from the body. Thank you.
Well, you actually saved it from the bunny. That's. Wait, and you gave me the chest if I hit it. too.
Yeah.
You can't
You're
afford it.
welcome. Oh yeah, you
I
cannot
can't
buy it.
afford it.
Oh no, but no.
No, there's a lot of
So
keys,
She
though,
might be
maybe-
able to. She might be able to.
Maybe you can reach
I don't. You can't
Oh,
pick up your
no.
own. You can't
We're
pick
being
up your own
edged.
keys.
It's our own keys.
So sad.
Oh,
And I'm dead to bunny.
Oh, she's gonna get so many keys. Oh no, wait, it's the other way.
That's the opposite way.
Snowy, you fucked both me and yourself over.
And you saved.
Yeah.
You know what?
Thank
I'll take that.
you.
That's a good. That's a positive outcome. Like, I remember
Oh
when we
right, she
slept
was
together.
AFK. I was like, huh?
Like, I remember when we slept
Save me
together.
for my friends. Yeah.
Hey, I am being very generous,
Okay.
thoughtful, and sweet. Your turn.
You're so
Sylvia.
generous. You give me all the real guns.
I know. I'm sharing them with you. Isn't that awesome?
How kind.
You should be on your knees. Thank me right now.
They're both tags. Yeah.
Ugh.
wow. Crazy. I need someone to like stretch me out. Like my shoulder, my back is like.
360. 360.
I can stretch you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back. Oh.
Yeah, my back.
Oh. I mean both. It's fine. I can do both.
Okay. You gotta wear the socks. so
Wow. Okay.
But I wanted to be gay.
Wait, the
it's okay. Oh,
spawn
I
point
don't know if
thing.
I'm ready for that. Hinge, not much. Crazy.
It's your own tax, and
You're gonna blow.
Do you
Like
reach
Xenos
it?
is gonna blow me up later.
No, they don't reach it.
no, there's also a bunny right there, so there would be. I'm gonna blow
What's the
you
bunny
up
do?
later. Why would I blow you up? You
Huh? Uh oh.
Is the bunny bad?
Bunnies
It
are
needs to
bad.
kill
Don't,
you.
don't trust a bunny.
Shut.
It's the second time I'm petting the bunny.
Yeah!
Oh my God,
Full
Slushy,
seven.
there's so many. That
My-
looks
my
so
bunny
good to
hates
pass.
You. My bunny
Hi,
hates you.
Slushy. If someone passes by those keys, you think, holy shit.
Oh boy, here we
Oh,
go.
This
Okay.
one is.
Oh,
This one is so
sorry, we're just
difficult
getting more points.
because you
Oh,
lose
sorry.
track of your own character because it's so many people.
Damn.
That's the
We
problem
should-
with me with this one.
We should redo this,
Alright,
the collab,
good
but
luck.
with actual Mario Party.
Honestly, yeah. If someone has an
God.
emulator,
I
set up,
can't
would.
fucking see what I am. Okay,
I can't
this
see
is...
shit, by the way.
That's what I mean.
Guys, you gotta sort each
I
other.
can't see anything.
Left! Right! Up! Let's go! Teamwork, gotta teamwork.
I don't even know if I'm in still.
Left, up, left, down, left.
Middle, up,
You're not-
Right,
bottom left.
Okay.
right.
Can't hurt
Billy,
when you're
you and
dead.
I
Right,
died
right,
away.
left, left. Oh god, I don't think I was fast
Oh
enough.
no, fuck.
I'm not good at games.
Me neither.
We're all like literally professional gamers and we suck.
Dude, I'm fucking stoned.
Huh?
I have an
See, Chad, you can be
Can everyone go
everything in life.
through?
If we, as professional gamers,
Yeah.
fucking
Slushy
suck
is
ass.
a-
locked in right now.
All I hear
Slushy's
is sucking
locked
ass.
in.
Locked in the grave.
Yeah,
Fine.
the one issue I have with this game is usually the way the mini games end is they just get too fast for their own mechanics to keep up.
That's why I like
Yeah.
the chainsaw one.
Is that a bunny right there? Or is the bunny
I
gonna
want another
summon
bunny.
another bunny?
But it goes the other way. Like I want the bunny.
Oh,
Oh shit, is it gonna kill
Let's
us?
see. What do I do, Snowy? Do I put an eggplant up? Do I suck him? Do I?
You can suck them.
Suck me, suck me, suck me.
Yes.
I mean,
do I
what?
get the most stuff out of sucking?
I said,
Yeah.
no, you don't be so desperate. Chill.
Like profit
I'd
for
be
you
like,
is most
yeah,
of sucking.
maybe
You
you,
have to
you gotta
be
be
so
like, no,
desperate.
Okay,
you gotta be
then
like,
we
don't
suck.
suck
Then we
me.
suck.
Do not
Please, it's
suck
been
me.
so long. Oh,
What do you mean it's been so long?
you sucked
oh,
the
wait,
suck
no.
out of him.
I
Nice.
sucked the suck.
69, I
That's
guess.
crazy.
Where even am I?
She gonna
Oh my
die
god,
again.
Slushy!
Hey, I'm next to the bunny again.
Right in front of the body
So many
again.
keys, I wanna roll
It's
so
the
badly.
third time getting killed by my bunny. Yeah.
Just in case. Will you actually make it? Make it? Yeah, let's go. Oh wait, you don't have anything. Sad.
Yeah, no, I don't have enough keys.
Xeno,
So.
Xeno.
Wow, wow. Pepe. Lizard.
So many fucking keys there, Jesus Christ.
It's gonna be a lot more.
Lizard. Oh my god.
Man, I'm dead.
Crazy.
You still barely lost any keys. You still have over 100.
I had 30 above that. What the fuck are you on about?
Yeah, 30 is where you have 100 is not a lot.
Yeah, but it's way more than if you have fucking teen and you lose like 3 of them. Literally 10 times that amount. So, fuck you.
I mean, if you go there, it's right in front of you. If you have a thing, I'm gonna give you that weapon. I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, Julie, can you shut the fuck up on the ad?
I'm sorry. I don't know how to turn it
You're
off. I
so
turned off all the
trouble.
other ones, but I don't know how to turn off that one.
That's fine, I don't care.
Let's go! Holy
Did you
shit.
grab just about enough? That is
Jeez.
I
ridiculous.
got exactly 40.
Oh, what the fuck?
Uh-oh.
You won't be able to
There's
get
no
there.
way you can get enough keys, right?
There's enough keys there, I
let's
think.
see.
There's
I mean,
just
Flare already
about
has
enough keys.
enough.
I think Flar's gonna get. Wait,
If
can
you,
you get
if
him? No,
you
you
just... Yeah, I fucking knew you had a fucking magnet. I was not gonna give you the weapon. It would have been
What am I gonna
stolen
do?
again.
Gonna suck me off too? God damn it! This I'm like in the corners being sucked.
They have 4 keys.
Twice in a row,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you barely had anything left. That was crazy.
Yay!
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Yeah, finally. It's gonna be a long time to get the chest.
Boom. Boom.
Darkfires, thank you for the follow. Wow, wow,
Have you guys seen that cat that goes boom? That's so cute. Yeah, boom.
You mean like
Boom.
all of them? Oh, I'm dead.
What? No, it goes boom.
Probably. Wait, why am I? Oh, there's.
They're
Those are your
yours, they're
keys.
yours.
Yeah.
I have
I
nothing.
think I fixed
That's
it.
cool.
I don't think it'll happen
you-
again.
No, you're fine, sweetheart. We were just poking fun. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
It does
no,
get
does it
annoying
count?
though, and I
Okay.
Now Slushy's gonna die from
It's
the
okay,
thing again.
sweetheart. Don't
Oh
worry.
no, it's fine. You're fine. I was joking, by the way. Leave it. It's
I
okay.
predict Snappy will win. I don't think so. Like, there is also like extra keys after the game. So even if I get like first to 3, it doesn't matter.
I don't know if you know, but I also have the ads thing.
Fun.
That's safe actually.
You know
I
what?
think you also
Oh,
get
I can't. Sad.
yeah, you also get property.
Property.
Hey
is
Flair, apparently some retailer leaked the GameCube prices.
not $1,000, yeah.
What? Since when do I care about? What? No, silly. What the fuck?
Is it also the Steam frame price? Because that's the one I'm interested in.
That's probably gonna be around the same.
that's
yeah.
what
Now the
The
Steam
GameCube.
frame was already confirmed to be below 1,000, but they can be like, oh, it's 999.
No,
I
but
ne-
here's
I
the thing.
never
Here's the thing. When they
expressed-
say
I-
that, they're
I
talking
never-
in American prices, and it never has tax included.
Okay, can I say something?
Yep.
Yes, you may.
I have never expressed that I cared about the GameCube as a wolf. I don't know where this is coming from. I even actively said on stream that I think it's rather pointless because it's again like one of the console stuff, you know.
It's not anymore. You know why?
retailer for specific brands.
You know why it's not pointless anymore? Because of the RAM prices this year.
If you want
It's
to
got-
buy it, go
Yay!
for it. I just think it's a
It's almost
pointless expense
impossible
if
to
you
get
already
like
have a computer.
It's like almost like fuck. It's like double
Snowy.
what people are supposed to upgrade.
I don't
It's so
care.
crazy. I care
Like,
because
I
my
don't
PC is
care about
breaking.
that,
I'm
like,
sad.
Well, I get what I guess, but like I never expressed any interest in that, you know? Oh fuck, this one sucks. You have to get the ingredients that it shows, and then
It
bring it to
doesn't
the
have to
pot.
be in order.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta collect them by order, like 1-1, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
just like if it shows like onions, you gotta get onions. If it shows carrots or bananas, you gotta get that.
Yeah, but there's two, so
You
you
have
gotta
to
get like
carry
one of
a-
each, right?
Yeah, you have to one of each, and when you get both, you get to the pot, and you don't have to do it in order.
Okay,
Wait, you can
okay,
hold,
okay, get it.
hold two things at once?
You have to hold everything it shows in the middle. You have to hold everything at once before you go to the pot.
That's an awful combination.
Ew.
God damn it! There's still all the carrots.
How do I put it in?
You just walk
Like
against
She
it.
said.
Oh.
How do I put it in? Like what?
You
Wait,
just
we gotta
grab
put
it and then
we gotta
walk
put
in.
more?
I,
thought that was
can't
done.
put it in.
If you can't put it in, you have the wrong ingredients.
No, I have the correct ingredients. I took a watermelon and a carrot. What?
Then you just walk against it.
Oh fuck.
I
Okay.
walked against it, didn't work.
Oh wait, I don't remember what it said.
That. I forgot the last
I
one.
don't know which one I got.
Oh, I was doing something wrong. You have to
Banana,
press space.
maybe?
Nobody told me. Girl.
There you go. I don't
thought
know
you
if
had
you're gonna do it
to
again or not. but I don't
press
think
left
so.
click to grab it, so I didn't know how to play the game. That sucks.
Oh, it goes wah when you.
I didn't remember what it was.
You can just spam
I
space
forgot
bar
to-
basically.
I thought that
I
you
didn't
would,
know.
but it was
I thought
wrong.
you had to click left click.
What the f? A penis plant and some pears.
Oh my god.
You guys stole all the fucking pears. Just gone. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? I got the right one.
I'm so slow. I can't get anything.
No, the pear. No. The
Ow.
pears.
Ow!
What the fuck?
I
lost
forgot
the
the
last
last
one.
Oh my
one.
God.
I hate that.
There were.
How am I
pairs, and there was
second?
another
The
one, but
first
I
and
forgot
second
which
round, I
one.
didn't do anything. What? How is that possible?
I didn't do anything the second round, the third one either. I did some stuff the first round.
First and second, I didn't even know I needed to press space to grab something. I was just left clicking. And
That's
doing
gonna be
nothing.
one funky stew. Yep. This game had cheese and the game element. Of course, I was gonna win.
Ooh, my
Who
left
could
hand
have
is
guessed
dying.
it? Red...
Oh, another bunny, third
no!
one.
Funny.
Oh,
Oh.
y'all are red.
I mean,
bunny on the
realistically, it
board.
doesn't
Oh.
matter. Like, I'm the only one who died to the bunny 3 times, so like, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Dude,
uh,
Snowy and
the
Red
thing
Wing
is,
are gonna
Fluffy, you
have a
died
field
only
day
to
around
my
this
bunny.
game.
No, I didn't.
Yeah?
A
one of them I
singular
did.
bunny. No, it was
Is that your
the
field?
3 bunnies. It was just mine each time.
No. The
Yeah.
first
The map
one
just kept
was the other
reversing.
person.
I'm gonna sleep, but I'm gonna fall asleep. there.
Flares. Flares also.
Oh.
Yeah,
Are
the
you
first
else
one was
have a bunny?
Flares. The second
Oh,
and
sorry.
third
Are
Oh,
you gonna
okay.
leave it?
Yeah, I have a bit
Wait.
of a headache, so I think I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna get out of here.
How dare you.
Oh,
Alright.
sorry, sweetheart.
That's fair.
Yeah.
We got
Very
better.
cool playing with you.
Feel better.
Good
I hope you
night.
feel
Thank you for
good
playing
night.
with me.
Yeah.
Bye,
Yeah,
Sully.
Claire, I don't want to get killed by the bunny. Actually,
Bye.
never mind.
Wait, you could
Everybody's
technically
in kill
suck
range.
all these
The fuck is
things.
this?
Yes,
Keys.
everyone is.
1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody's in kill range. This is stupid.
Can't wait for the
but if
bottom window.
if I roll the dice, I get killed as well. I don't want to roll.
I
the
mean, if you
dice.
teleport, then you don't roll anymore. So you can get right behind the bunny with like I think Snowy and Redwing. Yeah, if you
No,
get there,
this-
you
this
don't
get
have
killed.
you
This
don't.
is kill. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, but it goes the other way. It goes towards
Ow.
Flare. Look at the
No,
arrows.
look, there's another one. There's another.
Oh wait, that one, yeah. No, then it's kill. Then everything is kill, yeah.
Like everything is kill. And if I
Yeah,
roll the
there's no
dice,
safe
I
spots.
die as well. No matter what, I die. So Zeno, you are the chosen one.
There's no safe spots there.
Yes, there is. The bunny doesn't go this way.
Just flip the switch real quick.
Love to chat again. Hey, hi. Oh, wow, wow.
I mean, that's good. I'm fine with that. Like,
Yeah.
it means we don't
too.
die.
Crazy.
Hey, Skizar. Hi, hi. Alright. Gua.
Harold is just this
Oh my
like really
goodness.
quiet,
It's
cute
my
menace.
turn. What?
It is your turn.
Oh.
Uh-oh, your cactus.
You might hit both. I'm not sure if you can with a shotgun.
A
Maybe.
little bit more to red.
A shotgun you can, yeah.
I think that's good.
Oh no, you
Okay,
missed.
Oh.
just know it is.
You just fucked me up.
No,
Okay.
Well,
I wanted to go
I mean, you
further.
survived from the bunny, actually. So that's good.
Oh, everyone's awake? It's great. It's been awesome. Bunny,
Been
bunny,
fucking
bunny,
shoveling
bunny, in a cactus
snow
suit.
the
Bunny,
whole
bunny,
week,
bunny, bunny,
man.
bunny in a cactus suit.
Who had the third bunny, by the way?
Ecstasy,
Spawn it
what?
in. Whoever had it.
All the keys are
Where do I
mine!
go, bunny?
Access, but
Yes!
You can't use
The
it
Red
yet.
Wing.
Fuck!
What?
You're safe.
What the fuck?
You're safe from the
Nah,
bomb. You're right
man.
on top of them.
Well.
We're not
well.
safe from flare.
It isn't.
You're not safe from flare.
snowy.
And well, you actually die then as well.
Yep, you will.
No,
I
kill,
don't care.
kill Snowy, kill.
I like it, like,
I'm
yo,
making sure
we
that
always
like,
die. Yep,
they have
we
a
will.
disadvantage, so that there's a higher possibility that they don't get the goblet. Yeah. One.
You guys are playing it to try
You're so
hard.
far away.
Plus it's still weak.
One,
Talon
two,
won this,
three,
sadly.
4, 5 with item or.
We got so
one,
much
two,
If you
snow
go
here.
right, you
four.
can kill Snowy.
We have
with
so
the
much
flipping
snow, bro.
switch.
You
Yeah,
have
you
no
can-
idea. I've been shoveling non-stop, and I think it's minus 11. It's like I don't think it's gonna go out in a like
I want
for a
item.
Yeah,
while.
it is.
I want to wash
the
my
item.
car because it's all fucked,
Also, I'm
but I
staying away
can't
from
because
you
it's
guys.
minus whatever.
You should 100%.
I gotta wait for the
open
positive
present.
degree days, man.
Don't be,
Yeah.
don't be scared.
I am
If
going
me
to
and
do.
Heartwood got the bad one, you definitely
Ah,
get the
they
good
still
one.
die.
Wait, if you
But
didn't
I can't
land
see
in
the
the
zero.
meter.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
That would have been really
King
funny.
Clover.
That would have been really
Not on the
funny.
map. Like,
Oh no, no, no.
Oh,
Yeah!
Ooh, okay.
I love that bunny. I love that bunny.
That's my girl.
I fucking love that bunny. That's my bunny.
what the
boy, it's
hell
this
is
one.
this,
Oh, it's
dude?
the
It's
elastic
basically the same as the
thing.
tower thing. Good luck.
Yeah,
What
you
do you
just have to
This
get
is-
most in
Does
the
this you?
middle.
Does this you?
Like, in
This is
the
like
middle,
very
so you
dangerous,
could
by the
try
way.
it
Don't
in
do
the
this
middle.
IRL.
But it's just like really dangerous, yeah. Like,
It is?
Yeah, if you do this
that
IRL,
would've
it's kind of
exploded in
dangerous.
my eyes.
No, what you
like-
gotta do is you just need to do it with your thighs.
Just imagine it's your penis, and then you can. Oh shit. Oh, they changed speeds, man. This is so unfair.
This is really unfair. I agree.
Fuck.
What the fuck is that speed?
The black one is super fast. Or does the color not matter? I think the color matters. No, never mind. My watermelon is pulsing. Oh, fuck. I'm-
Someone
I
please
was
clip that.
throbbing.
My watermelon is pulsing. What the hell?
It was
What's that
throbbing.
mean?
Oh, my
what
watermelon.
does that mean?
My
throbbing.
watermelon is
Throbbing watermelon.
throbbing. Oh,
Whoa.
That's what you want to call it, I guess.
I mean, that's actually true though with the elastic
I guess
bands.
Snappy has the
Low-key.
fattest thighs of all.
Snappy does have fat thighs.
Look, I'm gonna be competing. I'm competing fairly soon. Don't worry.
Can I lay in your thighs, Snappy?
I'm a visual learner,
You may.
by the way. Can I?
There
What
you
does
go.
that mean?
No, what?
You
Jesus,
learn.
bro. Wait, what did I do to you? I'm sad.
Why do you guys all want my keys, man?
Oh, yeah, I can get flare skis
What
now.
the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah, yeah. That's good. Actually, helped me.
Oh, and it switches.
Never
You don't
mind.
get any
Fuck you.
keys.
God damn it.
See, Raven, now you can get the keys.
I hate
Yeah,
this
Let's
game.
see. I think I'm gonna
I'm
use the
s- I'm
cactus
slow-
if anything happens.
I'm slowly gaining on you on the leg machines as well, so you know, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How far did you get?
I was able to do 61 kg like in and out. I'm actually like
both
equalized.
You
it.
ways.
also got a cactus.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm currently at 70 with that.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, like I was doing 65 last time and I was not struggling with the
Yay,
third set.
cactus buddies.
And it only goes up with like 5 kilos. So yeah, next
But
time
the
would
thing
be
is,
God,
it's
70.
monkeys.
It's technically going up in 2.5 per leg more so
That's
than
awesome.
5 kg.
Yeah, true.
That's why it does it. Mine goes up in like increments of like 6 and something though. It's weird.
Yeah, for me,
You can't do
70 on those.
65. It's like 61
Oh,
and then it goes to
shit.
70.
Sorry, I was closing my door real quick. Okay.
Yeah, for leg press wise, I have to go to like 120 next time. Let's see how that goes because 110
Surely.
was no
Bro,
problem.
3 out of 3 is bad?
Ah.
That's insane, actually.
That's
What,
unfortunate.
is it? Are you sure it's a 50-50?
I should be. Yeah.
Hey, dude,
It
what's
should
your
be
favorite
50,
furry
yeah.
species?
Yeah, that's not
Avatars,
50-50.
right now it's the Viewey.
Scrungle zoo, scrungle
That's
zoo.
still- you
I
can
still
still
don't
get
have
the keys.
anything, so gonna fucking.
Yeah, there's a lot of keep
And
my
it-
keys there, so.
Oh!
Go from
100
24.
Oh, now
Oh,
you got a
yeah.
man. It's 40. It's
40.
40.
Oh, okay, no, wait.
Oh,
no, that's
you're
good,
safe
lucky
with
right?
the
as well.
bunny.
Yeah.
That's good,
You're
right?
safe.
Yeah, oh.
Yeah, you're lucky as. Yeah, you're very lucky.
Oh no, I don't think my head can take 120 kilos. It's on leg press. It's not on the adduction or abduction. But still,
I could.
Yeah?
yeah. I mean,
I
I could do with the machine that like you have to use your thighs to like move it outwards and inward. I got
Yeah.
70s for 35 each leg.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I'm up to
Kind of a
61
lot, those
kg of
machines
crush
fucking
strength
suck.
now. I don't know how much strength it takes to crush a human skull, but
Bunny.
I feel like 61 kg is getting there.
I think like
Bunny,
70 kilo
bunny.
can do it.
Let's go.
You should
Yeah.
try. You should try.
Let's see. I'm gonna Google it.
Wait, how
Maybe
much
you put on
kilogram
the-
you need to crush a watermelon?
You're gonna be put on a list.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say watermelon
I
then.
need someone to read this. Hi, hello, yes. Well, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
I need someone. Yeah. You got it
Okay,
for it?
we're reading.
Fine
We're reading.
and right,
We're reading, we're reading.
130 kilograms to start
I'm
fracturing.
reading. By the sun and the moon, by the time that is gone, I summon to me a bunny named Bon. Wait a minute, it's red. That's not Bon. That's coffee. You summons
It's
coffee
a demon
instead.
bunny.
Oh man. You dipped him in ketchup. Oh, okay.
Yeah, totally catch up. Don't worry.
Wow. Oh well. I'm just never gonna get to like a single chest, man.
You
I
need
think
to
we're gonna stay here until the
120
morning,
kilos for a
I'm not gonna lie.
watermelon.
Wait, 120 kg for a watermelon?
That's
Dude,
what it
there's 4
says.
switches in 8
Okay, the
turns. How's
machines
that
don't
possible?
even do that. That's insane.
But you can cross your
How's that
legs
force
and like
feeding?
use it as a lever, so.
True,
don't know.
but it's I mean, it's just, yeah, you're supposed to, there's a lot
Yeah,
more
not
leg
this
in it as
time,
well
not
than
the
just the
4th
squeeze.
time.
Goodbye.
Die, you
Still,
fucking bunny. You deserve
Damn.
revat.
damn.
I feel like if
You
you
also have
reach
to
the force
think
to
that like
crush.
thighs are
is-
squishy. I think that's gonna be harder.
Here we go. Oh
What
fuck!
the-
I
What
hate
the
this one.
fuck
What
is this?
dude?
Roll
This is-
around.
this is
and-
just- This is just kill steal the game.
That's-
Motor
It's
murder.
so-
Little
Okay.
vehicle.
Are you just gonna spawn like this? This is awful.
What the hell? What the fuck? Well, how am I supposed to play this game?
Like reload or something? Oh god. Whoa!
No, but how? Like, people have bigger guns. Like,
Big
Come
you
on.
grab
Gotta
them.
grow up and be bigger.
but I can't shoot
Alright,
like, all the time either. This is so weird.
No, you have like a yeah.
Can we get back here? Thank you.
Flare,
It's so
what
mean,
the
me.
hell?
It's so
Yeah,
mean to me.
of course I just spawned right next to you when you picked that up. It's so bullshit.
Oh, shit. Where am I? This sucks.
This actually sucks. This game is. Oh my god.
Yo, I killed one.
Yeah, this one is not fun. This one I say this is kill steal the
Spam
game.
hardwood.
Gotta
just kill
kill
someone that
steal.
someone else made.
You kill steal.
Get slushy. Low.
No, no, oh my god.
Sad. I missed everything on that way.
Oh, I missed. Fuck.
Too far to the left.
Oh my god. I just kill sealed everybody in that corner. Why is I?
Get flare!
Hey, what the fuck did I do?
Leave me alone, Slushy. No.
Alright, let me get you. Let me get you, baby.
No.
I'm dancing with Ray.
Yes!
Oh,
I think I got it. I think I got it.
I love you, baby.
Love you too.
You just spawned on the power up, Snowy. That's
Oh yeah, hell yeah! Fuck you! Come here, you stupid butt.
Just as I got the first power up. Oh my god.
I'm that good. That was a skill.
gay? Hi, Irons.
It's nice to know
Why
I
is like
did
the
as well as
gayest
the
straight
bot.
person ever?
Who?
Warren's is like the
Kevin,
gayest
hi.
straight person. Oh my god, it's Kevin!
Yeah, quote unquote. Straight,
Kevin.
quote unquote. Hi,
He likes
Kevin.
men in VR too much. But in straight.
No.
True.
Can I do something?
His last order
Not
was,
really.
come.
If I roll
and
bad,
they
Bunny's
came,
right in front
all
of
of
me.
them.
I like
so
how the
might
one
try.
time that you cannot target me, you're like, there's nothing I could do.
I mean, I can't even reach you if I could, so it doesn't matter.
It's just funny to me that you don't even consider doing to other
Give me
people.
my
That's my
texts.
point.
I'm
You started
considering,
to
I'm
with
considering
the earlier
because
time? Wait, what do you mean, Kevin?
we started
Jeez,
same
that's
time as
so
always.
Oh,
far.
8.
Oh, I have the rocket. Never mind.
Didn't start
Okay,
early,
like
you
that.
late.
Oh yeah, hey, you got it. Nice, good job.
Yay.
If you had like
Oh,
80
oh
or
my god. Oh,
something.
that's.
like a
Wait,
magic-
that's actually really good because I don't die to the bunny again. Like for the 4th time.
You're gonna get an
honestly,
award for that.
yeah. Wait,
Unless somebody switches the
Oh,
like
right.
the order of the.
So, yeah. So sorry. I posted that message there because we had 8 people invited, right? But in the off chance that someone wasn't going to be like able to continue, like Silly that just left, or if someone didn't show up, because that happens, we could have had a fill-in. Like that's why I sent those messages there. Yeah. Anyway. What do I do? Wait. Oh, but it's the wrong way. Oh man.
Correct way.
No. Sad.
At least no tags.
Oh yeah, I can open it. Never mind, I'm stupid.
Yay! See, Flare's first now. See, it's all paying off at the end of the day.
It's rigged.
I'm just a cactus, bro. Like, what the fuck? what are you on about?
Yeah.
Don't worry about the cactus.
Yeah, it's fine.
Talking
Wait, are you
cactus can
tripping?
hurt you.
Are you
Yeah,
tripping?
true.
I'm just a fucking cactus. What the fuck?
Oh
Hello?
shit. Yeah.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Did you
Will you-
did you take those shrooms? Did you drink the
I think-
funny cactus water? Soka?
You are safe from the bunny.
Yes. Oh.
Crazy.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Well done, Snowy. Good job.
Yay.
Yay.
Good job. Well done.
Yay.
Let's go,
Good
job. Well
Snowy
done.
VR. Let's go.
Well done. My fellow Americans, I'm here to congratulate Snowy VR.
Quenchiest? What?
I'm gonna get goblet. Very well done, sir. Very well done. With some metal on you.
No, Pog.
Does that
I
mean the
would,
rest of my
say,
life going
puppies.
116 kilometers per hour on a highway to arrive? Time in a vein? Is it what?
160. 160 is pretty
Kevin,
slow.
excuse me? Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, it depends on the quality of the roads, you know, because if like it's inconsistent.
Okay,
or
yeah.
something,
No,
gotta be
but
careful.
on the
you know?
highway.
But they're Mexico.
Oh,
in
okay.
his own words.
Ah, okay.
In his own words, it's not exactly the most polished one, you know.
Damn, Red Wing also doesn't like. I can't have anything, man. Red Wing also steals my spell. Towards the gun.
You wouldn't fuck a cactus, would you?
I mean, if it was you.
So the
Sounds
inside would be
kinda
pretty
hot.
nice.
Depends
I said
which
you
kind
to
of
friends.
What?
I'm kidding.
Everyone kept killing me.
Excuse
They're not friends.
Excuse me? No,
It's sticky
I am
and
your
pricky.
friend. I love you.
Oh, you're a cactus.
Oh, right. Never mind. I'm a cactus. My bad. And then when the cactus figure appears, it's like, it's me, Mr. Pumpkin. Oh,
No, your thing.
Oh no.
Is that gonna get both of you?
Cactus.
No,
Wait, you
It
might
doesn't.
get both. No, okay. Is that up like?
it doesn't.
Is
It
it
doesn't
maybe?
hit
I
both.
don't know. I have no clue.
That's a shitty railgun, then. What the fuck? What do
Only
you
one way
mean?
to find out.
That's so stupid to do that like one tile away from you. It's stupid.
Nuke the bot, yeah, fuck
Come
you.
on, hit Xeno 2. Hit Xeno 2.
Fuck you,
But
Clanker!
how does it not kill Xeno? It's going inside of Xeno. Like, what?
Just looking at it, it's a laser. Like a little, laser on the floor. Like something.
Yeah,
It's
Cats,
just
just
light,
look at the
you're
laser.
scared of light.
Meow. Meow meow.
Oh my god, is that bot 7? Are we
Bot
now
7,
all just
no
gonna?
way.
Are we now just all gonna bully this fucking Clank?
Whoa.
I figured that out with.
The bunny
You
goes
fought-
towards the chest, so if you go to the right, it doesn't go to you, I'm pretty sure. Because it went to the
Yeah, but
left
then you-
last time.
You also can't get in the chest.
No, you can, because you go towards the chest regardless. It's on the top.
I think
Oh
the
yeah,
bunny always
force
goes
step.
to the shortest distance to the next chest.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
so.
Either
So this
shortest
would
is
be...
the next chest or shortest player.
The sea slur.
That could also be
Whoa.
it.
Oh.
There's,
It's out for
that's
blood.
lame if it is. That's lame if it really is. Oh, the bot
bot?
won. The bot gets you.
What the fuck, dude? What the hell? Even the bots are bullying me.
Just
What the fuck?
removed your
Oh, the bot's
your
dead,
cactus.
though, 'cause of the
Decactus
bunny.
you.
Oh, the bot saves me. Otherwise, I would get hit by the bunny.
Wait, sorry, my bad. I mean,
Red
it's
wing,
me,
red- oh,
Mr.
oh.
Pumpkin. That would have been really funny.
Mr.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it goes to the shortest
Oh.
player.
What?
Oh my- oh,
That's
yeah,
so
mm.
stupid.
Oh yeah,
Bunny.
baby.
Oh, thank you,
Yummy,
bunny.
yummy.
Thank you, bunny. My
Thank
bunny's
you,
been so
bunny.
good. It's such a good
Who's a
bunny.
good boy? Goodbye, bot.
It's like 3 bunnies. Can we get
Thank
a 4th
you.
one?
The bunny gave me
Am I
keys.
still gonna be able to play? Have I played yet?
Yeah, you already did.
How long is this about?
You already played.
Oh my god, okay.
What the
Oh,
hell?
yeah,
is
of course I
this?
got it.
I like the
Right.
race across
Shit.
and collect the coins at the other side.
This one is really stupid. You do not see which one you're selecting, so you have to just hold like the direction, then press enter. Press space.
Wait. Hold the direction and then lock in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a
going
glitchy
for the
game.
one with the
Like-
most keys. I do not care if the bridge falls.
Okay, so
I'm
we
going
just
for the
have
one
to...
with the most keys.
Oh, you're doing that same then.
gotcha.
Fuck it.
If the bridge falls, I don't care. Good luck. I'm going for the most keys. Good luck, y'all. Good luck. Come with me. Fall.
Oh,
I'm
you
going
don't.
for
You
the
really
left.
don't.
I'm going for the left.
You really don't fucking see.
I'm going for the left. I do not care. I'm going for the left. We fall
Yeah, you
together.
don't see, so you have to kind of like hold the direction. I hope it's correct. Alright,
Like I said, I don't care. I'm
The
going
bot
for the one.
won.
If you, I'm doing
The
it
bot
again.
is
I'm doing it
winning.
again. If you want to die, then come with me.
The bot is cheating. There's no way around it.
I'm going for the top. I'm going for the top. If you come with me, we die. Let's go.
Right,
Fuck,
I
this
swear
is
to God, if you put the same one again.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
Why did everyone go for
Jet.
the bot with a one?
Manipulation. Manipulation war. Oh, that's so funny. I'm gonna keep going for the most. I don't care really. This is so funny.
If you want money, don't go down.
I told
Oh,
you
yeah,
we're gonna
yeah.
die together. I'm gonna keep going for the most keys.
Go for it.
How do you have 5?
Like I said, I'm
Then
going
She
for the
got
gold.
to the.
I'm going for
She
the
got to the gold
gold.
once.
Don't go to the
I'm also
gold,
going for the
guys.
gold.
I don't recommend it.
I'm also going.
Everyone is gonna go to the bigger
Yeah, I'm
one.
also going.
I told you if you don't.
Yeah, but I did this so you don't win.
Oh my god, I won! I got an achievement.
Because yeah, I wasn't one off. This was
Crazy.
the only way for you to win.
So happy.
It's really. I do find it weird though that winning the games gives you the items when I feel like it should give items to people that lose the games. I feel like that would be
Yeah,
better
so
balance.
yeah. This is so funny. Now that minigame is so funny for no reason. I don't know why.
Like giving coins.
I
as
didn't
a
have
winner,
enough keys
sure.
anyway, so that's actually good
Careful,
for me. Thank you.
careful.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
I didn't
Oh,
have
this
enough
is
keys.
scary.
I don't
Well,
really
it
care.
is.
Jesus.
But it does give Snowy enough keys, I think. No, they're missing one.
No, it doesn't. They're missing one, so it's pretty
They're
useless.
missing. Doesn't
Ah,
matter.
And
fuck,
they
I
don't
didn't
even get
even
to
reach that. God damn it.
By any chance,
I
do you have
love
a
this game.
shotgun?
I want something. Are you proud of me, Wyrens?
You could have used
The
the
order
Ekblad on
being
3 people
based
over
on
there,
it,
as you know.
The minigame
Yeah, but there's no
something the Mario
profit.
Party games should
No
do.
profit. It's fun.
Wait, what?
That's
I-
the
but
profit.
I get nothing from
Turn
it.
order being based on the minigame? but that's on by default, isn't it?
Snowy, you just gave
It
me
is.
enough keys to get the thing. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that.
Wow.
That's
okay,
also
you're
the end of
welcome.
the
Once
game.
and for all. If
That
I
was my
hit,
plan.
hit,
Thrown
hit
off,
a 4.
Oh, there we
Hey!
go.
What the fuck?
Let's go!
Slushy one. Good job.
No, we don't
It's
know
not
yet.
over. There's the special things. There's the special ones. It's not over.
You got killed by
Yeah,
the bunny like a
that's
million.
Oh!
Yeah, one last bunny.
Yippee! Cups full of cheese.
Does the game just end when you hit 3?
Yep.
Or...
That's
Yeah,
the
it does.
end goal.
Wait,
Yeah, I think it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Have I killed everyone? Has my bunny gotten everybody?
I
Oh,
think
here.
so.
Not
together.
everyone. I
You
still
didn't
I
get
still
the
didn't
bot.
die
Oh,
by
no,
a
I did
bunny.
get the bot. You did get the bot.
Bunny time. Hooray.
Oh my god, it
Oh
killed
my God.
everybody. Just died.
Redwing, no!
Wait, everyone's
corner.
together again. Yippee!
We
The
finished
gang.
together.
Let's
Oh.
go. Yep, that's it.
Aw,
Alright.
that's nice.
Okay,
We all gotta
I'm
hold
scared.
hands.
I'm scared.
That's it.
Alright, let's see. Let's see. Good luck.
I'm scared. I've never won Pomo Party ever.
Yeah, you might win because you got a lot of deaths, and that's one.
I
thing,
died
like,
so
with the
much
most
in the
deaths.
buddy. It's ridiculous.
For the least damage, though. The
Woo!
boss.
Bot
Woo!
7. Yo, bot
Number
7.
Oh my
7.
god,
Bot
Bot
seven.
such a good
My
job.
God.
Holy shit.
I think that's me. I'm like, wait.
Oh.
Oh yeah, because I
Snowy.
sucked you off.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
I
Snowy
Oh,
was sucked
yeah.
off like 20
You
times.
sucked me off a lot, yeah.
Sucked off
Oh,
so many
man.
times.
That's what you got.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah,
Whoa,
bot 7.
man.
Bring
Yeah,
violence.
Bot
If
seven.
the bot
Yeah.
fucking wins,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
bot
lose
7.
it.
What's that what you received?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Slushy
died.
wins.
Yeah, Slushy
Yeah,
wins.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
right. Yeah,
good
that's
job,
right.
Slushy.
Slushy.
Wait, that was the final
Now
thing?
Slushy
Okay.
ultimate winner?
Yeah, that was the last one. You win, I think. I
Okay,
think
we
it
need
was 4.
Slushy
and
one,
I-
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
the bot-
I think if
don't
you
know
go on
the
the
bot.
rule set,
Hey,
you can
let's
add
go.
over
Hey.
like trophies.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
Yeah, but
I
we got
could-
pity
I could have a look
trophies.
at
I've never won. Let's go.
You can add more pity
The
trophies in
power
like the
of
rules
being
if you
a
want at some point.
twink. Let's go.
Fuck yeah.
Well done,
Congrats,
Slushy.
Slushy.
You got
What?
second. That was
At
not bad.
least I'm above.
Oh, wait, why am I in the cage?
Why is that guy
Why am
running
I
in
in
the
the
cage?
cage?
It's where you belong. You're my pet
Raven's
now.
caged.
Why? Oh!
Ayo? Rainbow
what the
cage?
fuck?
Ayo?
Horny gel.
In the cage.
I'm in the
Horny
cage.
gel.
and Xena just
Let
comes
me
up and
in.
punches me in the face.
Let
What
me
the
in.
Let
fuck?
me in the cage too. I want to get in the cage. I want to get in the cage. I want to be a good girl. Get in the cage.
Yeah?
Wait, what?
Yeah? Is that
Yeah?
so? Yeah?
Oh
That's
no, no, no,
crazy.
no, no.
Yeah?
Oh,
Wanna be
I
put
want
in
this
a
little throne.
cage?
Oh
Oh
my
my
God.
goodness. That's your
What?
trophy.
50
You did so
minigames
well.
lost.
We're so proud of you.
Dude, if you look at tab, I've received like 50 more damage than the second person below me. That's crazy.
I'm first now.
Oh, wait, that's the damage. Okay,
Yeah. Alright, get off
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
Fuck got me. What the fuck?
Yes.
But you're
Ah!
first.
First.
No!
Ah.
No!
There you go, Zeno. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. You get angry when you're
Yeah.
caged.
What?
You
You can't say things like that.
Save. Oh my god, 25
Alright.
degrees inside.
Get so angry when you're caged.
Awesome.
You
Okay.
get so angry when you're caged.
If you guys
So
want to
cute.
discuss exactly what kind of rules we should go for, then we can do that right now. Let's see.
I
Lobby
think I'm
for
gonna have
sure.
to
Needs to head out.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
already
have to
10
call
p.m.
it
for
here
me.
as well.
I gotta sleep.
Wait, what?
I gotta wake up
Oh,
at 8 a.m. in the
man.
morning. Unfortunately.
I think everyone's gonna fuck off.
Okay, okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to. Wait, you two? Everyone?
I don't. I'm not, but I think most of the people are.
like
well,
I
maybe-
can't commit to like another 2-hour game.
Yeah, that game was really long. I was expecting 1 hour game. That game was crazy. It was really
Okay,
fun though.
So, I'm going to move over to my collab then in my server so I can invite people in.
Yee,
And
that
then
makes sense.
whoever has the fam role can join me. Okay?
Yeah, I think I just continue
Sounds
my other game
good.
that I still had planned.
Oh, man. Okay, well, I'm going to go there
Thank
then.
you, Flair, for
Whoever
letting
wants
me
to-
play
I had a
with
great
you.
time. Thank you,
Yeah.
everybody. It was so much
Bye-bye.
fun.
It was
Yeah, it was
wonderful
a lot
playing
of
with
fun.
y'all.
Why?
Bye.
Really fun, everybody. Hopefully, get to play again
Bye, bye, bye,
sometime.
bye.
It's lovely meeting you,
Yeah.
Snowy. I mean, to catch up
Yeah.
Slushy and her.
Alright, bye,
Yeah.
Snowy.
I also
Sorry,
can join on let me 5 seconds. Chat, are you still here? Should we do another one or like move? I think Bardic was streaming, and we have the chance of playing maybe GTA with him. I'll leave it up to you if you're still here, obviously. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, Bardic has been wanting to play GTA Online, so I was like, you know what? It could be a cool thing. Or not. You're gonna RP, yeah, we're gonna ERP in GT. Yes, we're gonna ERP. You know what? Let me just change to just chatting and join the channel like randomly. Hold on. I know he's like on the thingy. Oh my god.
What's it called?
Oh my god.
Why is no here?
No, you're still live.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you wanted to do the thing.
What? GTA? Yeah, I'm down.
The thing.
The
Chat wants us to
GTA?
RP in GTA together.
It's not 5M. It's not 5M. I don't wanna RP with Snowy.
Snowy's
Snowy's a
just
cock
RP.
tease.
What? What do you mean?
You're a cock tease.
What's that mean?
You're a. You know, ask your chat. Ask your chat what a cock tease is. I don't need to tell you this.
Does anyone know what the cock tease is, chat?
So like a cock tease is when you're like about to fuck somebody, but then you're like psych nah and you like dip out.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
RP in GTA Online.
Yeah, you're what?
What?
I mean, what?
What?
Don't worry, Monty's the exact same way.
What?
I'm talking shit on my friends right now.
I'm getting all types of lore today. It's so
ERP in
it's so
GTA
much to
Online.
take in.
You guys gonna know a really fun fact about GTA?
I'm
It came out.
It's made by
GTA
Rockstar.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly. Whoa.
Yep.
GTA 5 came out when I was like 16 years old. GTA 6 is gonna come out. Potentially, I'm gonna be 31. What the
Damn,
fuck?
you old as fuck.
So
You were like
I
9 when it came out, okay, or something. Like
I've already
that.
heard this today because we have a group chat where we talked about this. I said, let me find the reply just because I like the fun fact. So GTA 1 launched in 1997 and GTA 5 launched in 2013, which is a 16-year gap. And between that time, it was GTA 1, London, 2, 3, Vice City, San Andreas, Advance, Liberty City Stories, Vice City Stories, Chinatown Wars, GTA 4, the Ballad of Gay Tony, Lost and the Damned, and then GTA 5. Now,
The Gay
between
Tony ballad was really good.
2013 and 2016, which is a 13-year gap, nothing.
They
Nothing.
better be cooking the most peak shit I've ever seen.
The
in my
only
life,
thing
bro.
Rockstar released, by the way, was Red Dead 2 and a couple of online updates.
You
which
can say
were
the only
biggest
thing they released was Red Dead
Right.
2. Like Red Dead 2 wasn't a massive fucking.
No, but
game.
like that was like the only thing. But in 13 fucking years, all right.
But it was
one
massive
game.
enough to compensate, dude.
All right,
People
but
are
like,
still
no.
To
Are you
this day.
no? You don't. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh my! What
Because
is happening?
Oh my
GTA
God.
3, Vice City, San Andreas, fucking Liberty City Stories, Vice City Stories 4, and all the DLCs involved with it. Massive, incredible fucking games. And you're sat there being like, do you want one Red Dead 2 or all these other fucking amazing
But you're
games?
missing the point. They did not only produce
GTA
Red Dead
4
2,
came
but
out when
while they
I
were
was
producing
9.
Red Dead 2,
GTA
they were
5
making
came out when I was
GTA
13.
6, which is supposed to
GTA
be
6
the
comes
most
out when I'm
massive
26
Rockstar
or
game
even
in
27.
history. So it makes sense that they're releasing 2 fucking huge games, which are bigger and more technologically advanced than the shit you're talking about.
Chat,
Than fucking
does anyone-
one Red Dead 2.
Does anyone
and
want
fucking
that though?
4 GTA.
Who asked for that?
I can't
Who
even
asked
understand
for that?
anything.
Who
They're
asked
getting like
for
nice
that? Though?
suppressed.
Me! I did!
I'd rather have a lot of fun games than one big one. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, big agree. Because
You know
guaranteed,
what?
this new GTA game is going to be at most like 60 hours of
I
like
hope-
actual story gameplay,
I hope
and
it's
then it's like cool. I hope I dead ass.
I don't.
Hope
I
it's
don't
bad.
think it will, but
I
it will
hope
be so
it's
It's
funny.
not gonna be
Terrible.
60. It'll be more like 6 or 7.
6, 7.
Can we ban
7.
Eclipse for a day again, please?
Please chill.
Do you know like another fun thing about GTA 6? So
7.
do you know the Burj Khalifa? The building, right?
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The tallest building in the world, pretty much.
Yes.
I thought that was the Empire
Skyscraper?
State Building.
Yes.
What the fuck is wrong with
What's wrong with me as fuck? What's wrong with you?
I keep saying yes, and you keep getting ignore Eclipse. All right, they keep saying
GTA
7.
GTA 6 costs more than the budget to build the Burj Khalifa.
It doesn't surprise me, and I
2
really
billion
don't
budget
know
for
if they're gonna
GTA.
make that.
TBH,
I don't think
if
they're
they
gonna
would
make the money
remaster
back.
GTA 3 or even
No,
They
you know
have to
what?
make
1
the
and
money
2,
back with
that
online,
would also
and
be
I don't know
amazing.
if online's gonna be
They
that
already
good
made the
until
money
it's on
back.
PC. How they made their money back on GTA 6 when it's not out?
No, they GTA Online like fucking set them up forever.
That's true.
It
The amount
made
of time
I think
they're
uh,
releasing for GTA Online is like enough to keep them going for like at
10
least another
billion
20
since
years.
release.
Jesus.
My
They can do
God.
whatever the fuck they want now.
That's why they're releasing so much content for GTA Online,
Nobody-
bro.
I
To
imagine-
But it's
fund
not.
GTA 6.
I don't get me wrong. I've been playing it more, and there is a lot that you can do. I just don't think it's that diverse or that amazing. It doesn't feel like a living, breathing city of stuff going on. It
Yeah, it's
feels
not
like a
like the
bunch of
menus.
side quests.
Mini games, yeah.
It's like and that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I'm like, I would like
That's a good
some
point.
actual content, and I hope. I want GTA 6 to suck, but if it's gonna be good, I want the online to have the choice where you can pick between 4 voices, like two male, 2 female voices, so you can actually be in cutscenes and have your character talk. I don't like the whole like online cutscenes where it's just like, oh, because you're a man of many words, right? Oh yeah, the way that you talk in conversations. Oh, no way we're gonna get this deal done. It's like, can you not? Can you just make me talk, please?
Alright, that's valid.
It's the
Alright.
This is
Nintendo
really
way.
this is sad. You
It's
earned
a
10
Nintendo
billion
way.
off of online, and you didn't get a regular voice actor for this. Fuck you. Hi, Rice.
I'm just saying, low key, GTA 6, they already made their money back. Like Snowy said, they already made their money back with online, but it's like the amount of hype that GTA 6 has generated in and of itself, everyone's gonna fucking buy it regardless. Like, that's it.
Oh,
That's all it is.
Twitch, what was it? Twitch was talking with, was it Amazon or Rockstar? Twitch was talking with Rockstar to like sync with the release so the servers don't go down. That's how big it's gonna probably be. They're like gonna plan buffing up the server so it doesn't, nobody explodes, but it will explode anyway.
Here's my thing. I'm not gonna play GTA 6 unless someone buys it for me. That's the deal. Someone has to like, I'll stick it on my wish list and be like, so what are you fuckers gonna do it? I'm not doing it.
That game's gonna cost that game in Europe, I bet you is gonna cost 120.
Mm-hmm. Ridiculous.
I'll buy it.
I also want to say I'm not.
because-
Jason
I'll buy
Rockstar,
you
it's fucking
GTA if you buy me the new Forza.
The new Forza. I mean, when you're here,
Yeah.
you can you can also just borrow my steering wheel.
I think it's gonna
I
be
don't- I don't play
100
with
in the
steering
US and 120 in Europe.
That's a ridiculous amount for a fucking game that
You
know what's really
you for
fucking
the
stupid
comment.
about that? If the online is like gonna be making up so much of the cost anyway, why Okay, I'm gonna be so real right now. They could sell that for the normal amount of like a game and still profit because of the amount of people buying the online.
They could have given it
And
for
you-
free at this point, and they would
I'd
make
still
money.
profit, yeah. And it's just ick.
Imagine if that's the big thing, like big release. Oh, by the way, it's free. I'm gonna freak the fuck out. It'll be funny.
After all the pre-orders that have been taken and shit.
Yeah. By the way,
It's like,
you're
oh.
all refunded. Steam is gonna crash. Steam is not gonna crash because it's not releasing on Steam. Just so you know, on the first year.
It's not releasing on Steam. Oh, it's not on
Rockstar
PC
Games,
for the first year, yeah.
Rockstar Games never releases on PC. Unless they want to do a different approach, but they don't release on PC for the first year.
Wait, what? Yeah, they don't release on PC. God, because they pay for exclusivity now on consoles. I think Xbox and PlayStation paid for exclusivity.
Yeah,
for it.
console first and PC. Yeah, it's always like that. It's a year of delay.
Do you need a
Meaning-
PS5? Isn't it only coming out on that first? Is it?
Yeah, PS5 and Xbox Series X and S.
Xbox
It's gonna
Series
be ass on the S. It's gonna
yeah,
be
the S is
ass
gonna
on the S.
fucking. That's not gonna be a
that's
good.
just gonna explode if you try to load it on a Series S, bro. I don't even know why the
It's
fuck
like a
they're not even
slideshow.
releasing it
I
for the
get-
Series S, dude. It's over.
Honestly,
You know what
with,
would be
with the Steam
interesting with
Machine coming
everybody
out-
like jailbreaking the PS5 if people like
True.
get like fucking GTA jailbroken.
Oh yeah, that's a thing now. Like that game that like skyrocketed in price or whatever.
You know what I just realized?
I
A
don't know.
while
Hi,
ago when I
thank you.
bought a PS5, it only had like 5 exclusive games, and I bought it because I wanted to play God of War Ragnarok, right? And I was so convinced I should sell it, but I was like, you know what? In a couple of years, there is going to be a game I really want to play that is exclusively going to release on this. And
thought the
I'm going
same.
to hold on to this for that exact reason. And now look at what happened. Console exclusive GTA 6. I'm a fucking genius.
Yeah, but you gotta get the PS5 Pro to get the nice experience.
I don't give a fuck about the 4K, bro. I just want to play the game.
Nah, but
I'm just gonna do
I don't know
what a
if
sane
I don't know
person
if
should do, and wait for the PC version.
I don't know if the console can run it at 30
Yeah.
60. Not gonna lie.
I'm
I don't
sick
think
and
it's-
tired of like buying console shit because you're just renting the fucking thing. That's the thing that pisses me off with it. It's like you're just renting the fucker. You're not actually like buying the game because you can't like once the game is gone, like once it's fucking like dead with online in like 8 years, 10 years time, whatever. You can't do shit. Whereas at least
Oh, did
if
you
you
see
buy it on
the-
PC, you've got fucking 5M in that.
Did you see the Anthem thing? They're shutting it down.
The what
That-
thing?
The Anthem, the game.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so if you bought
Of
Anthem,
course.
it's gone. Can't play it anymore. No refunds. No
R.I.P.
takesies, backies. Console gonna run it at
Sorry,
frame gen, man. I'm gonna start on that. It was really
Either
fun.
way,
Yeah.
I just
Thank you.
own your shit. One thing that I've been tempted to do a bit more now is see what games are on
You got shout out.
GOG.
There you go.
Because Good Old Games has a bunch of stuff on it that
Is that what that stands for?
yeah.
Oh. I didn't know it stood for something. I just thought that was the name.
Yeah, Good Old Games offer games without the
ERM.
yeah.
Word.
So I'm kind of like, yep, I should probably get at least a couple of those. And I say that for everyone just because of like, it's just good to like have a diverse amount of like where you keep your shit. Because anything could happen. What if Steam goes down? You know?
The world's exploding, bro. It's over.
They already have a plan to. Did you see the Steam thing if it shuts down? They're gonna give you an X amount of time to download whatever you want, and then you can keep it offline.
Yeah.
Actually?
Yeah. If Steam ever
Oh,
shuts
damn.
down, at least that's what they said. They can change.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, GameCube is gonna be the Steam Cube is gonna be 1K for the lowest memory version. I honestly, like a year ago, that would be terrible. Right now, it's amazing.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it would be terrible a year ago. Because of what's in it.
I guess.
You're forgetting what it's in it. That's the thing. It's not just about
It's a really good deal
also,
now.
I
though,
don't know if
because
that
of the
price is not like
stupid-
Nvidia is
finalized, and it was
also
from a
doing
third
shit
party
again.
random thing. They
The
could've just
only
been
reason
putting
for
whatever
getting
into
an
the
Nvidia
database for a
GPU is
temporary
because of
amount
the
time.
wide
True.
support.
Plus,
AMD
stinky
GPUs become
Americans like
better
to not
just
put
because
tax, so it's
Nvidia
more
rises
like
their
1.2.
prices.
I don't think it was an American company. I think it was somewhere in Europe.
Exhausting again,
that
because
came
of
out on.
support. Yeah. Nvidia is going fully AI.
Ew.
When the AI bubble pops, I fully expect GeForce to get split off into its own.
Did you
thing.
see that they're is it 3060? They're bringing
Oh
back
yeah,
the
they're making
3060.
3060s the most
Oh, yeah, they're
popular
bumping the price by,
gaming
like,
card
2K,
on
right?
Steam right now.
We actually fucking regressed. It's amazing.
It's back to 2020 all
And
over
do
again.
you know
baby.
We
why
went
I'm
back
kind of
2 generations because of AI. What the fuck?
You want to know why I'm okay with it? Because it means that game developers have to
Optimize.
optimize, otherwise people can't play their games.
I mean, we kind of reached
It's
the
like-
point where, like, if you have a 4090, what, like, I don't think you can push it that much far without inventing some new bullshit. Like, if it wasn't for RTX, the 40 series was useless. Like the ray
Do you
tracing.
think GTA 6 got delayed to try and get past the the AI boom?
Oh my god, stop.
They're like,
Don't say
shit.
that. Don't
Shit.
say that. Don't even manifest that.
Now they're
They're
gonna
like,
do an
"Listen."
announcement, and GTA 6 is fully generated. There's no, it's like streamed to your PC. It's a fake game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they increased like the 50 series from 2K to 5K. Bro, I have a 4090. Like, I have a pretty cool PC.
Guys,
starts-
buy AMD cards. They're fire. They're actually fire.
But aren't they having the same issue? Like,
They're
you
not as severe as Nvidia because Nvidia like profits so much off of AI and that whole slop shit.
I fucking love Nvidia because of some features they have, and it's pissing me off.
What features? Because of if it's like streaming stuff, honestly,
CUDA.
I went from that doesn't matter anymore. Companies have managed to make the CUDA stuff work on AMD now. So that's it basically helps optimize rendering for like workstation work. So like if you're like editing, for instance, companies have managed to
I know
get
AI
that
stuff.
working with AMD.
Like good AI stuff, not the Gen AI stuff.
And that used to be a NVIDIA exclusive feature?
Yes. It still technically is, but France is currently in the middle of suing Nvidia for that. Because
Really? A country
yeah.
can just fucking sue Nvidia. I find it so funny.
Where's France W? Holy shit.
Like, we're gonna sue Nvidia. Fuck it, why not?
But yeah, that's kind of like a part of things at the minute. But from my standpoint, and remember, I went from a 4090 to a 9070 XT. Is there they're nowhere near each other in performance of cards of like when you look at them on paper. I have not noticed a noticeable difference from the 4090 to the 9070 XT when it comes to gaming and streaming at the same time. I do notice it when I'm in VR chat because I've got half the VRAM, but only when I'm in club instances with like 90 fucking Rex avatars.
Or if you
That's
join
when
me.
I'm like, oh, okay. But when I'm normally in VR chat, I don't notice a difference. So I really, really recommend if you find an AMD card for cheap, go for the AMD rather than be like, no, I need an Nvidia card. That's when I'm a true gamer. It's like when everyone was like so loyal to Intel, like Bandit. You saw in the group chat, didn't you, Snowy? Bandit got a
Intel
10th gen Intel CPU at the time where Intel sucked, but that was also the time where people were like Intel's always been the best, and it's like nope, not at that point. It's AMD, baby.
Intel fell off hella hard, dude. What happened?
Yeah.
Intel, when what happened? Ryzen happened.
Ryzen happened, and Intel basically got so comfy in the 2010s because they were miles ahead.
Yeah, they
got so
They
comfy.
were like shoveling quad cores non-stop basically for years.
They
like 4
did
core
struggle. There is
CPUs.
one thing I will defend them on. They did struggle trying to get from 14 to 10. But they just kept going down dead ends whenever they were trying to invest into it. I watched a fucking hour-long video about that, and I was like, I'm not consensually, I was made to.
Go on full
glad y'all
into it.
keep
The
up on this
Intel
shit,
does
'cause I
have some
don't-
GPUs now, and they're interesting. They were interesting.
Okay.
I don't know how that is now, but
Snowy, do you want to see, by the way, the new setup for the
oh,
kennel
you're
cast?
live. Let me see. Is that yours or ours? Are we doing
This
like
is
a...
ours. This will be. This is the
I
Kennel
love
Cast when we're in VR
plushies.
chat. Yeah, so if, I want any. If you've got any 3D shit that I can throw in here, please do.
I kind of want the same team now. We'll make those.
Dude. A 9070
this
XTX is
that
like
one I don't know, that
$700
was
bucks.
Zelda,
Meanwhile, a
that's a realistic
5080
one, it's a
1700
That's like the real
bucks.
one.
Fuck that, even
yeah,
if the
these were made
5080
by,
is
Blue
beating the
Sky Wolf.
9070.
So, Blue, do you
It's
want
not worth
money?
a used city
Snowy's
scooter.
offering you money.
Am I?
Jingle,
Jingle,
jingle, money.
Jingle.
Jingle, jingle.
Also,
How much is it?
Hey everyone, 10% off of Furdad, 10% off of Furdad.
Can I put
idea
mine
if
there
that's
too?
the story right now, but yeah.
No, I'm not.
I love this. So no, this one's so this is the Talking Trash set now. Over here is gonna be the Kennel Cast. Over here is Truth or Drink now. So bringing
I gotta
that
do that.
back.
I gotta
with
do
a
that
new
too.
set.
I
Up
gotta
here
spend like
is
a weekend with you learning this shit.
yeah. Up here is where this was a mistake with Rise and Eclipse is gonna happen, and then there's just a bar. I don't know what to do with this area.
Everything.
So-
You said my name. Bye.
I was saying what the fucking podcast, idiot.
maybe.
Oh, my bad.
I think the Inked ones are usable now. I don't know how they are. I kind of stopped following it, but
Intel Arc is fine for I would say for like if it's going in your living room, for instance, or I don't know I don't suggest it for gamers. It's getting better, and if it's the only thing you can get, go for it. But I don't.
you know
I'll
what?
be like still go for
Blows
AMD.
my
I
mind.
think that is the happy medium right now.
I never thought that Apple would be a good choice as long as I'm not a gamer.
Mini,
The
oh.
fucking MacBooks are actually the cheapest thing you can get now for the power. It's so dumb.
Mhm. And
I have
someone made a post on Twitter the other day that was just like, "Oh, all these fucking idiots like in public using a MacBook. Like, is there something that just makes people with MacBooks do their workout in public?" And it's like, if you do proper work, you do
No,
it on
you
a
know
MacBook.
why?
If you're on the go, you have.
No,
to.
you know why? Oh, they're not showing off. Windows PCs cannot do that because they'll die in like 2 or 3 hours.
Yep. x86 is ass for that shit.
No, like I have
ass.
M1 MacBook Pro that I
Mm-hmm.
use for editing on the go. I think it was my best portrait yet for like portable thing. That thing is insane.
I've got
I
a
got to
MacBook
work tomorrow.
Air.
I was at like 1% for like 4 hours.
My MacBook Air, and I've had this now since 2022.
Are we like starting?
The battery's just like I'm down to start. I felt like I was taking too long editing that world, so I decided
No, I'm
might as well.
farming content. It's fine.
I'm fine with this too. All right.
I
Wait,
too am
hang on.
using-
Wait, no, hang on. I have an idea then. If we're doing this, we got to do this right, Snowy. We got to do this the correct way, where we farm
MacBook
more
are very
people to
good
come
for
and watch
video
us.
editing.
Oh, we gotta
Alright.
do the sharing thing. I'm in
We
Chrome
got
and
to string
everything.
together. Yeah.
I'm gonna knock you. Hold on. Knock knock. Open up.
You're knocking me. Hold up.
I'm
Hold
knocking
up.
you. I'm knocking you
Open
up.
the door.
Open the door.
You're not
Open the
allowed to
door.
knock me up.
You can join the stream.
Sure, fine.
I'm waiting
I'll
for a
let them.
host.
I'll let them be a peasant.
Let me knock you up.
What are we talking
No,
about?
that's Ente's job. That is Ente's job. Thank you very much.
True. I forgot about that.
And he does a very good job at it.
Oh, I haven't heard this in ages.
I gotta reinstall GTA 6. I mean 5. Fuck my ass. I gotta make more space though.
Leak. GTA 6 leaked by Furry.
Yeah, I have GTA 6 on my
You work
PC
for
right
Rockstar
now.
Games.
Rockstar, come get it back in blood, bro. I got GTA
Oh.
6 on my PC.
MacBooks
Come
are
do
very good
something
for
about
They
it.
are. I use
If
DaVinci
I
on
go
my
missing
MacBook,
tomorrow,
and
I
that
didn't-
thing is amazing. Did you see how the?
Oh.
Did you see like speaking about those things? So one thing I love seeing is like leaks, and the way stuff gets leaked. Do you know the
Yeah.
Steam Shield?
The
No,
what?
the Nvidia Shield. Nvidia Shield.
Yeah.
Oh, I was about to say.
Do you know? I clicked something random. Like, do you know how they like? So they made one.
Are you joining,
the
by the
port-
way? It says that you're getting ready. Just.
I think I'm fucked. They're
I
not gonna
accepted
invite
your
me.
knock.
I had to Google this.
No,
Nvidia
it
Shield.
completely broke. Just send me an invite.
Hang on, let me invite.
What the
But,
hell is
okay,
this?
so- Nvidia Shield. Did you see the Nvidia Shield, right?
I'm looking at it now. What is this?
It was the first
Yeah.
thing that appeared that was like meant to be streamed to from your from your like living room or something, whatever. You can stream it from a PC. You could also play some things like Android based.
Yeah.
They made the 2
Uh,
prototype, and a guy found it randomly on like a GameStop, and he bought it and didn't know what it was, and then like he posted it online, and everyone was like, "What the fuck is that? We've never seen that." Like that's just you're not supposed to have that.
I
There's
love
like
when
one.
that shit happens.
There's like one
They
dude with the
sold
Shield
it?
2 that was never released.
they sold it to a GameStop.
Yeah, I guess a worker just sold it to like a second-hand store.
And they
It could have been, honestly.
Oh
it could have been
shit! I
stolen.
can't hear. I'm in my club. Jesus fuck. Okay, I forgot about this.
BCW, a pre-built
And
PC is now
that's
cheaper
what
than
happened.
building them yourself.
But the worker didn't
Like,
think to
where do you
question
get a
what this
really
device was that
good-looking
they were
case?
using, like, yeah,
5
because they were
terabytes NVMe.
I can't
32
give
gigabytes
more to anyone. Hold on.
DDR5 RAM with
Holy shit,
5080 and a
Could have looked like Video Shield 1
9800 by
and
3D
just
for
from, like,
2,5K.
There you go.
If it was still R&D, could have just looked like the old one.
There might be pictures
It was an R&D version. It was a little bit different. Okay, Bardik, how do we do this? Because I'm like in my club. I forgot how to play GTA.
All right, you need to press home and then add me.
Okay, press home and then add you. What are you?
You press home and then you go to social and then you just find player Bardik RJ.
There was a
And then,
Shield
yeah.
portable.
Find player.
Blue
Bardik.
Sky, send me a DM of prices and I'll let them know. Okay.
Are you rich? I have everything,
I'm
but
currently not rich.
I have everything but the mansion because I didn't play.
Yeah, I haven't done the.
How much money do I have
Yeah.
actually? Oh, I love the club, man. I have 1 million.
You didn't send me a fucking friend request. You just messaged.
I just DM you. I feel like a fucking boomer. Wait, no,
What are
I
you,
did
Snowy
find
VR?
player. Yeah, bar.
There we are. I'll do it then.
This is how my mom feels when she's trying to use the phones or whatever.
Alright, hang on. Where's my fucking...
Bardik, I clicked decline.
You clicked decline?
I think so.
You figure out how to add me. I'm not helping you now. I've done my job. I've done my job. Alright, have you even fucking accepted the fucking like stream together shit?
I didn't get anything. Okay.
I sent you a link on Discord, dipshit!
Oh my god. Listen, I'm gonna be
Oh
30
my
years old in a few
God.
months. It's guys catching up to me.
This is like trying to teach your grandma how to use fucking Facebook. So grandma, you have to
Honestly.
click this one to follow.
Every single meme like us in 30 years from now is like
GTA 5 killed my grandma.
in like 40 years from now, our grandsons were like, Grandpa, just blink to accept the mind call. No, not we, no, not like that. Like, how do I
Am I
answer?
doing it
Just
right,
think
Daddy?
about it. Like, how do I call this person? Just think about them. Think about them, call. I'm like, Okay, how do I join you?
Alright, you press home and join me. Well, if you accepted the friend request, did you accept?
Request pending. You're pending, Bardik. How dare you?
That's so cool.
I gotta leave the fucking club. I cannot hear shit inside of this. Hold on.
You know, I used to stream on Twitch.
I'm friend with Bardik RJ.
I used to be friends with this fella named Snowy VR. And
I talked with my stream about this. I wanna like whenever I retire from streaming, right? I wanna start. If Twitch still exists in like 40 years, I wanna do a stream when I'm like 60 or something like
I
that.
guarantee you Mix is coming back in the next 10 years. I don't know why.
Just randomly, like with my full body, like literally like this, like VR chat avatar 60 years old, like
Jesus
dicks
Christ.
out.
You're just there like,
I know shit. Look, I still have my ERP talk.
Guys,
Oh,
do you
no,
want to
it's
see
not the
my
I left my
paws?
controller downstairs. I'll be right back.
Feed 3D. Hold on.
Guys, who wants to do a try not to laugh? Remember when I used to do that?
And the memes are just like fucking awful. You don't understand them anymore. Just like fucking
We
super
just
brain
evolved
rot.
entirely into brain rot, and it's all just flashing
Yeah.
lights and noise.
He's like spamming lights 6-7, 6-7.
Yo, this shit ass.
Doesn't understand for. I play GTA solo. I don't have any friends. What do you mean?
Chad redeemed the stretch, so I can't do that. I'm gonna break my back.
Lizard, 6-7,
Alright, I'm back.
6-7.
Sigma.
Sigma. And then like, it was like,
I'm-
oh,
y'all
6-7,
remember-
Sigma. Like, Grandpa, you can't say Sigma anymore. What the fuck?
Y'all remember Omegle? Remember Omegle? We should do it, Omegle.
Oh, back in my day, clankers were like coffee machines. They had weird generative properties. You can't say clankers anymore, Granddad.
There's a clanker fucking
Oh,
my
did you-
daughter.
Did you see that? There's a video, like a meme about like the US South or something like that. And it's like an old guy, like, oh, if you can own like the robots. And it's like, oh, this robot is pretty cool. Like, yeah, it does, you can buy one for like really cheap. It does whatever you want. And you can't,
Go loud, bro.
you can't do
Alright,
anything
send you an
about it.
invite, Snowy.
I'm entering the
First
main
thing I'ma
menu for
do-
some fucking reason. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Robot sex.
I forgot how long. It just threw me to the menu. Okay, thank you, game. Accept. I really hope GTA 6 has like lower loading times.
The online
be-
loading time is actually not as bad as it used to be. Compared, like, since
I don't
Enhanced
understand
got
though. It's not that complicated to make a thing load fast. Is it because it's peer-to-peer maybe?
I have no idea.
Like it shouldn't. It's just a fucking. The fact that it's faster to load into single player and then going to multiplayer tells me a lot. Okay, I'm here. Oh my god! It's a Bardic. Do you like? Where the fuck out of here?
Bardic and Snowy. What is this? A crossover episode?
Shut the fuck up.
All right.
You think we will be racist towards robots when they have like
What?
independence? No, like imagine.
I
right?
think that there's gonna be a large amount of people that would be. I
Imagine
think it
if-
would. Here's the thing, and I hate to say it: if racism towards robots happens, skin color racism will like be less of a thing.
To be honest, I think we should. I will be racist towards robots. I'm just saying.
Everyone would team up to be racist towards the robots.
What if the
I would
robots are
never hate the
racist and we
robots
join the
like that, though.
robots?
See, the thing is the idea of the self and stuff like that, and it is very unlikely that there will be a point of actual consciousness, not emulated consciousness, when it comes to
If that
things
happens, I'll have a giant
like
horse
that.
cock. I'm just saying, like, that's the first thing I'm gonna do. I will plug
You hear
myself
that,
into
everyone?
Yari.
You
on
hear
the-
that,
on-
everyone? Snowy
I
does
will-
not have a huge horse cock. They have a teeny tiny horse.
Yeah, that's
so
known
that-
already. You need to
How are
shame me
meant to get
live on
pregnant,
Twitch.
then? You said that you were trying to get me pregnant. How the fuck are you gonna do that with your teeny tiny horse cock?
Like in vitro.
I know a lot of people with tiny cocks.
All right, I need to add you to the fucking. I'm gonna make you join my fucking thing.
Forgot to add my real life motorcycle in GTA.
I've
My
invited
hangar,
you to
your
the hangar.
You're gonna hang in your hangar?
and
Got it?
I'm gonna hire you as well. And when you're here and you accept, I'll start a job for us.
I'm not gonna lie, your hangar fucking kinda sucks. Where's the planes?
Why are you naked?
I'm not naked.
you
what
naked?
do you mean? No, I'm not naked.
What are you
fuck is wrong with
wearing?
you? It's
Okay, from my
like
screen
beige
you look
clothes.
beige clothing, and
Beige-
you're
beige
wondering why I
clothing.
thought you were naked.
Oh, this
my
is not
God,
you. What the fuck?
No, I'm not free right now. I'm upstairs. I'm in the office. I'm starting a job. I want to
It'd
do
be
the
so
thing where I
funny.
earn 50 of each of the narcotics and art and shit, so I can sell it for like 10
This year,
million.
yeah, you should. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna look at the pod at the dot on my map and do the mission. That's it. I'm your
You're my bitch.
I was gonna say like worker, but sure, whatever.
Did you join? Yeah, you did. Okay.
Bardic, we were in your hangar, right?
Yeah.
And why are we walking?
Because it's easier apparently to earn the money for the hangar missions by land instead of air. Because you select air or land. You want to get in?
Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna get in my Raiju.
Okay.
This plane is fucking insane on online. I loved killing people in this thing.
Ah, you wanted those players.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Then we need to go shopping for foam and duct tape. Wait, snowy emergency. Should I try
That sounds
finishing the first
kinky.
suit this year?
Foam, duct tape, and like a feel. You know that filling foam? Things.
Why is there a 12 gigabyte 5070? There's a 12 gigabyte 5070.
How do I put my plane in zoomy mode? I forgot. Square? No, that's weapons. Ah, okay, there we go. Whee! Where are you going? Do we have different things?
No. I just wasn't paying attention because I was reading chat.
I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
That's true, midnight.
Put non-stop pop so we can get
Your mother
copyrighted.
was a dish trap and your father smelled thermal paste. I've got self radio now and I vibe it.
Does it sync? I think it syncs. It says infiltrate the deal, so I'm kind of scared to fuck everything up.
It's frustrating that the DeLorean when you're on a road is actually faster than when you're flying. We have me and Ante have a gaming computer in the bedroom for when one of us is streaming and the other one's still game. And it's got a 1070 in it. I tried playing GTA Enhanced last night on it and I was like flying about the place and the whole computer shut off. It just died. I was like, okay, I think
Bro, I
think
used to play GTA online on a laptop with a fucking mobile chip. I didn't even know what it was. Can't even load the game anymore there.
Be careful. Okay, so there's the trailer. Please don't say okay. Where's the?
Oh.
Did you blow up the fucking thing that
No.
moves it? Okay, good.
No.
Me saying good and then turning to see this.
No, I didn't. It's
Why does
fixable.
It also look like it's still. No, it's not fixable. That is.
It's
actually
fixable?
Fuck. Okay, where the fuck am I gonna get a truck from right now? Fuck.
I have one. I'm gonna call the thing. Hold on.
Oh, you blew them both up. Fuck you.
Wait, is the thing blew up? No, it's not.
There was two of them that you blew up.
And that was a guy there. Okay. Can I call my vehicle organization? Okay, so we have a problem. Ow! I'll search for one. It's fine.
Where the fuck are we gonna find one of these?
Do you know? Can you not call the thing the
Merryweather?
The thing? Yeah.
Not Merryweather.
I forgot the
is it
thing.
Pegasus.
No. There's the armored thing. Forgot the name.
The what?
The armored truck.
Terabyte?
Yeah. Not.
The
is it
Terabyte can't cart that.
There's one that can. The one with the shovel. The fucking spikes on front. Forgot the name. Yeah, there's a construction site. I'm gonna search. Mobile Operation Center. Yeah, that thing.
Mobile Operations Center? No, I don't have one of those.
Well. There has to be a truck somewhere. Oh, wait, hold on. I see a trailer. There's a trailer.
I love that this is what we're living with now.
I got excited.
We were just on the way, and then just like, oh, pull in a cargo bob. You know what? Yeah.
That's... I forgot that was
Is it Pegasus or is that...
Pegasus is cargo bomb.
Pegasus is not the cargo bomb.
Is it not?
No. Is it Mario?
Oh, personal aircraft maybe?
What now? Personal what?
Oh, I don't have the Phantom Watch. Just on the end menu, you can call for a personal aircraft.
I don't think it's last step at the cargo bob either. No.
Service vehicle.
Locate a helicopter, but that's just a helicopter.
Oh wait, I can call mine. I can call mine. I think. Oh shit! Wrong button.
Chat. When I was when Snowy was like, "Oh, I've earned so much money in this game," I was like, "Oh, I'm playing with someone, you know, who knows what they're doing."
I know what I'm doing.
Like fuck.
Mostly.
Midnight. I saw that you're online. Are you coming to play? Oh wait, you're in the call. Fuck, I'm stupid.
Yeah, I can play.
Yeah, I can't call
Anything
my
else
mobile
on
operation
there as
center because you are the owner of the thing. There's a cow! What the fuck?
I'm gonna go try and find a fucking
Marty!
thing.
There's a cow!
I can see there's tons in the field next to us.
What the fuck? There's a cow! I don't see.
This is what I'm dealing with.
That wasn't cows back in my day. I'm gonna burn it. Oh shit! I missed.
Okay, so is that gonna be one here, or do I have to go?
Good night, Atlas Jen.
South.
There's a lot of fire trucks though.
Alright. Snowy's level 273, by the way.
I'm trying my best, okay? It's been like a few years.
I'm level 103.
Okay, I'm gonna find a truck. I can do this.
I'm only level 60.
But, oh my god.
Well, you would have been higher if you weren't banned.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, they put animals on GTA Online. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I only realized they added animals not long ago.
I also realized that they still do the
It was
bullshit
all
of-
on offline before, right? They weren't.
Yeah,
all
Yeah,
only
yeah.
offline before.
Ooh.
We're playing enhanced. Only good quality. And by enhanced it means the water has more reflections. That's it. That's how you put more graphics in games.
Yes.
I'm using RTX right now. Maybe I shouldn't be.
Can
I'm
you
also
enable it?
using ray tracing. I put ultimate ray tracing on.
Let's put
Let's see
frame
if my
gen
game
too.
lags.
Yeah, it's
I
raining right now in
shouldn't
the
have
game. And there's
RTX on
so
right
much
now while
crap.
I'm streaming and using Warudo. Because my Warudo, for some reason, my
Oh, that's
Warudo
why
on
it's a cow,
Windows
okay.
is like dying.
I'm pretty sure that trucks don't spawn naturally, so we should probably just restart.
No, I know where there should be some, but I've got to go south. I'm on my way there now.
Don't they mark it on the map usually on these missions?
No. Because on this
That's-
mission, there are always two at the location. And
Well,
I
they
don't
shouldn't-
think they're expecting you to blow up both of them!
If you put two spawns, little guys next to them, they're gonna blow up. It's okay, I won't use the plane anymore. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
You
whoa.
can use the plane, just don't blow things up.
What's the point of using the plane? You're not gonna blow shit up. Oh, you wanna know about a funny thing about the casino? I can't use it.
Why can't you go to the casino?
I'm Portuguese.
Oh, so you can't do gambling?
I cannot use the wheel even. I can't do anything.
Can you at least enter the casino or no?
I can enter and just see everyone having fun.
That's sad.
I used to
Use
because
a
I
VPN.
got, I won the Toreador. I won the Toreador once. I got the NordVPN free trial and just spammed it. I legit got NordVPN to get the Toreador for
I'm
free.
partnered with
Use Proton VPN.
Use Proton VPN because I've now officially partnered with Proton VPN.
I'm in Norway now, so I should be able to use it actually. Norway is not
Okay,
part of
well, we
stinky
can go there
EU.
next. Wait, it's not an EU thing. It's a per country thing.
No, I'm pretty sure Europe blocks it.
No.
Are you sure?
Sure. Because I was playing
Any
with
Germans
Europeans
can
last
do
night.
the thing? What Europeans? What type of Europeans?
Okay, you know what? I need to turn off fucking the RTX so bad right now.
It looks totally fine.
Like for me,
Especially
it's
with
fine.
the rain.
For me, it's fine. But the
German, you can go to casino. Okay, then Portuguese, I guess, hate me. Oh, I see where we're going. There should be something here. Oh, wait, isn't there one there?
you found one.
Nah. And I have this sharp pain in my left ear for a few days now, and I'm like, I don't want to go to the hospital.
Maybe you should.
I mean, I went to a pharmacy and they told me, do you have fever? No, no, I can't
are
do
there
much about
this
it.
many trailers in a single location, but no.
There's so many
nothing but
trailers.
polo.
Yeah.
Can you go to the?
Oh, normal trucks.
Where can we find a cargo bob?
Cargo Bob is
At the military
over...
compound?
No, yeah, fuck, where's the... Here, I think? You can spawn over there, let me go see. I don't want to go all the way to the military base. I have a Cargo Bob, I think, but I don't know where to get it.
Isn't it just calling Pegasus because you own it, and then they deliver it to you?
And so yeah.
Let me see.
Or Mary, no. Maybe not Mary either. I don't know.
Hello, this is Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help?
Helicopter... I don't have a Cargo Bob, really?
Did anyone else just stim helicopter in their head after hearing that?
Yes.
Helicopter. I can buy a Rhino tank.
Do it.
I gotta head out, fellas. Goodbye.
Bye, Clue.
Bye. How much is a fucking Cargo Bob? I'll buy it. Is it that expensive? Why are the police cars 5 million? I hate this game.
How much have you?
I want to get
bought right
the
now?
Cop Corvette.
How much money do you have right now? Because maybe just save it up for the new missions.
Nah.
We can just redo this, but like.
I think Cargo Bob is actually a good buy though. No, I can't buy it.
There's gotta be a truck somewhere. Fucking hell.
They don't spawn naturally. It's so fucking annoying.
They spawn with like the gasoline attached to them, so you can just detach those. That's what I'm looking for right now.
Aren't they on the country? Like more on the countryside?
That's where I'm. Normally towards the highway and like down by the.
Can I crash twice?
By the gas
Only
works.
twice? If GTA only crashed twice on you, that's a good number.
I don't think it has crashed on me in a while.
It only crashed on my other PC because if I was playing on a 1070, which I shouldn't be. Its lowest recommended was like
You were able to play it on
16
1070 though.
like 1660.
I've played on a
or something like that.
1070 before.
Okay, no Cargo Bob, but helicopter.
Yeah, on the old GTA, maybe not the new one.
Maybe.
Maybe not enhanced.
Even the old GTA, you can't play it anymore on the same PCs. Okay, there has to be a truck on this area.
I don't think cargo boats spawn at the military base, as far as I'm aware.
They do.
I
Loki
think you do.
keeps saying.
They sometimes do.
Okay. Do you have any shot right now, or where are you, Snowy?
I'm on the like the port thingy where a bunch of trucks. I can find one. There's an area where there's a lot of them. Like here, like an industrial thing. They do spawn here. What exploded? Oh, it was thunder.
Where's thunder?
Chad, if you see some, scream, because I'm bad at searching. Meh.
I just don't want to have to restart this because of like this time, like it, yeah, not just time, but
There's
like
so much trailers with no fucking.
Do you just need a truck or a trailer?
The front.
Okay.
Meow.
Bardic crash? Oh. No, I've not crashed. Can you just...
Stream is frozen.
Stream has frozen, but it is fine. Like, everything's
07
fine. Like,
chat.
it's still connected.
Oh yeah, you.
Oh, why would you do that? Why would you make everyone panic, Xeno? I'm fine.
There's so many. Oh, found one. I am. Yeah, this
Like
bridge has.
teleport.
Yeah, there's like 5 of them here.
Okay.
This bridge is the best for this. I am appropriating myself for your truck. Please get the fuck out. Yeah, if you want the front of the truck, just come to this place. And now we're gonna head all the way back. Boy.
Okay, there we go. I have no idea why OBS teleport janked off. It just decided, nope.
Just the two of us.
I think
It seems to be fine now.
OBS, yeah, it's fine now.
Wow.
I didn't disconnect at all, if that helps, chat.
I'm so pro GTA that I can drive the truck with one hand on the controller and another on my phone. Mexican driving.
That's almost as fun as the IRL.
Hell, is way more fun.
That's why I said almost.
I'm gonna need to check how to optimize Warudo, because ever since I added like a certain amount of effects, it's been a bit of a shit.
Yeah, you can't have too much stuff, it will shit itself, I'm pretty sure.
I just need to figure out how to optimize it, that's all. And like, when shit's off, can it be off? Or just in RAM? Because I've got enough RAM to cover that, it's just not...
If you're going to the military base, don't forget to call Lester.
What for?
Blind Eye. Unless you have a hangar there.
I have a
you
hangar.
can yeah, you can just
Okay.
buy the hangar.
That's how I'm on this mission.
There's so many reflections on the floor. My god, man. This is
Got
not
one.
how water works.
I had to steal an an army one, but yeah. I don't... Should I grab one of these? I've got 10 minutes to do this thing, so I've got to get there and get back. So maybe I should...
I
look
have
for
a truck,
cargo
I'm
boat.
going, by the way.
You got a truck? What? You didn't say.
The bridge! I told. Yes, I did!
Yeah, they did say it.
Okay, sorry, I was...
If you go to the bridge on the bottom on the industrial plant, there's like a billion trucks there.
Okay. Well, let me just look for a cargo boat. You got... Have you picked it up now, or...?
No, I'm going 1.5 miles.
Okay.
Can I switch
Where
to-
does the cargo bob like spawn, chat?
It can spawn on the actual airport
One
too.
of the helipads. But it's
But yeah.
random.
On where?
One of the
Helipads.
helipads.
It can also not show up.
Yeah.
I don't know what the helipads are here, so it was just steel hydro.
It's
an
the
H.
big H.
Giant age on
Where
the
on
floor.
the map is the big H?
Look on them. I'm pretty sure it's
Can
probably
you
on
point
the
to
map.
the big
It's not on the
H?
map! I'm looking at the map!
Nah, it's not on the map. We're gonna
Look
search
at
for
the
it.
map. Yeah, no, it's not on the map.
¿Dónde está el helipad, chat?
Is that the new Thor episode or some shit?
Thunder is
Yeah.
the helicopter.
Have you seen the helicopter?
What gender is the helicopter?
It's male, by
Yeah,
the way.
it is male.
Helicopter. Ends it with O.
I
It's
don't
male.
know. Anyone
I
know
need
where
to
the
cut that.
fucking helicopter is?
Technically, if you bang an helicopter, you're gay. Bah, 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 bah.
So if you crash one, you are also gay.
I guess. I have arrived. Watch me crash this and just explode into the wall or something.
You got 8 minutes to bring it over here.
Ah! I actually exploded!
Alright, chat. Anyone know where this fucking helicopter is?
What the fuck happened?
I'd come help
Are you
look, but
shitting me?
I'll get shot at. I don't have the money for the hangar.
Can you please clip this? What the fuck did I touch? I was just driving. The generator? What the fuck? There's no way.
Supreme Fanboy, hello, welcome on in.
This one's kind of my. No, this one is not my fault. Though. What the fuck?
This was your fault! This is entirely your fault!
The truck! I arrived and the truck just
No,
fucking
this whole
exploded.
situation has been your fault!
Now the firemen are here.
But
Yes,
I'm steady
Supreme Fanboy.
thick, and the clap of my ass cheeks
Where
keeps
the
burning
fuck
guards.
is this helipad?
I don't have enough time to get another one.
That's why I'm looking for the helipad!
Oh, this is a really cool truck. This was fucking annoying. What the hell? I was joking.
But why do you need a cargo, Bob?
To pick up the fucking back of the truck.
We don't have time. I mean, I don't have time for.
That's why I'm saying if I can find it in the next minute, I can get it done. But no one's telling me where the fuck this cargo box is. I can't get there in a truck and back in 5 minutes.
I like this truck. I'm gonna buy this shit.
Doesn't your car fly? Yes. But I still can't fucking see it.
Can you reset the mission while you already have a truck?
No.
Is that the? Is
I mean,
that
I
the
can
truck
reset, but
of
the annoying thing
87?
is it's just that... Ugh.
Yeah.
When you fail a mission, you have to like wait a bonus amount of time. So it's just fucking annoying. So that's why I was like, well, we got this time to try and find a truck. Oh, we found a truck. Oh, you blew it up?
It exploded when I arrived. I actually don't know what happened.
Let's see
guess-
how close I can get without getting cops on me.
Okay, hold on. If I get
Airport
lucky,
in the south, apparently. Not
Yeah,
the
it-
military one.
it can spawn on
Not
normal.
the military one that you told me to go to, chat.
It can spawn on both, and on this one too. Actually, hold on. It can spawn on this one. I'm pretty sure you can spawn on this one. Why does everything I touch just fucking explode? I don't understand.
Can you start investing in AI then?
You know what?
What?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna do that.
Just so it
And then
explodes.
The next day, like, well, we all went bankrupt. I'll be homeless, but at least it's for a good thing.
For a great cause.
Great cause, yeah.
I don't even know where all
I
the
forgot
fucking
Cara
other
Delevingne was in this game. Oh. Oh, I found a cargo bob. I knew it was here too. Okay, Bartek. I'm gonna attempt to do that.
I am terrified of how this is gonna go.
See, I'm good. I know what everything is. The problem is I just explode when I get there. I'll take one for the team. I'll invest in Nvidia, okay?
Good luck.
Okay, I'm gonna lock in.
No, we died.
Also, does the cargo bomb actually work IRL? Doesn't it need like a... Oh, I guess the rotors can spin in opposite directions and cancel the forces or whatever. Seems weird, the helicopter without a tail thing. Shut the fuck up, chat. Okay, I am doing this.
You owe me 10 subs if you don't.
But I don't think this works. It doesn't attach.
You gotta press like right or something like that. And then...
No,
Yeah.
I have it. It doesn't attach. I'm not tripping, right?
Ain't no way.
Land it. I'll see if I can do it.
I'll try, and then when you arrive... you can run.
Honestly, Windows, can you not pick a time to make Boruto run like shit?
No,
please?
I don't think... Yeah, I don't think this works. I'll land it here. I don't think it works. Wait, I'm gonna call my insurance company because I fucked up everything. You flipped it
Oh,
now.
it's not got a
Try not to
magnet
blow.
on it. It's just the hook.
Force Mutual. How can I be of service? I'll look into it.
Oh! It's on the road now. What the fuck?
Yeah, because I knocked it over. I'm 90% sure it won't, 'cause it's not a magnet one. It's a hook.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. Ow!
You had to blow up the thing.
They could spawn more! Ow.
No, this isn't. You can't. You don't get to blame the game.
I honestly thought the pipe bomb would take longer to explode. Alright, we can do this 1 minute. Ah!
No, it's my fire truck.
Hey yo.
What if I push it? Like,
Iliado. Thank you very much for the raid.
Bardic, I got it! where do we need to go? Ah, fuck,
The
it flipped.
military base.
It flipped.
But you got 1 minute. No way you're doing that.
I put it on top of my car, but it fell.
Hi chat, welcome on in.
Where does it need to go?
Yeah, the military base.
Oh, what the fuck? Is this the Waymo car? It is! That's so
No,
cool!
that- if they can get it here in the next 30 seconds, I will give fucking 3,000 bits to fucking Snowy. If they can get it here in the next 20 seconds now.
The Waymo car left me. So.
No, they're looking at a car instead.
Listen, I was seeing a
How's
self-driving
things?
car.
Things are good. Well, they were good, and then Snowy blew up the only way we could transport our narcotics.
Twice. 3 times, actually. Okay, but the
And
second
now I
time was
just got
bullshit.
A bunch of people wanted at me because of I'm flying the cargo bomb in the fucking military base. So now they're mad at me. So
Listen. Why would you put the propane tank?
Warlords Green Indeed.
near the objective.
There were 2 of them. You blew up both at opposite sides of the farm.
Is this kids? Is this kids with BMX bicycles? Hold
Just
on.
popping in for a moment. I'm sick and headaches. I'm probably gonna crash again. I'll look after you, so crash. Also, Ellie,
You're
what are you
loitering.
doing on stream? What are you doing?
No
What are you
loitering on the
rated?
construction site.
Alright, I'm
Meow.
gonna fucking start this shit again, apparently. Do you want to join the thing? Midnight?
Yeah.
Okay. I should probably also message Montail right now.
Oh, I lost one of the hands.
So you can carry us.
I can carry. I just need to, like.
Oh, blowing
do
up
this.
doesn't count.
In my defense, it just fucking exploded for no reason.
Higher associates, friends.
I don't know.
Montail's coming to join. We have enough to do a heist if someone wants to set one up.
I don't think I can send one.
I
What
can
was that?
accept you, just don't grief anything.
What was that, Midnight?
I said I don't think I can set one up. I only have 300k.
I can set up. Which one did you want?
Whatever earns us the most amount of money as fast as possible.
That's the
Alright.
Kayoporiku solo.
Art and antiques. You know what? Let's go by air then, considering you wanted to do it by air. Let's see if you can survive this shit. Alright.
Oh, these ones are fuck yeah.
What is this one?
I'm gonna die.
Hi.
I love this plane.
Midnight, where are you?
Why is that a jet here?
I'm
That is not how planes
at
take off.
the radio station next
Oh.
to the base. In a fire truck.
Alright, been a long 5 hours of VRC and tons of endless yapping, so I'm gonna raid and run. Alright, look after yourself.
Raid and run is always valid.
Someone in chat earlier said that my flying was abysmal in the helicopter, and I'm like, I was just flying forward.
Goes in helicopter, flies a bit. You fucking suck.
No, I'm just gonna fly upside down. How about that?
Here somewhere. It makes you feel sick? You mean this? Whee!
I'll fly on my side instead.
How do you jungle?
Flying in Australia be like.
Literally.
What the fuck is the intersection point? Or the
It's out at sea.
like here?
It's quite far up it seems as well.
Yeah, it's
Where
like
the
right.
cargo
Oh, I
planes-
see them.
Oh shit.
Hello, cargo planes.
What are we doing? Okay.
Oh god! I got snuck up on that one. What the fuck?
Yeah. Dogfight.
Go with him.
I'm gonna stall just so I can keep behind this guy. Oh fuck, almost. Of course, it's always the last one. Got a guy chasing you. Let me yank him.
Thank you,
I'm
So stupid.
Oh, can you collect the flying cargo? Oh god, I gotta aim at it.
It's funny. It's funny.
Ah shit, I missed.
Still in the air.
Yeah, he has parachutes.
Oh shit. I'm being targeted.
Yeah? No. Don't talk to me. Mean.
There we go.
Go on.
Oh, I fucking sneezed at that one. Shit.
Boy. Where's the hangar?
Did it?
The fuck? Huh? Oh, it's there. Okay.
Okay, I got one. Do we have to get all of them?
Yeah.
I think so. There's like one out that's already done. Got that bottle.
And now you grabbing that one or?
I don't have a plane, so if it's underground, yes.
Yeah, I invited you to the hangar. That's why I sent you the invite. Two of them.
I did not see that.
I'm being
Fuck
chased.
I got targeted by this idiot. There we go. Boy.
Evasive maneuvers.
He's pulling his scorecard. Baby. Do you still have that program where chat controls your character? I do. I mean, it's on GitHub, but
shit.
I made a bot like years ago where chat could control my GTA with like screaming. It was actually fun. I gotta bring that back. You guys managed to land the plane, right? I remember that shit.
Alright. I'm coming down.
I don't know if the thing I used to build it still exists or is supported, but it should. Unless Windows fucked up.
Stop feeling down. I have some amazing music for you.
I have delivered the thing. Meh. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I guess I can get the other one.
I can go get it too. But I have to drive there.
Did my plane just spawn in front of you when I left?
No, it just left it there. You went in and just left it there. So I was like, okay.
The animation shows you going in with the plane. Ah yes, 3-point turn with the plane. Love doing that.
Pulling you up. And
I was asking for it.
yeah, this is why I don't do the air ones.
Yeah, it takes a long time.
Yeah, the other ones don't take that long if you don't
blow the fucking thing up.
The truck up. Oh, my engine is like fucking sneezing. Are you getting close to it?
I am.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I think so.
Really close. Wow.
I don't think my car likes to go up a mountain.
How am I supposed to be flying? Why are you in the car?
Just stemming fucking shooting missiles.
Because the military base is way too far away.
Oh, is it on the fucking ground?
Yeah, I think so.
I have an idea. I can do this. I can do this. Yeah! Go, 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 go! Oh! Yo, it worked! No fucking way!
I saw that.
I told you, I'm pro. I'm pro game. I'm a pro gamer.
Chat, I want to see me shoot, sorry.
Do it.
You earn less money if I die.
You lose if I die? I don't think so.
No, you just drop the cargo.
Cargo these nuts.
In your mouth.
Do we have flares? We do have flares. Okay, nice.
But why flares when you have guns?
Why flare when you can gun?
Exactly.
I ask myself every single night.
The American way.
Do I
Whatever
have to?
planes
Okay.
they're fucking using up. Stupid.
Ow! Ow! You bitch!
I'm trying to catch up and shoot them, but they're really fast.
I just spam flares, it's fine. Can your military base like do something?
I mean, it's not. I own a hangar, not the whole military.
Yeah, but if there's like a jet. My poor plane, man. 2000.
No, they fucked off.
I think GTA 6 is gonna release in 2027. Maybe 8. I don't think they're gonna release it this year, not gonna lie. Oh.
I think it'll be out in 2027.
GTA.
It's due out the end of this year,
2077.
right?
4, as you know.
Yeah,
They delayed it to the end of 26, right? Yeah.
that means 2027.
So far.
Yeah.
Well, my hand tracker died, so guess I just stuck here. Oh.
Don't give them ideas. I really don't care.
I would like to, like, play before I die. That'll be cool.
Yeah, but at some point you need to stop dreaming and understand that it just won't happen.
There's some people that wanted to play GTA 6 and they died before release.
Yeah.
I'm terrified of dying before Kingdom Hearts 4 is out, man.
You gotta be
That
healthy.
will probably happen before GTA 6.
Mid 2027? Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Alright, is there anything else you guys want to do, or?
Money.
Money, money, money.
Did you get any money for that, by the way?
We get money
don't
by
think so.
helping you. Like 10k
What?
per whatever. We get like 10k
10K
now and then.
Okay.
Just randomly.
But
I made 20k by just
I'll
following
grab
you.
another narcotics for now then, just to make up for what happened. And it's a
Did
land
they
one this time.
make it so you can't fucking jump inside the...
I will pick.
Please.
I will call a plane that doesn't have shooting thingies. Yeah, there we go. My Bardic, you wanna come in my plane?
Oh,
Look, come
I'll
here.
come in your ass.
Follow me. No, my plane, my plane.
There we go. Now I'm inside
It's a
the
very.
military
We're gonna
base.
be. We're gonna be like
Let me grab midnight
CEOs,
then.
right?
No, it's my jet.
Oi! That plane is expensive. Get under my plane.
You said get under your plane?
You know what? You guys are evil. Wow. Wow. I wish the what's the name? The insurance counted with the real value, because that plane is fucking dumb.
Yeah, right. Alright. First one in. Yeah.
MMI, we expect. I can do that.
Love you, Snowy! Did you? What did you just shoot? Are you sniping us?
I'm throwing grenades.
You know what? 2 minutes.
Why do I expect a full nuclear blast on top of
The
me?
inner task to just jump off.
I just fucked up. This one's fine.
I'm terrified about what's about to happen.
My cat was looking at me. I had like the little shit smile while trying to shoot you off the sky. I don't have the orbital cannon. I don't use that shit. It's like kind of annoying, so I don't want like using it.
That bike that also has the missiles and
Oh
the,
yeah, I have that.
The orbital cannon and a DeLorean specifically with the missiles as well. I don't have the missiles. Are the worst things that they ever added to the game.
How the fuck
'Cause
do I
it
call
just
the
makes
bikes?
fucking. It just makes casual online play so shit now.
It's shit for the people that use it wrong.
It's really easy to counter the bike though. By the Raiju, it's stealth. They can see you on the map.
Or you call an airstrike on the.
How the fuck do I leave the airfield from here? You know what? Like this.
Montel,
Yeah,
what are
that
you
works.
doing anyway?
I'm laundering money.
Are you doing the
In-game.
Clock and Bell shit again?
No. Car wash.
Please be careful. I don't. I knew it. I knew that it was.
Really cool little about GTA. When you go into a tunnel, your GPS stops working. Which, if you think about it, is kind of not realistic, because that's not a
Midnight!
thing.
That's it. You're not allowed. You're not allowed the road anymore.
You guys are having too much fun without me. I hate you.
I'm sorry, DeLorean didn't make it a 4-door.
You could have not run me over and destroyed my plane.
You could have not blown up my truck.
That was an accident.
Yeah, well, that was on purpose. So. Don't make a noise.
Shit. I am never getting that alive with this car. Oh my god. Nice, Bartek.
Alright. But I thought that the okay, I need to find the generator. You can't get in there, you need to find the generator for it first. Try not to die midnight.
I'll try.
That stops working, the tunnel, but now doesn't make it stop the
Where
simulate.
the
Yeah,
fuck
no,
is
it
the
doesn't stop working. Yeah,
generator?
it simulates with the speed and whatever. But technically, it's wrong. How far away is that thing?
Generator behind that, there it is.
Why am I getting an ad for cloud computing in GTA?
Alright, Midnight, can you grab another one, the cargo? There's 3 of them, so.
Yeah. We'll
Well,
also
it's
call
realistic
a car at the
GPS
same
stuff
time.
working in town, but nowadays navigation software simulates resistance. You need cover while you're getting a car or something, or?
No, I just called one.
I'm getting there.
I said down there.
Are you in a boat?
Huh?
Oh no, you're in a fucking tank thing. That's gonna take you forever. All right. You're nowhere near us right now. Holy shit.
I am. I'm getting there.
You're not. I've enlarged the mini map, and you're nowhere near.
I'm very speedy.
For fuck's sake. The car just fucking turned into me.
The reason why
I may be dead.
Rockstar so long to make Grandpa Auto. PS5 updates and also to GTA 6 because they laid off 250 of the staff. Yeah. Gav, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Luca. Why did that lag me? What the fuck?
Go fucking far away. I didn't decide that car. This car does not break. Where's the other cargo? Oh, it's right there. Okay. I was right.
Why am I lagging? What the fuck? Ray tracing's off. Hold up. What is happening?
You don't need doors to drive. What do you mean?
Oh my
The
god,
only
even
thing-
Task Manager is fucking slow.
The only thing you need
What
on
is
this car is the
being the
rocket.
bitch?
That was
Oh
the wrong
my
way.
god.
You know what? It can be the correct way. Like this.
Fucking get up.
The system, Windows itself was eating 20% of my fucking GPU for a brief moment there. Then, what the fuck?
My Windows is shitting
I
itself.
swear Windows is like low-key cursed, because sometimes you'll just like, what is eating shit up? And then you open Task Manager and it's lagging to do that, and then it's like it shows you what everything is, and everything's fine now. Like everything
under
stops
the
lagging,
bridge.
and you're like, it's like Windows is like being
No,
addicted.
Windows just
They're using
fucks
your
itself.
computer to run AI.
My
I
Windows.
totally
I
didn't
have a
blow
low-key
myself up.
theory that that's true. I deadass have a low-key theory that like a lot of this shit that takes up a lot more RAM than that is
They're just offloading like AI load.
Yeah,
It's a
just
co-pilot. It
small-
runs on all
small amount.
Windows.
Because like there is that whole
Fucking
thing, right, of like viruses that like DDoSing, right, and shit like that. I would not be surprised if there's like a little thing in that. This is, can Rockstar please just let fucking Linux run GTA 5, please? It's like it's not that difficult. Like GTA 5 runs on Linux. I just can't play online. That's it. And even fucking ray tracing as well. That's what pisses me off. Are you there yet, by the way, Snow?
I'm coming back.
You picked something up?
Yep.
Midnight, have you
I
picked up
told
cargo?
you, this guy is speedy. No, he was in the war.
I had one.
You had one. Okay.
Yeah. And then now I sold one of their car.
I was doing something when I forgot.
This is
about it.
going in my
Oh, well.
garage if I can.
Now we have delivered mine.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about my Windows. It doesn't boot at first time. I gotta go into safe mode and then reboot, and then it works. And the
Oh,
restart
fun.
and shut down buttons are reversed. If I shut down, it restarts. If I restart, it shuts down.
How?
Oh, you
How
want to
did
know
you
what I
mess
got in
that
a
up?
minute?
Miller, my
I
laptop
press
does
shut
the same
down
fucking
and it
shit.
puts it into sleep mode. But,
Yeah, the
Fun.
the buttons just don't work. I restart, it shuts down. If I shut down, it restarts. It just switched everything.
I have to
some
go into
reason.
command prompt now and type in shutdown/s in order for it to shut down. Otherwise, it just goes to the login screen.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. Yeah. Try restarting. We'll see what happens. It will shut down.
That's what happens on like my very old laptop that I gave away to my mom. Like whenever you restart it, it shuts off. If you shut down it, it restarts.
There was actually a bug for a long time where if you remember the update and if you have update and restart and we have update and shut down. Update and shutdown doesn't work. I think now they fixed it, but update and shutdown was update and restart anyway. So there was many times when I just did that.
I just don't understand why anyone is running fucking Windows anymore. If you have an ounce of sense on how to install a fucking OS.
Bakery Bardic.
Why the fuck? What?
Bakery Bardic, I'm sorry. That's the only thing keeping me on here.
Have you... Wait. The bakery in Unity?
Yeah, it doesn't work on Linux.
Are you sure?
I am very sure because the Linux doesn't have fucking what's it called?
Fuck this thing.
Forgot. There was some kind of fucking layer that needs in order for Bakery to work.
Interesting.
How did I get stuck?
Do you want me to test it out?
Sure.
Because I have.
But you need
Unity
an
on my
NVIDIA
phone.
card. It doesn't work on AMD.
What was that?
You need an NVIDIA card. It doesn't work on AMD.
Oh, Bakery doesn't work on AMD.
Nope.
That's dumb.
It uses the fucking DirectX or whatever the fuck.
Right,
is in there.
shut up.
The snowy
Can you
stuck. Oh.
pick me up?
Wait,
Or, like, just
you
give me
need
a car or
picking up?
something?
I'm on
Uppies?
my way.
Ow.
Can you pick me up? Can you come
Shut
pick
the
me up?
fuck up.
Level 300 and something, chat.
You exploded my plane, so it's not my fault.
Your plan was to fly a plane?
My plan was
To
to
a
fly a
bridge.
golden plane, yes.
Well, maybe you could have blended with them, with your golden car.
Exactly, they wouldn't see me coming.
Exactly.
Do you not look both ways before crossing? No, that's for pussies.
Have you made it this far in life?
Listen, I play this game for fun, okay? Don't judge me.
You're
If I
level
wanted-
300 and something.
If I wanted to try hard, I would go to League of Legends or something. Oh, I hit the thing. Nice.
Well, you just got pay loss there.
My car just vanished.
I don't need the money. It's fine. I was gonna do something else, but then the
Oh, that's
railgun
me,
just
that's
came
me,
out.
Bard.
That's
Yeah.
kind of. I kind of fucked up on that. It wasn't supposed to happen like
Wait,
that.
have you not? Oh, event end. Oh, this is a nice one to do. I like this one.
What the avenue? I don't know what's here. That one.
Don't go in, Bart.
Do we have new Benny's things? Ooh, I don't know. Oh boy.
Look next to the blue thing, Bard.
Is the BF Weevil still the fastest car in the game?
The what? What?
The BF Weevil, the custom one.
I have no clue.
It
Where
used
are
to
you?
be. I'm in your hangar. Well, I'm gonna call it. I'll show you. I came out. There's two people staring at me with guns. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know what's going on, but I don't like this.
I'm on the clock.
Let me find the car so I can. Oh, never mind. I was paid 10k for that.
Why? Why?
It's the griefer gun.
I know. I've got the griefer gun. Okay.
Oh,
that
it kills
actually
you?
Killed me, you dick.
What the fuck?
Yes, of course it does. That's one way to handle that, baby.
I no longer have the cops on me now.
I'm gonna try to do this with fucking. I'm using the wrong sniper, indeed.
Oh yeah. So Bart, do you want to know why it doesn't work? Linux.
Why?
CUDA and Windows executables. Bakery relies heavily on CUDA for GPU accelerated baking. On Windows, it uses specific exe command line tools, yada yada yada. DirectX, which doesn't.
Oh, you
exist
can't
on
use explosives in here. What the fuck?
On Linux, you
Yeah,
have
you can use
OpenGL and
explosives.
Vulkan.
DirectX is translated into Vulkan, and CUDA is currently being ported to Linux now, so it will be soon.
Yeah, I mean, one way to do it is, I don't know.
I should not have turned
Pokemon.
right. I should not have turned
I
right.
have
You
no
would have
idea
missed
how
if I
I.
didn't fucking do that.
Brother, you wanna fight with the musket? Like, hold on, gonna reload. Hold on.
Wait, no, wait, don't be pulling this shit.
Oh.
Right.
The musket.
And you
Wow.
got, I just got you with the fucking marksman pistol.
That's me.
Ooh.
I just want to steal
Oh, the
something
marksman pistol is the same
without
thing.
getting
Okay.
killed by them.
Oh, fuck. I have the honor.
Just fucking come here.
Yeah, no.
Or is it a...
Why are you guys in the military base?
Why am I not missing you with a I've got a hammer, for fuck's sake!
It doesn't lock in into the same thing, like the same clan or whatever.
Okay. Well, I
Okay, let's stop doing it
get
because
stars for
I'm
stealing
getting
this.
I'm getting paid 500 less now. I don't like this.
I do
No.
not. Oh, I do get stars.
Ah! What the fuck? I one shots you? Apparently.
The what now?
That one shot you.
What shot me?
One shot you. The...
Why the fuck am I involved in this?
Oh,
Hey,
you
you
got
got
it.
like half health.
Are we doing something or like I was just killing each other?
Oh yeah, we can. Woo! What does everyone want to do? Doesn't just have to be the things that I aim to do.
You can pick whatever. This is fun. Do you have drift cars now? What the fuck?
Yeah, you just drift into me.
Wow.
Oh hell yeah, I can drift so much better now.
I think the military is very happy that we're doing this.
The
Never mind that I'm
military
here.
doesn't like me. Oh my god.
Oh! Killed myself. Oh no, wait. Never mind. Helicopter! Does it work on helicopters? Oh, it
Oh, wait,
does.
can I? Wait. Oh hell yeah! Just spraying snowy blood everywhere.
What the fuck?
I should probably look where I'm flying.
Don't know why you're getting in my car. I got like no.
I like the
wheels,
stance on
no
your
front
car.
wheels.
It's really good.
Alright, look. This is me fully turning left right now.
Perfect. It's going
That was
exactly where we
amazing.
need to. I think.
What does everyone want to do?
Kill Snowy.
Why? What the fuck did I do?
I don't know.
Oh my god! In classic Windows fashion, my CPU is at 100%. Right? GT is using 20.
Bartek, there's a tank in
OBS
front of
is
you.
15. Discord
That's
is
two-
10. Firefox is 10. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about me. They don't care about me.
Yeah, but I'm in your car, and they were after
Yeah,
me.
but then are they after you?
I think so.
No, they're
right.
after me.
I mean, you'd have stars if they're after you.
I have 2 stars.
I have 3.
Okay, who blew me up?
What Windows bullshit is going on right now?
No one.
There's so many
It
explosions.
just says that you died.
I want to stay in your car. It's very cozy, and I don't have anyone killing me.
Let me pull in. So I might have to reopen Warudo because of this is bullshit. This
Oh yeah,
should
the
not
tank
be
is
used.
definitely aiming at us.
Yeah, it shouldn't kill me.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Are you sure about that?
Are they shooting you?
Yes.
Well, they're not shooting me. Oh, they did kill me.
Are
It
you
shouldn't
sure?
have, because if I wasn't breaking the law. Okay, I love that everything is just fucking fine now.
I did not break the law either. I only stole the jet.
I have a radio on the tank. Nice.
There we go. Well, that's a whole bunch of shenanigans going on right now.
Meow, 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 meow. You know what really cool thing I like to do with the tanks?
Why? What the fuck? You guys got a paid wage from me. What the fuck? Stop it!
I tried to fly into Snowy.
Try to call my mechanic. I'm aware that everything's white right now, chat. I'm sorry. You got to wait. Alright.
I love doing that to people like ding, ding.
So Snowy, you've got for fuck's sake.
Why is the alarm going
Why
off?
does this game like doing this?
I gotta call
Kamurodo,
something
please
because
hurry up and load, for fuck's sake.
meow 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 meow. I was calling my insurance company.
Chat, don't go towards the light.
I don't have life insurance.
Okay, I'm not used to Warudo taking this fucking long. Oh, it's connecting to fucking.
Oh, the Twitch thing,
now,
right?
That's why.
One way I
Twitch
can
part of
like
it
Kinda
takes forever.
run bakery is like if I have like a Windows server at home, just put all GPUs on there and use that to bake lights, but pain in the ass and money.
You got your bike, Gyro, in the game.
that's
I've got my car
cool.
in the game.
No!
Who?
This was my car, actually.
Midnight!
Errol.
Midnight, this is my car. Midnight, that's not okay. Yeah. I like that from my POV. It looked like I pointed at you and you died.
Look
No!
at your car. Now
Explodes.
you have a corpse in your car.
Why can't I get in my car right now?
Because
You're
there's
pointing.
a corpse in it.
No, because you're pointing. Is it?
Oh, you can't. Yeah, it was.
There you go. I ducked! What the fuck? It should have worked. Does it have 4 seats? It does, technically. Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
No, that didn't work. Any last words?
Please don't blow up my car.
Hey, let's
You're
do
Somebody
something
do with my
productive.
last word. Oh, chat. They're bullying me. And also, Arudo is being well, Windows is being a dick because it doesn't make any sense as to why this is all being a shit.
Yeah. Wait, are you getting shit things on Windows?
Chat. Thank
Oh
you.
my god, I cannot change the thing. Meow 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 meow. Can you see me looking? I lost both my hands now, man. It looks so fucking stiff.
Hi, Jack. How are you?
Eh.
Hang on, I'm tweaking things. We're playing GTA at the minute. What were you doing?
Oh,
What were you
that was not you. That was not Snowy.
Hello, kid.
I think I killed a military person.
Oh, yeah, I just realized I'm doing wrong things. Wait, so
I
that's...
think they're all after me.
What is happening then that's making this be a shit?
No, if I was there.
No.
The car wash is free, normally costs 1.2 mil or something. Oh shit, I gotta buy that. Like on the foreclosures or
What
something?
is happening? Hi,
I don't know, it was
Raiders.
a car
Welcome on
wash.
in. My name is Bardic. I'm a dumbass, and I'm
Bunker,
living my worst life right
government
now.
factory, bail offices, no. Where can you buy that? Aluka?
You're a cunt.
DM at the airport.
You know what? What if we just go to this camera?
Oh, okay. Oh
Sec.
shit. I gotta do that.
Alright. Hang on, chat. We got this.
There's like 20 military people that are on me.
Oh fuck, are you
let's go
shooting me? I
dead.
didn't do anything.
Oh my god. Is it? This can't be something that. I want to figure this out, chat. I want to cry.
Oh my god, there's someone called Bodyguard Dre that I follow posted a TikTok.
Wait, what now? Oh, I
I got-
got a notification that I posted a TikTok just now.
Yeah, the TikTok notifications is really fucking bad.
I was like, that was yesterday. Alright, hold up.
Shit.
Where the fuck is my I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I'm not getting angry. I'm not. No one's getting angry. I'm fine.
I'm kind of stuck in here.
Everything's... oh my god, everything is fucking broken. Yeah, everything's fucking bust. Alright, I'm gonna have to retry this one again now.
I can wiggle
I
myself.
really
can
don't
wiggle
get as
myself.
to what's happening here. This is genuinely infuriating now.
Oh, there we go. Doors
One more
stuck.
time. Alright. You know what, Montel, you decide what we're doing. What? You decide what we're doing.
Yeah, you decide.
You're gonna grab a random heist?
No, it's fine.
Oh my god, that was brutal. Jesus.
Did you just try and kill me?
No. I'm jumping to you. Look. Body stomp.
I like that all of you guys keep getting in trouble with the police here. And I'm
Yeah, I
like,
tried to shoot Snowy, but it turned out it was a military person.
I love this guy. It's so fucking stupid. Stop looking at my little shits. Why the fuck did I exploded? What the hell? You died? Excuse me?
hurry up and connect!
I'm hungry. It's too funny to look away. This is why we love face tracking. I gotta fix the stiffness. It's too stiff on the shoulders. Like the body moves. I guess I gotta lock in the body.
You calling for some wheels?
Kosatka.
I'll bring it by. Okay, I got stuff to do.
I will never understand as to why I'm
No, you're
lagging.
not. What do you mean? Can you give me a cucumber, actually?
Am I still lagging if I change what avatar I'm using? Yes, if not worse.
A cucumber, yeah. Give me a cucumber. Yeah, just plain. I'm just gonna munch on something.
Cover me! Where'd they go?
More mutual insurance. Suck my dick.
You need something, huh?
This
doesn't make any sense!
Paragon R. Oh my god, I have so much shit. I don't know what everything is. Where's the BF? It's called BF something. I know I have one.
Aight, I'll get back to work.
Oi! Fucking suicide bomber. This thing was supposed to be the fastest kind of game. Oh my god.
All right, is someone setting up a heist then, or what's the deal?
You're the owner.
Stuck on looking for a job and it's not finding anything. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, I guess I can set up a haste or something. You have to.
Yeah, I don't have the apartment,
disband
so I
your
can't
thing.
set up.
Yeah, we can just set something up. Sorry, I have to deal with whatever is causing me to lag the fuck out right
Oh,
now.
I left your thing, and then immediately everyone's like on me because I don't fucking own this thing. Nice. Blueberries
That's
and
fun.
cucumber, I guess. They could give him time to leave. Like the fuck. They're bullying me. Meow, 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 meow. Where's my Discord? Brrrah. Wow. 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 Hey, Master. Thank you so much. Okay, I gotta fuck off from here. Let's go.
What you need, boss? Some wheels?
Where is my BF? There's no BF? 400? No, it's a bike. Did I fucking lose it? I swear to God I own the thing.
Oh, apparently I need an apartment to start heist. Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Did you wash your ass
Hey,
today?
no crime, man. Rawr. Where's the compact? BF? No. It's called BF something. Custom. I know I have it. Or Weevil custom. No. So much shit. Help. Vector custom? No. Ugh, man.
I'll get back to it then.
I'm sad. Alright, let's go with this. And then I'll just request this one. There you go. Meow, 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 meow. Rear. The old man. Nom, 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 nom.
CEO of furries.
Yeah, I own furries.
Damn.
Okay,
Dog Haste is the best. Where
I'm
does
gonna
it
head
go?
out.
And yeah,
Oh,
it's
well.
not like God damn it.
Bye.
Oh, I have the casino. What can I do that?
I wish that I could find out what part of fucking Warudo is making me lag right now.
At the office.
Alright.
I can't fly over this stupid thing.
Gav, I'd thank you for the 621, but whilst I was trying to fix that off, that genuinely made me see fucking white. Because I was trying to fix Warudo and you could do it.
Man, blueberries are amazing.
I'm gonna raid you, Snowy. I'm gonna keep playing, but like with this lag right now, it's pissing me off. And I don't want to be dealing with it. So yeah, I'm getting really agitated with those issues, so I'm gonna raid into you now.
You're leaving me.
But I'm staying with you. I'm gonna keep fucking playing. At least I get to fucking chill out now. Alright. Chad, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the stream. I'm not really going anywhere because I'm sending you over to this dickhead.
Oh, they're gonna leave anywhere.
Did you wash your ass today?
Oh my god, no, thank you for the 7 break, thank you for the raid. What are you playing? Give me shout out mods. Whoa, you have a nice stream.
But I was playing with Snowy, and Snowy's kind of a dick, so.
Oh yeah, I fucking hate
Yeah, I
that.
saw
I
that.
should've blocked them a while ago. I think this is my office? I just fucking eject myself. Okay. Honestly?
Ugh.
This looked planned. This looked planned. I'll take it.
Oh my god, I'm at like fucking max frame rate now. That is close to weirdo. What is up
Never
with
mind. I
Windows and
fucked it
Windows?
up.
Fuck. Oh.
I don't like these lag noise pissing me off.
Apparently Siri bot needs a refresh. You might need to do the same thing if you use Siri bot.
Oh well. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Try the race thing. My name is Snowy. I play VR, and I'm the left you lose guy, and I hate it.
You're the furry J Schlatt.
No, not even that. I'm like for XQC. I just realized
Weird
this is the
voice,
wrong
yeah.
fucking place.
Seek fluid intake.
Oh my god, I see Wolf go. Thank you for the bitties. XQC from Timo. Well, it's already from Timo. If I'm from Timo, AliExpress.
Alright, so where am I going now? Where am I going?
Well, I invited you to my thing.
Oh, did you? Sorry.
I'll do it again. Just pick like one of the cars here. I realized I was kinda.
I got nothing on my job list
On the
saying you
wrong
invited
thing.
me. Oh wait, there we are. No security.
It is
There we go,
here.
got it.
What the fuck is the name of this car?
Oh, I would love to have my car right now, but you know what happened to my car? It got blown up.
By who?
I don't know,
Last
some
time
dumb piece of shit.
Last time I played this game, this car was the fastest one. You can see why. Colonel.
Colonel.
Yeah, I think last time I
Oh,
played
trying
it
to
was
sneak
also the
around,
fastest one.
but I'm dummy thick. And a
Where
clap
are
of
the
my ass
hastes?
cheeks keeps
Forgot
alerting the
again.
guards.
It's on your house, right? The fuck is my house? Oh, this is the friend's office. Where the fuck is my house? Where is office? Where is warehouse? Where's my apartment? I'll lose it.
Morris Mutual. Morris Mutual Insurance.
Am I being fucking stupid?
But can I help you?
Where the hell is my apartment? The expensive one. Like, here. Oh, there you go. It's green. Why is it green?
I stole it.
You ate it?
Yes.
Oh my god, don't be millennial cringe, what the fuck?
Oh, this thing is fucking zoomy. Holy shit. It doesn't turn, but...
See, that's the thing I find with a lot of the cars in the game, is that, like, the faster they are, they kind of end up being shit, because they're so fast.
The game is getting evicted. It'll be so fun if you didn't play the game, you just fucking... You just lose properties. Like if you don't pay your bills.
If you don't pay real money, you lose them.
It's like the whole thing of, like, you don't feed them your pets, they die.
You get an eviction notice on GTA.
And you need to pay the same amount as it would cost IRL.
If they wanted to go crazy with the online, they should make every single house accessible and you had to pay. And if you got the house, nobody else could buy it. It's like NFTs again. All over again.
Oh no.
I was gonna do one of the classic Ace. Fuck it. One. I have 4 apartments here. Can I sell them?
In the...
Yes, I think you can.
What was it? So we had... like, cryptocurrency, then it was NFTs, and now it's AI. What was it before?
Before NFT?
Before, well, what was it before crypto? What was the weird
Blockchain.
scam?
Before
Well,
it
no,
turned
that's the
into
thing,
crypto.
So before crypto, which would be like 2014, what was the big scam? Because
I'm pretty sure it was blockchain stuff. It wasn't a scam, but it was
that'd
like
be the same
everything's gonna
time.
have...
Blockchain was the same time as NFTs and shit, so they're all about the
Bitcoin
same
is
thing,
crypto.
right? Yeah. I'm trying to think of what happened before Bitcoin.
Big standard.
Your apartment's millennial grey. Good for you. Your apartment is serving American Psycho. What the fuck?
Close off from current session. There you go. Bitcoin started the blockchain. No, I don't think so. I remember hearing about blockchain before. Maybe. Hey, I'm stupid.
Ugh.
Meow, 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 meow.
Montel, you joining? Midnight.
I think the Montel left.
No, they left.
Yeah,
Oh,
Montel's
what?
gone.
Did they say they were going?
Yeah.
No,
I
they
don't
just dipped. Wait, did they?
No,
I think they said
heard.
bye, but really quick, and then just dipped.
Oh.
They said something like meh, 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 and then left.
Yeah.
I heard someone
Something
saying I
like
need to
that.
go or something like that.
I didn't hear it.
Bro. I haven't done this in like 5 years.
Wonder if I can summon Draka. I mean, we do the heist without Draka, but I'll just shoot a message. Do you want to
We
start?
need more players to do the ice. Oh fuck.
Oh fuck.
It's one of those.
Who can we grab? Who do? Oh, Silly Mum. Let's see if Silly's about.
They were like hurting and whatever, but I completely fucking forgot how the heist. Is that a heist where you need 3 people? I don't want to do the Cayo Perico because it bothers me.
I mean, we can wait for someone to hop on and then we can do it.
The Cayo Perico stuff, like if I play with someone else, we will not be friends anymore. Meow, 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 meow. Well, if someone has the game and is online, just let me know. Let me see on my social tab. 80 friends. No one's online.
Yeah, because who the fuck really plays GTA Online nowadays?
This is all my friends
Sure.
from like back then, man. I can't even scroll the list for some reason. Okay, that's kind of cool.
It's a feature.
Oh, this crew. Is it? Wait, is this still my new friends? Meetle. The PP bonkers. Oh my god. Join 2002. There's people that joined my crew in 2020, bro. Oh, I don't like this.
I don't like this.
The fuck?
The fuck?
Why can I hear myself?
Why can I hear myself?
Bardik.
Bardik.
Why are you doing this?
Why are you doing this?
Doing what?
Exactly that. Meh.
What?
You doubled me. How dare you?
How would I have doubled you?
I don't know.
I'm stuck in a menu. What do you mean by double?
We don't really have anyone, so you can just probably leave this. Just instead of staring at this thing. You wanna get high?
You wanna get high in my living room?
I think I can call some.
That I cannot pull out a gun in here.
I think
Stop
I can call
fighting
some.
everyone.
I think I can
But
call some
it's
strippers.
Why is there whiskey just
Is
floating?
Wendy a
Is anyone
stripper?
else seeing this? Is anyone else
Wendy's
seeing a
busy.
floating whiskey bottle?
It's my. You don't have one of those? My special.
No, the floating, just floating. But here, is it floating for you?
Is this one a stripper?
Just one more
Wait,
dance.
are you not seeing this?
Yeah. No. Oh yeah, no, it
right
is
here.
floating.
Wait,
you
what
see
is floating?
Where I'm
Oh,
pointing.
that's totally normal.
I was. What the fuck?
I glue it to the wall. It was pissing me off. I invited a stripper so we can have fun.
Then gets banned from
We
Twitch.
have nothing to do. You guys don't have invisible tables? Yeah, exactly. I can take off my trackers because they don't fucking work.
Time to call a number.
Did I get scammed? Where's my stripper? The fuck? Oh. I got scammed by strippers. Are they the door
Damn.
or something? No.
Dude, I need to fucking like earn. I need to.
Oh,
fucking
wait. She's here,
I
she's here.
called that one.
Crap! I
I
just
called
went
that one.
outside.
No, I called
I think it
Infernus.
should be Chastity.
Let me back
I
in.
called
Let me back in.
Infernus.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we're gonna do straight things. But should I invite Bardic in?
Can you invite multiple?
I will keep
I'm
buzzing
busy.
the fucking door.
The
if you
stripper
don't let me
walks in and he just in Bardic. Let me in. Alright, how does this work? Is this bannable? I'm not sure if I want to stay.
I mean, hey, they put GTA 5 on the thing, so.
As long as it's not the focus of the main content, it should be fine. So if you get a lap dance, I can just put it on the corner like, ooh, look at that fireplace. That's a
Hang
really
on,
cool
Let
fireplace.
me fucking take a hit and then I'll get into the chair. Let's go.
Ooh, astronomy, look at that. Educational. Stars and shit.
Hell yeah. Oh my god, it is so good that you are not in first person mode. Holy shit. I am getting face full of tits.
Oh, is this
Like,
exposed?
From your angle, it's fine.
Whoa.
They're not exposed, no, but I'm like grabbing it. I'm getting like, I could, like, I'm so close to hole right now. That's the deal with the ass shot. It is so highly detailed, and I'm stoned, so it's a bit blurry.
And if you
but
were
it's so
straight, this
highly
would have been
detailed.
amazing.
This is amazing. What do you mean I'm bi?
Where's the male strippers? Do they have male strippers?
No, gays aren't getting included until GTA 6.
Oh, did you see that meme where it's like GTA 6 will have a pride parade and it's like
The
LGBTQ
gays
people and then
and
the
the
haters. It's like
haters, yeah.
they will not let you do anything. 100%. There's no way.
All right, Midnight, go get a lap dance. You'll get ready to see some wild shit.
Why you-
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just
I
gonna play
mean
some.
this. Oh my God.
I'm just gonna play
I
some
mean this-
games, man. I'm just
I
gonna
mean
play
this, do
some.
not sit in that
No, I
chair.
don't want to eat the bong. No, I don't want to eat the bong. I want to play. Oh fuck, man. God, I hate accidentally hitting my bong. I want to sit.
Can I get changed in your apartment? Like do my clothes?
If you
follow
want
me?
to, feel free.
No, I'm just checking if I wanted to see if like I can. No, I guess I
Yeah,
have to go
good thing
home.
you're not in first person, Snowy.
I'm watching TV.
You can also switch scene.
I am. It's not because of that woman. If you have the game installed.
She's floating, by the way. Are you? Snowy, I want you to look. She's floating off the floor.
Yeah, I didn't buy Gravity because it was more expensive.
You got one more in you, baby?
All right, I'm going out. I'm going to my club. Anyone in?
You know what? Sure. Let's do
Your
something.
turn, Snowy.
There you go.
I'm
I don't want to have a
gonna
turn.
grab
I like my Twitch channel.
Ah.
All right, Snowy, do you wanna hop in my actual IRL car?
This was a shitty garage. What the fuck? You know, but yes, I want her.
Let me get in this thing.
I'm living with my BMX bicycle.
You should make
Hold on,
your
buddy.
car so everyone can join. Go in.
Please
now.
don't crash into my car.
Oh
I
yeah,
want this to
but
be
not
a-
from the. I don't think he works from the garage, though. Let me vehicle options. I think. No, fuck. Manage vehicles, vehicle preferences. Yeah, no, crew plus friends. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't think you can
It's like
enter
a
from the
mixture of
garage.
like a Ford
Damn.
Fiesta and a Corsa.
Oh
What's
well,
your
I
car?
found a bike.
Oh, that's my bicycle. What's your car, Bardic? You crashed.
Oh, I don't have your
I wanna
permission.
cry.
I'll control the radio. Nah. Hey yo, let's go! Bardic, you're sing
I like
this song
how
for me.
I like my Twitch channel.
Your poor car, man. Oh, and I lost my hand tracking. It ran out of battery. I didn't charge. I still have my head one for now. Don't know what's gonna happen when he loses it. Meow 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 meow.
So I did a stream a couple of weeks ago where it was just me being a law-abiding citizen in GTA, and it has actually affected how I drive.
Wait, hold on. As a clanker. Fuck you.
I
Sorry,
believe you
like
can't
this.
kill the fake driver.
I love that tweet. It was like, whoa, Rockstar is experimenting with tech in GTA 5 with the self-driving cars. It's an invisible NPC, bro. It's not that complicated. Remove hitbox, remove texture. There we go. Self-driving car.
And even then, it's like all the thing is like there is a character in there. The character
Yeah, they didn't
themselves
add a
isn't
single line of
driving.
code.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
it's
car is
like-
the one driving. Even for regular NPCs.
And if anything, they're coded to drive worse. Because they're always crashing into things. That's the point.
Are you going to your club or my club?
Well, my club. Is your club here too?
Yeah. I don't think you can get in yours, can you?
Yeah.
I think you can get in
Should be
mine
able
because
to.
you're in my thing.
Enter your nightclub, yeah. It says enter your nightclub or enter another one.
Let me see yours. Meow, 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 meow.
Hey, come in.
I gotta pay for this shit?
Why do I have 3 stars?
It's only $100.
I haven't
Come
done
on.
shit.
Did you max out the fee too?
Yeah, I maxed out the fee. It brought in a lot more income, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to pick up my money.
Let's go. Hell yeah. This is it. Peak gameplay. Not in anything else.
Let's go, baby. Money, money, money. The club is really nice to have. I need to do some missions for my club right now.
Do you wanna know how to max the popularity or whatever? It's against goods, yeah. In the easiest way, the to max out your popularity or whatever faster. Walk
Yeah,
in
what
the
about
club in passive mode. You will always get the kicking a guy quest. That's the easiest one.
Oh shit! Yeah, I should do that.
Come see mine. I'm gonna wait for mine.
Oh hell yeah! Sorry, I've got a lot of stock. I can sell. You guys want to help me? If you guys want to register with me, you can earn some money.
Yeah.
By helping me sell my shit.
Let me just get mine.
Can you
actually.
invite me?
Look
Also,
at
I
my
just need to get rid of
club.
these cops.
Fancy. The nightclub warehouse don't really make me anything. The nightclub is so like it just gives you a shit ton of money. It's fun.
Yeah.
70k for no reason. Because my popularity sucks, but yeah.
Hire associates.
The nightclub works as like a hub, right? You can collect all your services here or whatever. It's something weird.
Yeah. It offers another place for it, so you can still like use your businesses.
Yeah, all from here. It's like a
separately,
central
and
thing.
then they can do extra here.
Yeah. Look, Resident DJ, warehouse management, sell goods, and yada yada yada.
All right,
You can sell for
have you both
300k.
joined? Have you both joined my thing?
No, let me leave.
Midnight?
What?
Have you joined my crew?
Did you send me an invite?
I don't
Yes.
think you invited me.
Uh,
I want to retire.
Where do I
retired
join
already.
them?
Maybe that's why you didn't get the invite then, because you were either
Yeah, there you
working
go. Now I
for-
got it. I want to vibe with my peeps here.
No, guys. Now you're associate. Midnight Wolf is now your associate. Alright, cool. Then let's earn some cash.
I'll just jump out and let the cop kill me.
I need to do popularity.
Okay, come along
shit
here.
when I'm done with this.
How do I leave this?
Sell all goods.
You deliver the goods to the buyer.
Okay.
Whatever.
No, this ain't a Go Postal
Is that it? There's no more things to deliver?
Just this van, yeah.
Well, I was sitting
I
on
mean,
your
I
car,
need you to
so-
get in because it gets.
I mean, do you need like protection or something?
Yes, again, get in.
Yeah, but I can call like you know what? I'm better not. That's probably gonna explode or something.
Yeah,
I was
don't
thinking of getting
fuck
a
with
car.
this. If Midnight hurries up, they can.
We can go get a cargo bomb. Sell goods.
I'm
yeah,
grabbing
sell
my
goods
car
will be
now.
very expensive. Meow 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 meow.
I always like
meow.
being the driver in these things.
Fuck off, Tony.
$360.
Layout worked? Wait, did I fuck up something?
Oh,
on my
here we go.
OBS?
Yeah, we are.
No, it looks okay.
I just want to take this moment to appreciate all
Spin around, Midnight. Spin around. Spin around.
Yeah, I know. Where did he? I was gonna slow them down.
Well, you achieved that, but you still does them.
You slowed us down.
No cargo bob? No cargo bob. Wow.
How far away is the place? Is it in the city or is it out in the?
6.5, it's probably out. It is after. Holy shit, it's on the tip, on top.
Right at the top. Fuck.
Yeah, it's really fucking far away. Oh my god, did you fucking get Inghams edition just for that shit?
What now?
I don't see online. Brrr. You have G-Wagon? Meow meow meow. This is non-stop pop, there you go. Yeah, this is better.
See, I don't like enhanced, updated music.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not that good.
Give me a custom one.
Most of the
Pretty sure.
I
GTA
have
music
got a
is shit.
custom one. I'm guessing if I put it to self-radio, does it change for you or does it not?
I'm listening to Motomami Los Santos.
Yeah, if I change it to self, it doesn't change yours then. But you changing it
No,
does change it.
it changed, but to something else. You know, this is a good
Oh.
song. Wait,
I
where's
guess
the...
it shuffles it for you then.
Where's the... Is it this one? The Spanish one? Yeah! I love the Spanish radio. It has the El Sonidito. I love the Spanish radio. Yeah! I love this song. Committing illegal, you gotta play Mexican songs.
Midnight, how are you not keeping up with the van?
I lost a tire.
Makes sense.
You switch the whole car.
You're missing out on all that juicy RP.
Yeah, I'm jerking off while I was driving.
Sounds about right for you. Game of chicken. We
Ow.
lost.
NPCs will always in the game of chicken. They still do the thing where like they throw cars at you on purpose, right? When you're driving.
Oh yeah, it's annoying.
It's so annoying.
Move.
You can
Move.
literally see and feel them like yeah. El Cocaino. I love this name. Hey, Pepo! Oh, whoa.
Because of the harmonies in this and the instruments used, my brain is like, I want to watch Coco now.
Ah man, now I wanna go. No, we VR. Wah, 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 wah. Come on, play El Sonidito. Cocaína para uso médico. Nice. Estoy. Oh, 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 ow.
Oh, silly mom replied. I will check in a sec.
Hi, Jim Jim. Oh, there's a quad. There's a quad.
Silly mom's down to play in 30 minutes.
I think I'm probably gonna end because it's already 1 AM for me.
That's fair.
For 6 hours.
I mean, I'm still playing. How much you earn?
Like
I earned
14K.
15K.
Nice.
Gonna join me here? I know you can't. There's another one over there. Look at this
Oh, wait,
beauty.
there's something going on just north of you. What is that? I have a blue
Oh,
dot.
it's a blue thingy. Friend. It's probably for the Cayo Perico Ace. He's like the drunk guy, isn't it? Oh no, what the fuck are you? This is new. Hi, drug deals?
Oh yeah, you can steal the stuff.
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm stealing. No, I wanted this.
I don't know what this does. I just yanked it.
You're gonna get a call to drop this off somewhere. Because of the drugs belong to someone else.
I love the initial D car. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is one of my favorites. But I prefer the Ruiner. Did you get a text about it?
Cops. Just gotta wait for a bit.
Oh, okay.
Ah!
Midnight, you're like a child.
Put some Spanish song. Yeah, they changed the radius a lot. What the fuck? Oh, I stop. Oh my god.
Wow, this is a very different type of standoff. This is a very
No, I gotta call them. I love the cocaine on the back of the car, just exposed. Oh, this guy is fast. What the fuck? No, cops
I
again.
guessed that shit. I guessed that shit.
That was impressive, but we got cops now.
I'll call Esther. Extreme. Extreme.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, I can't remove the radar thing, sorry. How are
Hello,
you?
Stu. Hello? I'm good.
Hello.
Why
I'm
you
gonna go
you
over here.
you joined the call? Why do you sound confused?
You welcome to see what's
I
up,
don't know.
Kame? What do you want?
Why'd you call me first? I
will
just
never
answered the
get
phone.
over the fact of like that time I called Snowy, and Snowy was like, "Hello." I was just like, "Hi, can I call you back? Just a little bit. I'm busy." At the minute."
Yeah.
And then I hang up as Snowy is saying, "You called me."
I love that thing. Oh, this is water. Oh fuck! Oh, it's mud. Blech. I've never been here. What the hell?
Did you get the car
It's a
stuck?
sewer. It's more than just mud.
It's shit.
Oh, it's
Poopy
shit.
water.
It's my channel. Look at that.
Oh my God! There's your laugh. You lose 17. And
Look,
there's
it's
your
all
laugh. You lose 295.
So this is where they host all of that. Oh, they all gotta go somewhere.
How's your day, Extreme?
I hate
You
playing
know,
first
it
person
was
because I have some
a
lessons.
day.
It was a day.
It was a day.
Okay.
What was the day? It was
It
a
was a
very
day.
day. Just like default day. Fuck you.
But it's not the weekend, so let's go.
Honestly, I hear that and all I want to do is binge on food, but I really shouldn't.
Sailor and I are probably gonna leave here in like a few minutes and go to a Chinese buffet.
Okay. Get some satay chicken skewers for me.
It's
Will do.
something that the Portuguese will never wait, a Spanish never say in Portuguese. I do not understand that. What do you mean?
Okay, well, I just wanted to pop in here and say hello, but I'm gonna go get food now, and if you guys are still in here, we might show back up later.
Love you. Give me a
Love
kiss.
you
Give
too.
me a sloppy hot kiss.
ending.
Don't? Okay, that's too much time.
Hold on now.
Can I get a sloppy hot kiss from Sailor? Yeah, baby!
Is it like, is it like the bird version of?
Yeah, that's called the turkey deep throat gobstopper.
I want to make out with Entei like the fucking bird and snake doing bad guys too.
Oh my god.
Real. God. Real.
Spoiler.
It's been out for like a year. Shut the fuck up.
It's literally one of the trailers.
You need to watch this.
Oh, I almost ran over the fox.
I am
Jesus.
so glad you didn't run over that coyote, or I would have bombed this car.
Okay, oh, it's a coyote. Hold on.
Bye.
It's a coyote. I got turned around by us.
I will. I.
No, it's fine.
I'll do it. This is my last one.
Wait, look, self-driving. Do it. Yeah, fuck. Way more. Oh fuck, I got cops now.
And now I have to lose the police again.
We're going on a road trip. It's fine. Hello, wait.
I did
I
not.
really want
I did
to
not run over a
somehow-
coyote. I swear.
I need to think of a way to make Top Gear in GTA properly. Like, so I wanna make a YouTube video that is just a very short episode of Top Gear, like intros and the whole thing, and to do that because of like in 5M you can input your sonars, so it'd be really funny to like
You
do
can?
a bit of like. Yeah. Corey was showing how, and I was just like, it would be really funny.
Oh fuck it! I'm
grab
Minecraft server. We should do like a
5M
GTA with stoners.
It would be really funny, but I'm just trying to think of the best way to like implement something like doing a just one singular Top Gear episode. And like I've done it on a gaming channel before, like driving south to north and north to south. One person on a motorbike, one via a car, one via plane.
Plane's gonna
The
win.
answers will surprise you. Did you say plane's gonna win?
Well, it depends on the plane.
Yeah, you pick the shittiest plane, and also you have to properly land and get to the front of the airport, not just
Crashing
fucking,
it.
yeah.
Send it.
You gotta do it properly. It'd be nice to figure out if there were
So you
like,
gotta properly
multiple
park the
cameras
car
you could put
too.
in as well.
Ow.
Oh, because like we could even like do that.
Well,
like,
if
we
there's
could
people
record the whole
flying-
gameplay of it, and then jump into like VR chat to green screen, reenact the conversations happening, and then like put you in a car to be like to do the bits like they would in Top Gear. Tonight.
Oh fuck! Okay, I thought you were an NPC. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Tonight, Snowy gets fucked.
Your drop car goes quite fast.
This fucking car is fast. Like, what the fuck? It is super fast. For modified, I don't know.
Yeah, these cars are fucking sick. I'll order my
Whoa.
video once we're done parking it, and I'll show you. Oh, what? if you
25k for
started
that.
now? Oh, I got 25k for that too.
I can lower that eventually. Oh, you also got it?
Yeah.
Nice.
We both
got
were in the car, I suppose.
19K, I think.
Yeah, Snowy.
I'm in my
This
mom's
is my
car.
baby. I'm like
Oh,
unapologetically
yeah.
in love with this car.
No.
It's like the one I had, but.
Oh.
It's at the same-
Wait,
I got shot again.
wait. What is this? It's double T.
I'm going to the casino, bye bitches.
Ah, fucking Windows is like. Let me see if I can gamble and then I'll end, because I want to know. I'm in Norway now, so I should be able to gamble.
Unless it's the location where your account was created.
Oh, I think it's
But
what
you might be able
are.
to change it on the website.
You guys know that Sony doesn't let you change your account. I keep ranting about this. Apparently, Sony doesn't know people move countries. Okay, this bike should
you
not
can
be
move
this.
countries.
This bike
What
should
was that?
not be this slow. What the fuck?
I found
you can't-
a bike like yours.
You can't move your Sony account from like different country. You have to make a new one. You can still use it, but if you wanna buy things, a new currency or whatever. I don't know, they removed this El Sony D2. I'm waiting for the El Sony D2. Oh god. Okay, let's see. Please let me gamble. One gamble. Casino. I wanna go to the casino, not the penthouse. Do you know the trick to get the car every single time? By the way,
No.
on this thing, it was so funny. You spinned it and then you immediately disconnected your internet cable. And then
Oh,
if
what
you
the
got
fuck?
if you got the car, you connected it, and if you didn't get the car, you just like restart.
That's wild.
I assume it doesn't work anymore.
Maybe. Why is my guy walking? Where am I going? Did I glitch this? My guy's walking.
It might have been because I was too close.
No, it's this thing.
Ka.
I guess I can't gamble.
Ka!
What?
I won the car.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
It is a
Oh,
shit car though, I will say. Look at it.
I can spin the wheel in Norway. Oh yes, a gamble.
Time to get in before the cops find me.
No way, I can gamble now.
Congrats.
I got a
And
shirt.
nothing.
Oh, nice clothes, man. Nice.
I got a
clothes.
shirt.
Yeah, nice shirt. You should put it on.
But the thing is like, I got a fucking BMW X5. I got a shirt.
What the fuck is that shit car?
I would give you
There's a
that
stripe,
car
it looks
as well.
fast as fuck,
Shit,
boy.
ugly.
I'm gonna
a
try
Riley-
it.
I'm a Riley car fan. What can I say?
I am leaving, by the way. Like everything, so you guys have fun.
Don't forget to get your daily chips though.
Ah, yeah, I keep forgetting because like I
I
couldn't
got
get this.
40k. It's better than
Oh.
nothing.
Is it here you get your daily chip?
How can I help you?
Visitor bonus?
Yeah, the visitor.
Oh
bonus per
shit,
day.
okay. Alright, bye.
Are you ready now?
Lizard, yeah. Is there anyone like I
Bye.
should raid?
Not that I can think of.
User, disconnect from your channel. This is not what I wanted to do. There you go. There you go. Frank. Oh, bye. It was fun. God, I want to play this more often now. Meow.
It's an
Good night.
addictive game.
I know. I've been playing this for 10 years. I started on the PS3, transferred my character to the PS4, and then 5.
I started
Holy
on
shit.
Xbox 360 when online came out.
I was
on
16 years
PS3,
old,
yeah.
man, when this came out and I started playing. I used to
You were-
spam. That was a quest.
I was 19.
19. God,
18? No, I was 18.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, I just turned 19, I think.
Like there was a mission that gave you 20k back then. It was the highest mission, and I spammed it to get 1 million. Alright, chat. Actually, goodbye, guys, so I don't scream in your ears. Meow. Chat, we're gonna raid out. Thank you so much. Next time I'll keep my fucking trackers charged, you know, because now I'm just what the fuck? I'm just stuck here. This is my life now. Let's see you to raid out. Refresh. Rallo is playing. Did you like my Warudu thing? Is it a little bit bad? It's a little bit stiff, but I don't know. I like it. I should show you, by the way. I look like a unicorn. I have a tracker on my forehead, on my headset. I glue it. I was like, fuck it. Okay, who do we have? There's Donuts. There's. I'm gonna start. I like to start by the bottom. Lorraine, Minu, Rylot, Maple, Durgle, Castaz, Sledge, Lucky, Cine. Let's do Rylot because he's back from vacation with Slash Kevin. Surprise, Kevin can still. I mean, what? Anyway, chat. Love you guys. You're amazing. If you're still here, say hi, by the way. I want to say bye to you. And tomorrow we're gonna have You Laugh, You Lose with a really good artist. And I need to reach out to her again, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. They're Russian. We both have Russian accent. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. We'll learn some words maybe. Raid message can be. You gotta make it cringe. You gotta make it cringe. You gotta make it cringe. Well, let's write a raid message, chat. What do you think? What do you think? War related? 6-7? No, 6-7 is overdone. We don't want a 6-7 anymore. I'm done with that meme. Too much 6-7. Ugh. Meow, 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 meow. Can you just meow? Should we just meow? Just meow, 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 meow. There you go. That's the just meow. Just fucking do whatever. Love you, chat. I will see you tomorrow, same time, and we're gonna do You Laugh You Lose for a few hours, and just hang in VR. So if you wanna join me tomorrow, just let me know. I'm kind of more into accepting people in VR now because it went really well. So we can have some times. I can record some new nutshell videos, I guess. Goodbye. 5, 4, 3. I love you. No, you're gonna dump me. Sad. Gone.